Chapter 4:24. In next to no time the food was served. After Duan Lingtian casually ate a little, he concentrated on looking at the little gold mouse wolfing down the food. The little fellow's body looked to be small, yet it was a huge eater. This caused many people in the restaurant to click their tongues in wonder. Suddenly, a wave of discussion sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Quickly finish eating, and we'll be able to rush over to watch the groom search competition before the city governor's daughter ends. The strength of the city governor's daughter is too strong, not to mention young geniuses below the age of 25. Even if it's the young geniuses below the age of 30 in our Darkstone Empire, I'm afraid only a few are her match. Today is the last day of the groom search competition. Practically all the young geniuses in the surroundings of our Phoenix Nest City have rushed over. But, in my opinion, even if it's the last day, I'm afraid no one is able to defeat the city governor's daughter and become the son-in-law of the city governor. The city governor's requirements are too high. A person below the age of 25 that can defeat his daughter, even in the entire Darkstone Empire, or even the Dark Han dynasty, such a person is probably in existence that's rare like phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. The two people that were in discussion hurriedly finished their food and left. Groom search competition? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He never imagined that he would encounter a plot that only appeared in martial arts novels of his previous life. In next to no time, another few people walked into the restaurant, and they sighed with emotion as they walked. I wonder exactly what cultivation the city governor's daughter possesses. Today, the young man around the age of 24 or 25 with a cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage was actually defeated by her. That young man is the person with the strongest strength amongst all the people that participated in the groom search competition. I never imagined that he would still be defeated by the city governor's daughter in one go. The city governor's daughter is strong when facing a strong opponent, and she seems to have not used her full strength until now. Looks like no one is able to win the heart of the beauty. Beauty? According to my knowledge, the city governor's daughter wears a veil all day. Could it be that you've seen her true appearance? I wonder if she's a beauty or an ugly girl. So what if she's an ugly girl? Being able to become the son-in-law of the city governor and obtain the soul transformation fruit is undoubtedly a fortune. Soul transformation fruit? Duan Lingtian wasn't sad at first, but when he heard one of them mention the soul transformation fruit, his expression changed, and he stood up abruptly. Big brother, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and asked politely, "Did you just say soul transformation fruit?" When the middle-aged man saw that Duan Lingtian was so polite, he nodded and said with a calm expression, "That's right, it's the soul transformation fruit." "Why? Little brother, are you interested in the soul transformation fruit?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded, and then asked, "I heard Big Brother say that you have a way to obtain the soul transformation fruit." The middle-aged man nodded, "That's right. In these past 10 days, the Lord City Governor has held a martial competition to find a spouse for his unmarried daughter, and today is the last day. So long as you defeat the city governor's daughter in the martial competition, then not only will you become the Lord City Governor's son-in-law, you'll even be able to obtain the soul transformation fruit. Supposedly, this soul transformation fruit is a good thing. If it's consumed by an inscription master, then it's even able to allow one's spiritual force to advance by a level." As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man sized Duan Lingtian up from top to bottom. "Little brother, based on your age, you're only slightly older than the city governor's daughter. However, I advise you to put away this thought. Even though you satisfy the conditions to enter the martial competition for the city governor's daughter, the city governor's daughter has revealed a cultivation at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, she seems to be holding back. Thank you, big brother." Duan Lingtian thanked the middle-aged man, then threw down the silver before leaving the restaurant in a hurry with the little gold mouse. "Big brother Lingtian, I haven't finished eating yet. the little gold mouse's voice transmission contained slight dissatisfaction mixed within. "I'll let you eat your fill later. I have some urgent things to do now." Duan Lingtian spoke hurriedly. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Lingtian found a passerby and asked about the location of the martial competition for the city governor's daughter before hastily rushing over. He wasn't interested in the city governor's son-in-law in the slightest. What he was interested in was the soul transformation fruit. If it was said that ordinary spirit fruits could only be chanced upon by luck to a martial artist, then the soul transformation fruit was even rarer. The soul transformation fruit was a spirit fruit that was capable of improving the level of the soul, and its proportion amongst the numerous spirit fruits in Cloud Continent didn't exceed 1%. Even though my cultivation has improved greatly, but my spiritual force seems to have completely fallen into a bottleneck, and I've been unable to break through to the void prying stage for a long time. The martial competition for a spouse was carried out before the city governor's estate. When Duan Lingtian arrived before the martial competition arena, his state of mind fluttered. His spiritual force had long since arrived at the critical point between the nascent soul stage and the void prying stage, yet it was unable to break through. Because of this, he was at a loss and helpless. Now he saw the light of hope. If there's really a soul transformation fruit, then once I consume it, my soul will transform and advance to the next level, the void prying stage. At that time, my spiritual force will become strong once again, and I'll be able to inscribe even higher level inscriptions. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Even though there were numerous, exceedingly formidable inscriptions in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, but Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was limited, and it was difficult for him to inscribe those formidable inscriptions. It was like having an empty treasure mountain, yet not having the tools to excavate it. All along, this feeling had caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely displeased. Martial competition for a spouse? Fun, fun. Big brother Lingtian, you want to marry the city governor's daughter. Aren't you afraid of Big Sister Kerr and Big Sister Fei are getting angry? The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with excitement, and as she finished speaking, she wished for the world to be in chaos. Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse. I don't have the slightest interest in that city governor's daughter. I only want to obtain that soul transformation fruit. Ordinary spirit fruits were things that could only be chanced upon by luck and were priceless. The soul transformation fruit was a spirit fruit that accounted for less than 1% of the spirit fruits that could improve the soul, and it was even more something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Now, since Duan Lingtian had encountered it, he wouldn't easily miss it. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived at his destination. A high platform stood before the city governor's estate, and it was extremely spacious. It was precisely the groom search competition's combat arena. Streams of people flowed in the vicinity of the combat arena, and it was extremely bustling, and shouts rose and fell continuously without end. The groom search competition is split into 10 days, and today is already the last day. Our Phoenix Nest City, and even the tens of cities in the surrounding area, actually doesn't have a single young genius below the age of 25 that's a match for the city governor's daughter. I heard the city governor's daughter is only 20 years old, possesses a mysterious and unfathomable cultivation at the age of 20. Shocking. Until now, there's only someone that forced her to utilize the strength of a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Yeah, even then, she seems to still be holding back. A group of people discussed animatedly before the city governor's estate. At this moment, on the groom search competition's combat arena, the mysterious city governor's daughter stood there slender and elegant, and a pair of soft hands that were white like jade were exposed. She wore a fiery red veil that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, causing one to be unable to refrain from daydreaming. The city governor's daughter wore a fiery red veil on her face, and only a pair of beautiful eyes that were like autumn water was revealed. Her beautiful hair that drooped down was like a drooping willow that lightly brushed with the wind. Even though she was amidst a sea of people, she still gave one a tranquil and peaceful feeling. Although I can't see her appearance clearly, but merely based on this bearing, it's sufficient to move one's heart. A woman with such a bearing, I presume the appearance beneath the veil wouldn't be too bad. Duan Lingtian's heart shook. Merely in terms of bearing, amongst the women by Duan Lingtian's side, and even amongst the women he knew, there weren't many that could compare to this city governor's daughter. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out, wanting to pry into the depths of this city governor's daughter. According to the information he'd obtained up until now, the city governor's daughter was only 20 years old and possessed an extraordinary cultivation. Up until now, she'd revealed a cultivation at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, but she seemed to still be holding back. The advancement of my cultivation can be considered to be swift. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it's second to none. I never imagined that I'd actually encounter a genius in the martial Dao whose cultivation has advanced faster than mine in a city in a remote area of the Darkstone Empire. At the same time that Duan Lingtian's spiritual force flashed, he sighed with emotion in his heart. If the cultivation of this city governor's daughter wasn't attained by relying on spirit fruits alone, in terms of natural talent, she would absolutely not be inferior to him. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force hadn't even touched the city governor's daughter when he couldn't help but be greatly shocked in his heart. Because at this moment, an even stronger spiritual force seemed to have noticed his spiritual force, and it directly pressed down towards him. Inscription Master! Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, as he never imagined that there was such a formidable inscription master by the side of the city governor's daughter. The spiritual force of this inscription master was more than a level stronger than him. Instantly, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate in the slightest, and he hurriedly withdrew his spiritual force. That formidable spiritual force seemed to have no intention of fuss about it with Duan Lingtian, and it didn't pursue after Duan Lingtian's spiritual force withdrew. Fortunately, he showed mercy. Otherwise, my soul would surely be injured. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of fear in his heart, and at the same time he realized his own rashness. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he knew very well that even if it was an inscription master, he didn't dare rashly utilize his spiritual force to spy on another. This was a taboo, whereas he hadn't encountered any formidable inscription masters all along the way. So he'd tossed the taboo in this portion of the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu to the back of his mind. Now he'd left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and instead encountered a truly formidable inscription master in the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian's gaze started to sweep through the crowd as he wanted to find the owner of that formidable spiritual force that stretched out, but no matter how he searched, he didn't notice a trace of that person. That person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Could it be that this inscription master has come for the soul transformation fruit as well? Chapter 425. In the sky above the arena of the groom search competition outside the city governor's estate, behind the clouds and mist were two figures that stood in the sky. One of them was a middle-aged man that wore a crimson red robe with golden edges. The middle-aged man had a firm expression as he stood there with a dignified expression between his brows, and he imperceptibly gave others a sense of oppression. An old man that was over 70 years old stood in the sky by the middle-aged man's side. Interesting. The muddy eyes of the old man that wore gray clothes and had a calm expression lit up abruptly, and it was as if he'd discovered a new continent. Elder Kong, what did you notice? The middle-aged man asked curiously. Eldest young master, perhaps the person in the young Miss Destiny has appeared. The gray, clothed old man spoke slowly with an unfathomable expression. Elder Kong, what you mean is... The middle-aged man's eyes squinted as he had an astounded expression. On the arena of the groom search competition, the city governor's daughter stood there elegantly. Even though there were numerous people in the surroundings of the arena, most of them had come to watch the show, and no one went up for a long time. Let me experience the strength of the city governor's daughter. Along with an explosive shout, a swift figure flashed up onto the arena. This was a young man around the age of 25 or 26 with a handsome appearance, and there was a trace of arrogance between his brows. You're over the age limit. Get off. The city governor's daughter hadn't reacted when the green-clothed old woman that stood at the side of the arena raised her head indifferently and glanced at the young man. Ayo! The young man opened his mouth, yet he hadn't finished speaking. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and an aged figure appeared at the place the young man stood earlier. In the blink of an eye, everyone present noticed that the green-clothed old woman that stood at the other end of the arena had suddenly stood at the position the young man stood at earlier. As for the young man, he was directly blasted off the arena. My Young Miss Groom search competition is only limited to young geniuses below the age of 25. Those over the age of 25 shouldn't come up and make a fool of themselves. This old woman will be able to see if you're over the age limit with a single glance, so don't have any thoughts of getting lucky. The green-clothed old woman spoke slowly, and her tone contained extreme confidence mixed within. However, no one present dared doubt the green-clothed old woman's words. So swift! Duan Lingtian stood outside the ring, his eyes narrowing. The green-clothed old woman's speed was frighteningly fast. Although he was curious about the strength of the old woman, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to use his spiritual energy to probe further. Could it be that the powerful spiritual energy just now originated from this old woman? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think in his heart. He had long noticed this old woman standing at the side of the arena, but at first he thought she was just an ordinary servant of the Castellan manor. He never expected this old woman to be so secretive. Let me do it. A graceful figure landed on the arena. It was a young man around the age of 23 or 24. Whoosh! The young man looked at the city lord's daughter, who was standing in the distance. With a kick of his legs, he seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, striking first to gain the initiative. Whoosh! In the sky, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out with a vast momentum. Whoosh! A 3-foot-long blade appeared in the young man's hand. His origin energy raged as he swept it out. Instantly, another 168 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared on the side of the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes, 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. This sword strike contained the strength of 768 ancient mammoths. The young man's sword strike was about to touch the city lord's daughter. The hearts of everyone present couldn't help but rise to their throats. Whoosh! In practically an instant, it was as if a gust of cool wind blew past. The city lord's daughter finally made a move. She casually flicked her sleeve, causing it to instantly swell up as origin energy roared and swept towards the young man. Bang! Without the slightest suspense, the young man was directly blasted out of the arena along with his sword. At the same time, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes were faintly visible in the sky above the city lord's daughter. At this moment, the city lord's daughter didn't utilize her spirit weapon. 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Oh my God! The city lord's daughter really concealed her cultivation. She's actually a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist. A 20-year-old 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist? A person with such natural talent seems to have never appeared in the history of the Darkstone Empire, right? Even in the entire Darkhan dynasty, there are rarely such monstrous geniuses in the martial Dao. The surrounding crowd of spectators were clamorous. All of them were shocked by the cultivation displayed by the city lord's daughter. 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 20? Slight shock appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Is this city lord's daughter really only 20 years old? Big brother Ling Tian. Her natural talent seems to be even stronger than yours. The little gold mouse sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's brows raised and his eyes contained slight astonishment mixed within. A 20-year-old sixth-level nascent soul stage martial artist. In terms of cultivation alone, she was indeed stronger than him. As for natural talent, Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed. His natural talent could be considered to be the extreme natural talent of a martial artist in Cloud Continent. No matter how high the natural talent of this city lord's daughter was, it would at most be equal to him. Whereas his natural talent was only unearthed by the 10,000-year stalactite milk 3 years ago, and compared to the city lord's daughter, he started much later. After the city lord's daughter revealed a cultivation at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, no one went up the arena to look for a beating. Time silently flowed by. The curtains to the groom search competition will officially end in half an hour. The azure-clothed old woman spoke indifferently. Looks like no one is able to defeat the city lord's daughter and obtain the beauty. There's also that soul transformation fruit. Supposedly, even if one isn't an inscription master, one can still consume it. Once consumed, one's soul will obtain a sublimation, and it's even able to affect one's comprehension ability to a certain extent. The crowd discussed animatedly. Big brother Ling Tian, why aren't you going up? The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then he exerted strength with his legs and leaped up to descend onto the groom search competition's combat arena. For a time, the combination of a man and a mouse drew the attention of everyone. Another person is going up to look for a beating. It's a young man that looks to be at most 22 years old. Isn't this young man the one we saw in the restaurant earlier? He seems to be. The little gold mouse on his shoulder isn't simple. It's a formidable demon beast. The Chong clan's young master, Chong Hui, had one of his arms crippled by a swing of its tail. That harmless little gold mouse is actually a void-prying stage demon beast? In next to no time, along with the people that had seen Duan Lingtian in the restaurant earlier revealing the truth, everyone knew that the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder was a demon beast. Demon beast? The azure-clothed old woman heard the discussions in the crowd, then looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, "The rules of our city Lord's Estates Groom search competition is that one must not rely on any external sources of strength besides spirit weapons." Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the old woman when it heard her. Then it turned around and wriggled its butt towards the old woman. This caused the old woman to be astounded. The crowd of people in the surroundings of the combat arena were dumbstruck as well. Is this really a demon beast? It simply destroyed the lofty image of a demon beast in my heart. No matter how I look at it, this little gold mouse doesn't seem like a demon beast. It seems like a pet instead. Meanwhile, the city lord's daughter that hadn't made a move since the beginning looked at the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side with her beautiful eyes that were like autumn water, and her beautiful brows twitched slightly. What a cute little gold mouse. The city lord's daughter spoke with a gentle and pleasant voice that caused others to feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. Don't worry, it won't attack. Duan Lingtian nodded to the azure-clothed old woman, then looked at the city lord's daughter and lightly smiled. I wonder how I should address you, young miss. Want to know? Defeat me first. The city lord's daughter looked at Duan Lingtian as she spoke slowly, and her voice was ethereal as if it reverberated out from within the gorge. Duan Lingtian was stunned, then nodded and said, Young miss, I wonder if I cannot marry you if I defeat you? I only want the soul transformation fruit. Is that all right? When Duan Lingtian spoke these words, he was slightly in a difficult position. After all, these words were slightly hurtful, but he had to speak. The reason he ascended the combat arena wasn't for the city, Lord's daughter, but for the soul transformation fruit. The soul transformation fruit was too important and too difficult to come by to him. He wasn't willing to miss it. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the scene went deathly silent. After a short moment, the surrounding crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the combat arena were in an uproar. F***K. I didn't hear wrongly, right? This kid actually said he only wants the soul transformation fruit and doesn't want the city lord's daughter? Is he stupid? Even though the soul transformation fruit is difficult to come by, how could it compare to the city lord's daughter? Marrying the city lord's daughter would mean soaring into the sky. Madman, madman. The crowd was in an uproar, and they were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Of course, there were also some people that felt Duan Lingtian was too arrogant and conceited. This kid looks to be around 22 years old. He actually dares to speak so arrogantly. Does he really think he can defeat the city lord's daughter? Exactly. If he can't defeat the city lord's daughter, then it's utterly useless for him to say all this now. He's too arrogant. High above in the sky, the red-robed middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned, and he had a strange expression. Elder Kong, I slightly believe it now. Perhaps he's really the man in Tian Wu's destiny. He's only come for the sake of the soul transformation fruit. The temptation of the soul transformation fruit is too great to an inscription master. Elder Kong nodded. His spiritual force is only a little bit away from stepping into the void prying stage. It's the first time I've seen such a young fellow possessing such a formidable spiritual force. Elder Kong seems to be extremely interested in him. The red-robed, middle-aged man smiled. Elder Kong didn't reply, but his eyes that flickered with bright lights were sufficient to expose his thoughts. On the combat arena of the groom search competition. Kid, you boast shamelessly. The azure-clothed old woman's face sank, and her fierce gaze swept towards Duan Lingtian. If you're here to cause trouble, then go down now. Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed. People aren't even allowed to speak the truth these days. If you want the soul transformation fruit, then we'll have to see if you have the ability. Chapter 4:26. If you want the soul transformation fruit, then we'll have to see if you have the ability. The city governor's daughter's light shout seemed to contain slight rage mixed within. Even a clay figurine has a temper. As the pampered and spoiled daughter of the city governor, how could she not be furious when she was looked down upon by a man like this? Whoosh! Under her extreme rage, the graceful figure of the city governor's daughter flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a spirit of fire, like a flaming phoenix, as she flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The city governor's daughter attacked with rage. Her delicate hand formed into a palm that whistled out, and vast origin energy raged and skyrocketed as it enveloped towards Duan Lingtian. This palm strike contained the strength of 800 ancient mammoths. This kid is going to be struck with misfortune. Right when most of the surrounding crowd of spectators had similar thoughts in their hearts, Duan Lingtian moved. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and he pushed out his palm that carried the might to split mountains and split rocks as he directly moved to intercept the attack. Instantly, 711 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out in the sky above Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Fifth level of the nascent soul stage. A trace of surprise appeared within the clear eyes of the city governor's daughter that were like water. Obviously, she never imagined that Duan Lingtian was able to possess such a cultivation at such an age. But as far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian was simply asking for trouble by actually wanting to use the strength of 711 ancient mammoths to go against her palm strike. Watch out! When he saw the trace of disdain in the eyes of the city governor's daughter, Duan Lingtian naturally guessed her thoughts, and when he pushed out his palm and was about to intercept her palm strike, he warned. Shameless boasting. The city governor's daughter shouted out in a delicate voice, and her graceful figure flashed out like a ball of flames that swept out to envelop Duan Lingtian, seeming as if she wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he saw the city governor's daughter approaching menacingly. Quick energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the palm strike Duan Lingtian struck out with a bang started to tremble, and the frequency grew faster and faster. In next to no time, the quick energy had arrived at its limit. Finally, the Duan Lingtian and the city lord's daughter exchanged a blow. Boom! An enormous bang sounded out as the terrifying origin energy collided, causing the surrounding air to stagnate, and the airflow flashed to transform into circle after circle of ripples that swept out. Not only that, the arena was now filled with dust, almost shrouding the bodies of the Duan Lingtian and the city lord's daughter. Even so, the group of onlookers still couldn't take their eyes off the scene before them. In their opinion, although the strength of the young man that entered the arena was not bad and possessed a cultivation at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, however, the city governor's daughter was a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist. He was an entire level higher than him. In their opinion, there was no doubt that the city lord's daughter had the upper hand in this exchange of blows. Unfortunately, sometimes imagination and reality were worlds apart. What happened next left them completely dumbfounded. Let go! They only heard a loud shout coming from the arena. The delicate body of the city lord's daughter trembled, and she actually retreated rapidly. How is this possible? The surrounding crowd of onlookers looked at the scene before them in disbelief. Although the strength of the young man was strange, possessing the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, more than an ordinary 5th level nascent soul stage martial artist. But even then, the strength contained within his palm strike was still inferior to the city lord's daughter's strength of 89 ancient mammoths, right? How could he possibly have the upper hand? Is this an act? Many people couldn't help but think in their hearts. Presently, besides Duan Lingtian himself, probably only the city lord's daughter was clear about what had happened earlier. You used inscriptions? The city lord's daughter looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief, and she hesitated for a moment before speaking out. Inscriptions. When the words of the city lord's daughter entered into the ears of the surrounding crowd, it caused the crowd to go into an uproar. F***K. This kid actually used inscriptions. No wonder he was able to defeat someone stronger than him and force the city lord's daughter to retreat in a head-on battle. So it turns out that he used inscriptions. Get off the arena. A shameless villain like you doesn't have the qualifications to continue staying on the arena. Get off the arena. For a time, Duan Lingtian became the target of everyone and aroused the rage of everyone. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort that was like a thunderclap spread out on the arena and entered into the ears of everyone. For a time, the surroundings of the arena were deathly silent. Subsequently, she doesn't have knowledge. Could it be that all of you don't have knowledge as well? Duan Lingtian indifferently swept the crowd of people around the arena with a face of disdain. Which eye of yours saw me use inscriptions? Besides that, if I used inscriptions, I would naturally leave behind traces of the inscriptions. Earlier, did any of you see or even sense the traces of the inscriptions? The surrounding crowd of spectators instantly went silent. He didn't use inscriptions. Right at this moment, the azure-clothed old woman at the side of the arena glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before slowly speaking. Instantly, the surrounding crowd of spectators went silent. Thank you, Senior. Senior has good eyesight, unlike some people. Duan Lingtian nodded to the azure-clothed old woman, then glanced at the city lord's daughter who wore a fiery red light gauze dress, and he seemed to be implying something. You! The city lord's daughter was angered to the point she stomped her feet. Then, with a raise of her hand, A crimson red whip appeared in her hand. Flowing lights flashed around the whip, and it seemed as if strands of scorching flames were burning on it. Along with the city lord's daughter flashing towards Duan Lingtian once more, origin energy flashed on the whip in her hand. In the sky above her, another 380 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Swoosh! The whip tore through the sky and seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate as he exploded out with all his strength, and quake energy appeared, seeming to have transformed into a gale that barely dodged the whip that seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that bit at him. This whip contained the strength of 1,180 ancient mammoths. A grade 5 spirit whip that provides an amplification of almost 38%. What exactly is the background of this Phoenix Nest City's city lord? At the same time that Duan Lingtian dodged, he was greatly shocked in his heart. After all, even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, grade 5 spirit weapons could be counted with one's fingers. Even the sect he was in, the 7-star sword sect, which was called the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only possessed a grade 5 spirit sword that was passed down from generation to generation. Now, the daughter of the Phoenix Nest City Lord had casually withdrawn a grade 5 spirit weapon. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of speechlessness. Rain of flowers. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian heard a light shout, and it was the city lord's daughter that had pursued him. The whip silhouettes that covered the sky flashed through the sky and seemed to have transformed into countless flower silhouettes that enveloped down towards Duan Lingtian, as if it was raining. What a brilliant martial skill! Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. He was able to sense that the whip silhouettes in the hand of the city lord's daughter had practically locked onto his location, causing him to have nowhere to hide. The whip silhouettes that covered the sky seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped him from top to bottom. In the past, Duan Lingtian had encountered a martial skill that was similar to this. However, those martial skills had flaws that could be exploited after all. Unless Duan Lingtian was able to dig a hole and enter the martial skill executed by the city lord's daughter, otherwise it would be difficult for him to charge out of the area enveloped by the rain of flowers that was formed from the whip silhouettes that covered the sky. The surroundings of the combat ring were deathly silent. Everyone stared fixedly at the scene before them, as they were deeply afraid that they would miss out on a single detail. Whoosh! Since he was unable to dodge, Duan Lingtian didn't dodge any longer, and the violet myrtle flexible sword appeared in his hand. Subsequently, origin energy surged out from the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. In the sky, beside the 711 ancient mammoth silhouettes, were another 299 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Violet myrtle flexible sword, a grade 6 spirit sword. It was personally refined by Duan Lingtian, and when it was refined, it was able to provide an amplification of strength by 42% at this moment. The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand had the strength of 1,010 ancient mammoths condensed within it. However, even then, Duan Lingtian's strength was still greatly inferior when compared to the city lord's daughter. Even if it was the quake energy, it was still difficult to surmount such a large gap. Not bad, spirit sword, but unfortunately you're bound to lose today. The voice of the city lord's daughter contained a trace of coldness as the spirit whip in her hand flashed out, and the whip silhouettes that covered the sky enveloped towards Duan Lingtian like a shadow that followed the body, like droplets of rain that struck onto Duan Lingtian. You're so confident. A wisp of a brilliant smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Instantly, as origin energy raged on the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, a strand of strange aura suddenly appeared. As the strange aura appeared abruptly, the energy of heaven and earth above Duan Lingtian roiled once again. The surrounding crowd of spectators were all dumbstruck. Wind force. The pupils of the azure-clothed old woman that stood at the side of the ring couldn't help but constrict. Wind force. Even the red-clothed middle-aged man and the gray-clothed old man in the sky were slightly moved now. They were able to discern. That was a true wind force. It wasn't a wind force seed. This little fellow really scares people to death. The gray-clothed old man couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled and once again added another 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes to Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the strength on Duan Lingtian's sword rose to the limit. The strength of 1,210 ancient mammoths. It completely surpassed the strength of the city governor's daughter's strength of 1,180 ancient mammoths. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian, who was within the whip silhouettes that covered the sky, finally moved. Sword-drawing arts. His sword was like a bolt of lightning as it pointed towards the side of the whip silhouettes that covered the sky. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force had already seen through the martial skill, flower shower, executed by the city governor's daughter, and he instantly found the true location of the whip silhouettes and pointed his sword over. Dragon's finishing touch. This sword strike was instantly fused by Duan Lingtian with the high-grade, profound, rank martial skill. Dragon's finishing touch at the perfection stage. Clang. A light clang sounded out as origin energy collided with each other. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have already seen the scene of the city governor's daughter being repelled by him once again. However, instantly Duan Lingtian noticed that a strand of energy suddenly gushed out from the point of the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand. He clearly saw it. Chapter 4:27. In the blink of an eye, the 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes that suddenly appeared became 80-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes, and then it slowly increased 90-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes, 100-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes. The ceaseless fluctuation was 127 ancient mammoth silhouettes at its peak. Force seed. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. But when his gaze touched the spirit whip in the hands of the city governor's daughter, he instead noticed that within the origin energy that flowed around the spirit whip, there seemed to be a strand of a strange, scorching aura. This aura was extremely familiar to Duan Lingtian. It was the aura of flames. Fire force. It's a fire force seed. Duan Lingtian recognized the ability the city governor's daughter executed now. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's face sank. He felt an enormous force come from the spirit whip of the city governor's daughter, and it gushed into the spirit sword in his hand, gaining the initiative by striking first. Quake energy. Even if Duan Lingtian utilized the quake energy in time, he was only able to offset a portion of the force. Whirlwind. Following this force, Duan Lingtian borrowed the force to flash out, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale as he stood in the distance and looked at the city governor's daughter from afar. If I knew earlier that she'd comprehended a fire force seed, I would have utilized the quake energy at the beginning. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart and felt it was slightly regretful. Duan Lingtian originally thought that even if he didn't utilize the quake energy, his entire strength would be sufficient to crush the city governor's daughter. But the facts proved that he'd underestimated the city governor's daughter. The city governor's daughter was a genius in the martial Tao that had comprehended a fire force seed. In terms of natural talent, she wasn't inferior to him. In terms of comprehension ability, she was the best amongst the younger generation that he'd ever seen. Even the demonic Lotus Blade Sex Saber Young Master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was far inferior to her. If Duan Lingtian had utilized the limit of the quake energy when he attacked, he would have already suppressed the city governor's daughter and obtained the final victory. But unfortunately he didn't. Even if he utilized the quake energy in time later on and dissolved a portion of the city governor's daughter's strength, he was still unable to counter-suppress her. Raising the quake energy to the limit required a process. Just now, there was no time for Duan Lingtian to gradually develop the extreme tremor force. On the arena, Duan Lingtian and the mayor's daughter stood facing each other. The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was still wreaking havoc and throbbing with his essence energy. In the sky above him, 1,210 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes were accumulating force and waiting to be unleashed. The city lord's daughter was the same. Her spirit whip was wrapped with elemental energy. As for the ancient mammoth silhouettes above her head, they fluctuated between 1,260 and 1,307 and were extremely unstable. Moreover, there was no sign of it being annihilated. The fire force seed of the city governor's daughter has practically arrived at the peak of what a nascent soul stage martial artist is able to comprehend. She's already able to completely control the fire force seed to a certain extent, and it won't occasionally show signs of being annihilated like Saber Young Master Saber Force. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He admired this daughter of the city, lord from the bottom of his heart. For a 20-year-old girl to possess such skills, it was simply monstrous. Monstrous to the point it caused one to be shocked. When Duan Lingtian stared fixedly at the city lord's daughter, the city lord's daughter was also looking at Duan Lingtian. Could it be him? The beautiful eyes of the city lord's daughter revealed a trace of bewilderment. Besides that, there was also a trace of shyness that was similar to a young girl in love. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't notice this. When Duan Lingtian and the city lord's daughter stood in confrontation, the surroundings of the arena were once again in an uproar. I truly never imagined that this young man is a freak as well. Yeah, I feel that his strength isn't much inferior to the city lord's daughter, but his strength seems to be inferior to the city lord's daughter. So what if it's inferior? Could it be that you've forgotten that his strength was inferior to the city lord's daughter earlier? Yet didn't he still force her back? For a time, numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Elder Kong, this little fellow's strength seems to be slightly strange. Besides that, his origin energy seems to be able to produce some sort of vibration at an extremely fast frequency, and the feeling it gives me is as if the red-clothed middle-aged man's firm face was filled with astonishment. The demon beast, WYRM Python, the gray-clothed old man finished the sentence and spoke with a serious expression. Exactly, it's a WYRM Python. He's actually grasped the WYRM Python's ability to utilize origin energy that allows the weak to defeat the strong. It's truly shocking. The red-clothed middle-aged man sighed with emotion, and his tone contained slight disbelief mixed within. Perhaps if he knew that the third form of the Nine Dragons war sovereign technique that Duan Lingtian cultivated was the WYRM Python form, then he wouldn't think like this. Young Miss isn't a match for him. The gray-clothed old man shook his head, and a strand of bright light flashed within his muddy eyes. Even though they were separated by a high altitude, he seemed to be able to clearly see the violet-colored figure on the arena. You're not a match for me. On the arena, Duan Lingtian looked at the city lord's daughter. We'll only know if I'm a match for you after we try. The city lord's daughter shouted out in a delicate voice, and her graceful figure flashed out once again, seeming to have transformed into an enraged flaming phoenix that swore to burn Duan Lingtian into ashes. Duan Lingtian was able to discern the rage within the words of the city lord's daughter. He could imagine that the beautiful face beneath the veil was surely filled with rage. Rain of petals! The city lord's daughter swung the grade 5 spirit whip in her hand, and whip images that covered the sky appeared once again, enveloping Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. The origin energy on the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand lightly trembled, and its frequency rose to the limit. Quake energy at the limit. Swish, 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 swish. The whip images that covered the sky sprinkled down as if transforming into drops of swift raindrops, forming an inescapable net that wanted to restrain Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian moved. Sword drawing arts. His sword flashed out like a bolt of lightning, directly flashing towards the grade 5 spirit whip that was pierced through and locked onto by his spiritual force. Finishing touch. The violet myrtle flexible sword drew a sword flower, swiftly pointing out, and a piercing howl sounded out as it descended onto the grade 5 spirit whip, breaking the martial skill of the city lord's daughter once again. Let go! Duan Lingtian's hand trembled as he shouted explosively, wanting to make the city lord's daughter throw away the grade 5 spirit whip in time. But he quickly noticed that the city lord's daughter actually didn't have any intention of letting go. In the end, Duan Lingtian spun the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand, and after dispersing the origin energy on the whip in the hands of the city lord's daughter, his other hand flashed out and locked onto the hand of the city lord's daughter, seizing the grade 5 spirit whip and throwing it to the side. This woman is too eager to be strong. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He quickly reacted and only felt something soft enter his hand, and only then did he notice that he was still holding onto the slender hand of the city lord's daughter. Duan Lingtian noticed that, at this moment, the city lord's daughter didn't have the rage from before, and she glanced at him before lowering her head with the appearance of a little woman. Compared to before, she was like a completely different person. Shit! This scene caused Duan Lingtian to have a bad premonition in his heart, and he hurriedly let go and took a few steps back. Thank you for letting me win. Big brother Lingtian, do you want to see what she looks like? The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. If you want to see, I'll go remove her veil right now. Don't act recklessly. Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse as he restrained her. If the little gold mouse removed the veil of the city lord's daughter, then the city lord's daughter said, "The first man that sees my face must be my husband. Then wouldn't he have died of injustice? This little brother has won. Little brother, congratulations on becoming the son-in-law of the Lord City Lord. Congratulations, little brother." In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the surging crowd in the surroundings of the combat ring was actually congratulating him. This caused him to be speechless. Didn't he say that he'd only come for the soul transformation fruit? Is there something wrong with the ears of these people? Right when Duan Lingtian was about to explain himself. Ha 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 ha! A hearty laugh sounded out from the horizon, and it became clearer and clearer. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look over. He saw a crimson-red figure descend from the sky, and it quickly appeared before his eyes. This was a middle-aged man in a crimson-red robe. The space between his brows emitted a dignified aura, and his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian emitted a bright light. "Lord City Lord!" Waves of respectful voices sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. It was the group of people in the surroundings of the combat ring that were bowing to the red-robed, middle-aged man. "City Lord? Phoenix? Nest City's City Lord?" Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. "Good. Very good. Kid, from today onwards, you're my Feng Wu Dao's son-in-law." The Phoenix Nest City's City Lord, Feng Wu Dao, looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded with satisfaction. He had the feeling that the more a father-in-law looks at his son-in-law, the more interesting it is. "Congratulations, City Lord. Congratulations, City Lord." The group of people in the surroundings of the combat ring congratulated Feng Wu Dao. "Thank you, everyone." Feng Wu Dao laughed heartily, and his mood was extremely good. "City Lord Feng." Duan Lingtian glanced at the young woman that had her head lowered and stood by Feng Wu Dao's side with a slightly bashful expression, and he laughed bitterly. "I think you've misunderstood. I didn't ascend this combat ring today for the sake of your daughter. I only want that soul transformation fruit. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the atmosphere that was brimming with joy came to an abrupt stop. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Numerous gazes came from the surroundings of the combat ring and descended onto Duan Lingtian. The group of people were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Only now did some people recall that this young man had indeed said these words when he ascended the combat ring earlier. But at that time, no one took his words to heart. What did you say? Feng Wudao's face went grim, and in practically an instant, a formidable aura swept out from his body to press down onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face went grim. Feng Wudao's aura descended onto his body, pressing down on him to the point his internal organs trembled. In the end, Duan Lingtian was truly unable to endure it, and his body trembled. Pooh! He forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian struggled to raise his head, and he looked at Feng Wudao in astonishment with a face full of fear. The strength of this Feng Wudao is so strong. I'm not afraid in the slightest, even if it's the aura of an ordinary void initiation stage expert. His aura is actually able to injure me. Chapter 428. Kid, do you think the groom search competition held by my city governor's estate is a game? Or do you think no one wants my daughter? You think you can marry her just because you want to, and you don't because you don't want to? Feng Wudao glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian as he shouted out with a deep voice. Now, when he saw Duan Lingtian actually only spat out a mouthful of blood under the envelopment of his imposing aura, a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed past Feng Wudao's eyes. Originally, as far as he was concerned, his imposing aura was sufficient to crush Duan Lingtian, a mere fifth-level nascent soul stage martial artist, to the point he went limp on the ground. Where do you place the dignity of my city governor's estate by doing this? Where do you place my daughter's face? Feng Wudao's voice abruptly became stern. Whoosh! An even stronger, imposing aura flashed out to sweep towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's already pale face went pale, and he felt as if his entire body was at the center of a storm, and he was on the verge of collapse. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young woman with a pair of slightly red autumn eyes that stood by Feng Wudao's side, and at the same time that he spat out another mouthful of blood, he laughed bitterly. City Governor Feng, when I ascended the combat ring, I told your daughter that I'm only here for the soul transformation fruit. You really don't fancy me? The city governor's daughter's autumn eyes were filled with tears as she stared at Duan Lingtian, and her gentle and pleasant voice contained slight excitement mixed within. Duan Lingtian sighed. I haven't even seen your appearance, so how could I possibly take a liking to you? But I've indeed only come here for the soul transformation fruit, and I have no other intentions. If I can't only take the soul transformation fruit, then I'll be disturbing you. Farewell. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian looked at the city governor's daughter and smiled apologetically. Then he turned around with the intention of leaving. Do you think my city governor's estate is a place you can come and go as you please? At the instant Duan Lingtian turned around, he felt a voice that seemed to have condensed into a sharp arrow that fiercely pierced into his ears and shook his eardrums to the point they trembled. A power that he could not resist instantly spread throughout his body. In the next moment, he felt powerless and his consciousness gradually blurred. The group of people outside the arena gradually disappeared before his eyes. Creak, creak! Before he fainted, he only heard the little gold mouse's furious cries by his ears, and then he completely lost consciousness. When Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he felt a soreness all over his body. It hurts. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and only now did he notice that he was lying on a luxurious bed and was in a spacious room. You're awake. At this moment, the door opened, and a fiery red figure walked in. She was holding a plate, and on the plate was a bowl of fragrant meat porridge. Duan Lingtian's stomach grumbled when he smelled the porridge. "Why am I here?" Duan Lingtian shook his slightly dizzy head and asked as he looked at the veiled, red-clothed young woman before him, the daughter of the city governor. "You were knocked unconscious by my father and have been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. My father's temper is like that. Don't take it to heart." The daughter of the city governor placed the porridge at the side and helped Duan Lingtian to lie down. After that, she removed her veil and held up the bowl of porridge, scooped up a spoonful and blew on it before passing it to Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. "It's been 3 days, you're surely hungry." But the current Duan Lingtian was instead dumbstruck. At the instant the daughter of the city governor removed her veil, he was completely dumbstruck. After the veil fell, a peerlessly beautiful face that could captivate even birds and beasts appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Her black brows were like a painting, her eyes were like 2 drops of autumn water. Her fine nose, red lips, white teeth, and natural and tranquil facial features outlined a perfect outline, and she was beautiful to the point it was suffocating. She was like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that his heart had completely calmed down because of the woman's appearance. "You are so beautiful," Duan Lingtian muttered. The beauty of the woman was breathtaking. "You should eat the porridge." The woman's beautiful face was crimson red, as if it could drip blood. She was as gentle as water, and was completely different from the valiant woman who had fought with Duan Lingtian on the arena earlier. She was like fire at every turn, and like water at every turn. This was Duan Lingtian's impression of the woman in his heart. Duan Lingtian allowed the woman to pour a mouthful of porridge for him. When the porridge entered his stomach, he only felt a burst of warmth rising. I still don't know your name?" the woman asked somewhat timidly. "I'm Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and looked at the woman. "What about you?" "Feng Tianwu." The woman lightly smiled sweetly. "I'm truly sorry about the matter from before. I really wasn't prepared." Duan Lingtian had an apologetic expression when he recalled the matter from that day. Feng Tianwu seemed to have recalled the matter from that day when she heard this, and she faintly sighed. "You don't blame my father. My father did it for me. Perhaps it's really because your conditions are too similar to the person in my destiny. So my father isn't willing to let you leave, just like this. The person in your destiny." When he heard Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian seemed to be unable to make sense of it. "What destiny?" Feng Tianwu continued feeding Duan Lingtian the porridge as she slowly explained. "Actually, my father, Grandpa Kong, and Grandma Su only came to this city a few years ago. At that time, this city wasn't called Phoenix Nest City yet." Duan Lingtian was surprised, as he never imagined that the city governor, Feng Wudao, was actually not a member of this city in the past. After Feng Wudao arrived, he'd become the city governor in a short few years, and he'd even obtained the respect of the residents of Phoenix Nest City. Such ability was shocking. "Then where did all of you come from?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Dark Han Dynasty." Feng Tianwu slowly spoke. "Dark Han Dynasty." Duan Lingtian was shocked. When he recalled Feng Tianwu's natural talent in the martial Dao and Feng Wudao's unfathomable strength, he came to an understanding. Perhaps only a person from the Dark Han Dynasty would be able to possess such terrifying natural talent and strength. "The destiny you spoke of earlier is—" Duan Lingtian asked curiously when he recalled what Feng Tianwu had said earlier. Feng Tianwu sighed faintly and said slowly that was the fate that my great-grandmother had divined for me. She was a powerful clairvoyant, and she was also the person I respected the most in my life. But for the sake of divining a path of survival for an inauspicious person like me, she instead exhausted the last 20 years of her lifespan. As she finished speaking, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was covered in traces of tears. Diviner? Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he heard this. Could it be that this diviner was similar to those fortune tellers of my previous life? But in my previous life, Duan Lingtian had never believed in this. Don't be sad. Since your great-grandmother chose to do this, it's sufficient to show that she loved you dearly. I presume that even if she knew in the netherworld, she wouldn't be willing to see you like this. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't believe in divination or destiny, but Feng Tianwu's current weeping appearance still caused him to be unable to bear it, and he hurriedly persuaded her. Under his persuasion, Feng Tianwu finally recovered. Do you feel that the so-called destiny is very illusory? Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian's eyes and suddenly asked. Feng Tianwu's pair of beautiful eyes were pure and flawless like two beautiful gems, and it caused Duan Lingtian's mind to shake. He didn't deny this question of Feng Tianwu's and nodded. Feng Tianwu slowly said, At the beginning, I wasn't willing to believe it as well, until the last time on the groom search competition, at the moment when I felt that my strength was inferior to yours. I finally believed that the destiny my great-grandmother divined for me wasn't illusory. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu with interest. Do you know why my father brought me to this city at the extreme south of the Darkstone Empire? Feng Tianwu asked and answered her own question. It's precisely because of the destiny my great-grandmother divined for me. According to what my great-grandmother said, when I was 20 years old, I would meet the man of my destiny in the southernmost city of the Darkstone Empire, Phoenix Nest City. When she spoke up to hear, Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face flushed red. So after my father became the city governor of the city, he changed the name of this city to Phoenix Nest City. My great-grandmother said that the man of my destiny came from the south. During the year I was 20 years old, he would appear at a certain period of time. She asked my father to hold a groom search competition for me at that time and use the soul transformation fruit she left behind as my dowry. Feng Tianwu continued, I just happened to be 20 years old this year. My father believed my great-grandmother's words very much, and he held a groom search competition for me during the period of time my great-grandmother spoke of, all for the sake of waiting for the man of my destiny to appear. The 10 days of the groom search competition was precisely the period of time my great-grandmother divined that the man would appear. According to my great-grandmother's words, that man wouldn't be more than 25 years old, and he would defeat me during the groom search competition. With my strength, not to mention in this remote city of the Darkstone Empire, even if it's in the entire Darkhan dynasty, a young genius below the age of 25 that's capable of defeating me is an existence that's rare like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. During the first 9 days of the groom search competition, even though many people had come, yet not a single one of them was a match for me. A thought arose in my heart when I saw the arrival of the 10th day. Perhaps my great-grandmother was wrong. Until you appeared and defeated me, only then did I know that the destiny my great-grandmother spent 20 years of her lifespan to divine for me wasn't a blind guess. After she finished speaking, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, You're from the south? Feng Tianwu's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to recover from his shock for a short period of time. To him, everything Feng Tianwu said was truly too profound. Destiny? He didn't believe in this. Yes, I'm from the south, but perhaps all of this is only a coincidence. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Tianwu he was from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was indeed at the south of the Inkstone Empire. Coincidence? Feng Tianwu shook her head and went silent for a short moment before saying, Don't worry, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. I didn't mean it like that. Chapter 429. Although he said it was a coincidence, he was still extremely shocked in his heart. One had to know that if all this was true, then the great-grandmother of the girl in front of him was really inhuman. She could even know when he would arrive at this phoenix nest city from divination. The most important thing was still that soul transformation fruit. Just now, Feng Tianwu's words had explained the origin of the soul transformation fruit. That was the dowry that the old lady had left for Feng Tianwu. In other words, if he wanted to get the soul transformation fruit, he had to marry Feng Tianwu. If it was in the past, when those two girls, Ke and Li Fei, were not by his side, perhaps he would have directly agreed to marry Feng Tianwu. After all, Feng Tianwu's conditions were not bad at all. She was as beautiful as a flower, and her background was astonishing. But now, with Ke and Li Fei, it was equivalent to having an additional responsibility. If possible, he did not want to hurt the two girls. Moreover, he only admired Feng Tianwu now, and did not have the feelings for her. He also did not have that kind of amazement and desire when he saw Li Fei back then. Perhaps it was because he already had Ke and Li Fei. That was why it was like this. All in all, this feeling was very complicated. I don't mean that. I just feel that it's a little sudden. Moreover, you and I have only just met, and there are no feelings between us. Could it be that you are willing to marry someone you don't know as your wife? Duan Lingtian asked Feng Tianwu. Hearing this, Feng Tianwu's red lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something but did not say it. Elder brother Duan, I'll go out first. You have to recuperate well. Feng Tianwu sighed faintly before leaving with the tray that had the empty bowl on it, and she left behind a beautiful back view for Duan Lingtian. She seems to have something she can't say. Duan Lingtian frowned. He saw Feng Tianwu's actions clearly just now. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled, and with a bang, the door was knocked open. A beam of golden light shone on the edge of the bed beside Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, you're finally awake. The little gold mouse looked at Duan Lingtian as she danced with joy, and when she communicated with Duan Lingtian via voice transmission, she seemed to have slight excitement mixed within. Little Gold, what happened after I fainted? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Oh, you were knocked unconscious by that Feng Wu Dao last time. As he listened to the little gold mouse's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards everything that happened that day. In the end, Feng Wu Dao didn't make things difficult for him and Little Gold. He then brought them both into the city, Lord's mansion. He even gave him a great recovery pill. Big brother Lingtian, I think big sister Tianwu is pretty good. Are you going to marry her? The little gold mouse blinked her jade green eyes as she sized up Duan Lingtian with interest. Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse. You little fellow, you're just a little kid. Don't meddle in the affairs of adults. My injuries have more or less recovered. Accompany me for a walk. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to change his clothes and leave the room with the little gold mouse. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking sounded out. The door isn't closed. Along with Duan Lingtian's reply, the half-closed door was opened, and an aged figure walked in slowly. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the person. It was precisely the azure-clothed old woman that was on the combat ring during the spouse search competition that day. She was also the grandma Su that Feng Tianwu spoke of. Thump! A scene that caused Duan Lingtian to feel disbelief appeared. Grandma Su didn't say anything before walking before his bed and directly kneeling on the ground. Senior, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he hurriedly got off the bed with the intention of helping Grandma Su up. But unfortunately, Grandma Su's cultivation was much stronger than his, and no matter how he pulled, he was unable to help Grandma Su up from kneeling there. Senior, Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. No matter what it is, stand up and speak. When he saw Grandma Su still didn't react, Duan Lingtian put on a stern expression. If you still don't stand up, then I'll leave directly. Grandma Su stood up when she heard this. Young Master Ling Tian. Grandma Su bowed respectfully to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised that Grandma Su knew his name, and presumably Grandma Su had already met Feng Tianwu before coming here. Senior, if there's anything, then speak frankly. Young Master Ling Tian, the young miss ought to have told you about destiny, right? Grandma Su asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then do you know that if you, the man of her destiny, don't unite with her, she won't be able to live past the age of 30? Grandma Su sighed. What? Duan Ling Tian's face went grim. Senior, what's actually going on? I knew it. The young miss is so kind and would surely not tell you this. Grandma Su continued. The young miss was born different from ordinary people. She possesses the extremely rare fire spirit body. Fire spirit body. Duan Ling Tian was first stunned when he heard Grandma Su. When he searched the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and found out what the innate fire spirit body represented, his face went ghastly pale. The fire spirit body was an extremely domineering innate spirit body, and it was extremely rare. In the history of Cloud Continent, it wasn't only the fire spirit body that appeared, but also the water spirit body, lightning spirit body, wind spirit body. Practically all of them had appeared. But the possessors of these innate spirit bodies were rarely able to live past the age of 30, because once they reached the age of 30, the strength of the innate spirit body would completely erupt, and the possessor of the innate spirit body would be unable to endure the pressure and directly explode to death. Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes, and he'd once encountered a possessor of the water spirit body. That possessor of the water spirit body possessed extraordinary natural talent before the age of 30, and when his cultivation stepped into the 7th level of the void prying stage, he relied on the water spirit body to comprehend 3rd level water concept. When he utilized all his ability, his strength even completely crushed an ordinary 1st and 2nd level void initiation stage martial artist. However, at the age of 30, this possessor of the water spirit body was unable to endure the eruption of the water spirit energy within his body, and his body exploded to death. That person was a good friend of Samsara Emperor Wu's in his first lifetime. He was also the one and only possessor of a spirit body that Samsara Emperor Wu had encountered in his 2 lifetimes. It was precisely because of this good friend that Samsara Emperor Wu had once deeply understood innate spirit bodies like the water spirit body and fire spirit body through various ancient books. In the end, he obtained a conclusion. People that possessed miraculous, innate spirit bodies were practically unable to live past the age of 30, because the strength of an innate spirit body would erupt when the possessor of the innate spirit body was 30. Whereas there were only 2 methods to solve this problem. The first was to break through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30. According to the judgment of Samsara Emperor Wu, if one's cultivation broke through to the void transformation stage, then one would be able to forcefully endure the eruption of the innate spirit body at the age of 30. Otherwise, even if one was at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage, one would still die without a doubt. But unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to break through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30, and it was equivalent to a fantasy story. The second method was to find a possessor of a spirit body of opposite attributes and combine the 2. In this way, the strength of the 2 spirit bodies would be able to obtain resistance and relief through the combination of yin and yang, and the situation of the eruption of the innate spirit body wouldn't occur when the possessor was 30. For example, Feng Tianwu. She possessed the fire spirit body, and if she was able to find a man with the water spirit body or the ice spirit body to become husband and wife, then once they were united, they would be able to nip the danger in the bud. I never imagined that she's actually a possessor of the fire spirit body. Duan Lingtian sighed and felt pity for Feng Tianwu. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, possessors of spirit bodies could be said to be existences that were favored by the heavens to a certain extent. because their natural talent and comprehension ability were usually extremely high, especially in the aspect of force comprehension. They even possessed a unique advantage. For example, Feng Tianwu's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, yet she'd already comprehended the peak fire force seed. Once she broke through to the void prying stage, she would be able to directly comprehend elementary fire force. However, even though possessors of spirit bodies possessed natural talent and comprehension ability that caused others to be envious and even jealous, yet they would have to face the danger of life and death at the age of 30. In the history of Cloud Continent, there were very few possessors of spirit bodies that were able to live past the age of 30. Senior, I don't possess the water spirit body, nor the ice spirit body. Even if I marry Tianwu and unite with her, I'm afraid I'm unable to resolve her danger. Duan Lingtian looked at Grandma Su and sighed. I don't know anything about water spirit body or ice spirit body. I only know that this is the destiny that the Lord Priest divined for the young Mississippi, whereas you are the man in the young Miss Destiny. So long as you unite with the young Miss, you'll naturally be able to resolve the danger on the young Mississippi. Grandma Su shook her head and had blind trust towards the Lord Priest that she spoke of. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Isn't this messing around? Firstly, he was unable to allow Feng Tianwu to possess a cultivation at the void transformation stage before the age of 30. Secondly, he didn't possess the water spirit body nor the ice spirit body, so he was unable to go against and alleviate the energy of the spirit body within Feng Tianwu's body. So as far as he was concerned, even if Feng Tianwu really married him, he would be unable to help Feng Tianwu. Grandma Su! Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when the old woman knelt down once more, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless once more. This Grandma Su was a void stage expert at any rate, yet before a mere nascent soul stage martial artist like him, she knelt down without any grace at all. If Duan Lingtian were to use a word to describe her, it would probably only be the word rascal. However, Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart. The reason Grandma Su was like this was because she was too concerned about Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian sighed. Grandma Su, stand up. Marriage is an important matter, and it isn't something that Kerr can play in. Even if I'm willing, I still have to seek the opinion of the elders in the family, right? In the end, under Duan Lingtian's persuasion, Grandma Su finally stood up, right at this moment. Young master, the Lord City Governor has asked you to go to the audience hall. A voice entered the room and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Young master? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Is this considered to be a forced marriage? Then City Governor Feng is looking for me. Could it be that it's because of Tianwu? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then he brought along the little gold mouse and greeted Grandma Su before walking out of the room. Chapter 430. City Governor's Estate, Audience Hall. Duan Lingtian walked into the audience hall and saw the city governor, Feng Wu Dao, who sat at the head seat at the center with a glance. Feng Tianwu had once again put on her veil and stood by Feng Wu Dao's side. Although her appearance was concealed by the veil, her beautiful figure was clearly visible, and it caused one's heart to palpitate. Besides Feng Wu Dao and his daughter, there were another 4 people in the audience hall. 2 middle-aged men with extraordinary bearings in luxurious clothes, a young man with a severed arm, and a young woman. Squeak, squeak! When Duan Lingtian recognized the one-armed young man and the woman, the little gold mouse that stood on his shoulder looked at the one-armed young man as well, and she bared her fangs and brandished her claws, and her jade-green eyes were filled with provocation. This young man with a severed arm was precisely the person that failed to forcefully buy Little Gold in the restaurant that day and made a move against him, and in the end had his arm crippled by Little Gold. He seemed to be called Changhui, city governor. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wu Dao and lightly nodded as he greeted. Feng Wu Dao nodded, then looked at the 2 middle-aged men and said slowly, These two are the patriarchs of our Phoenix Nest cities, Chong clan and Qian clan. They've come to look for you this time. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked at the patriarchs of the Chong clan and Qian clan. Their cultivations were extraordinary, and they were both existences at the void prying stage. Patriarchs have come to denounce me for my crimes. Duan Lingtian looked at the two of them and smiled lightly. We don't dare. The Chong clan's patriarch hurriedly shook his head, then raised his hand to withdraw a luminous pearl that was the size of an adult's fist and passed it to Duan Lingtian as he said humbly, Young master, my son was rude a few days ago, and I hope you can be magnanimous and not fuss about it with my son. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the luminous pearl in the Chong clan's patriarch's hand, and he was slightly surprised. If such a large luminous pearl were to be auctioned off, it would at least be able to be auctioned off for a few tens of millions of gold. To a certain extent, a luminous pearl like this could be considered to be a rare treasure. Master Chong is too polite. It's just a small matter. I've already forgotten about it. Although he said this, the speed of Duan Lingtian's hand wasn't slow in the slightest as he nimbly received the luminous pearl from the Chong clan's patriarch and weighed it in his hand. Then I'll thank Patriarch Chong for his generous gift. It's good that young master likes her. The head of the Chong family squeezed out a smile, but his heart was bleeding. This lunar pearl was something he'd obtained at the auction in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city all those years ago for 30 million gold. Now he'd given it away just like that. However, he also knew that he had to give it away. The person in front of him was the city lord's son-in-law. As the current generation patriarch of the Chong clan that had been passed down in the city for a few hundred years, he'd personally witnessed the rise of the city governor, Fengwu Dao. Fengwu Dao had just arrived in their city a few years ago. As soon as he arrived, he defeated the city lord of this city and entered the city lord's mansion, becoming the new master of this city. He even changed the name of this city to Phoenix Nest City. No one knew how strong this city governor's strength was. He only knew that after the former city governor that was defeated by Fengwu Dao was expelled from Phoenix Nest City, he was unwilling in his heart and found a formidable void initiation stage martial artist to deal with Fengwu Dao. The final outcome. The former city governor and the void initiation stage expert he found were dead. From that moment onwards, no one in Phoenix Nest City dared question Fengwu Dao's strength. Young master, this is our Qian clan's compensation. The Qian clan's patriarch withdrew a necklace formed from a string of 7 colored gems and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the 7 different colored gems strung on this necklace were all pure natural gems of extraordinary value. In terms of value, the 7 gems combined wasn't inferior to the night luminescent pearl the Chong clan's patriarch gave. Thank you, Patriarch Qian. Duan Lingtian received it without the slightest trace of politeness and accepted the compensation and apology of the patriarchs of the Chong and Qian clans. Don't worry, patriarchs. I was only playing around with Brother Chong and young Miss Qian that day. It's only a small matter. I won't take it to heart. Duan Lingtian said to the 2 patriarchs of the Chong and Qian clans. This caused the corners of the latter's mouth to twitch. Chong Hui's expression was extremely unsightly. Playing around? Just for fun, he crippled one of his arms? Of course, he didn't dare say it out loud. He knew that since the young man before him was already the son-in-law of their Phoenix Nest City's city governor, even if the Chong and Qian clans exhausted all their strength, they would still be unable to do anything to the young man. The city governor alone was sufficient to sweep through their Chong and Qian clans. So he could only grit his teeth and swallow all this pain. The 4 members of the Chong and Qian clans heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian didn't have the intention to pursue the matter. After bidding farewell to the city governor, Fengwu Dao, the 4 of them left directly. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Fengwu Dao shouted out in shock, causing Duan Lingtian's mind to greatly shake, and he turned around to look at Feng Wu Dao with a bitter smile on his face. He knew that what should come would always come. City Governor Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wu Dao and was neither servile nor overbearing. "You're really unwilling to marry my daughter." As Feng Wu Dao spoke, a terrifying aura swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian. And right when Duan Lingtian's face went pale and was about to mobilize his origin energy to resist, whoosh! A burst of fragrance assaulted his nose, and a beautiful figure was a step ahead and blocked in front of him, blocking Feng Wu Dao's aura. Pooh! Her graceful and delicate figure trembled as she forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body was on the verge of collapse. Wu! Feng Wu Dao's face went pale, and he hurriedly withdrew his aura. As if transforming into a gust of wind, he instantly arrived before Feng Tianwu and fed her a medicinal pill. Feng Tianwu's face was ghastly pale and only recovered slightly after a long time. She'd only just recovered when she said to Feng Wu Dao, "Father, don't make things difficult for elder brother Duan." Tian Wu! Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he saw Feng Tianwu being injured because of him. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at Feng Wu Dao. "City Governor, Grandma Su has already told me about everything related to Tian Wu. I have a certain level of understanding of the fire spirit body, but I don't possess the water spirit body or the ice spirit body, and I'm afraid it's difficult for me to help Tian Wu. Elder brother Duan, you know everything?" Feng Tianwu's beautiful face recovered some color with great difficulty, and she couldn't help but look over when she heard Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and sighed. "Tian Wu, you should have told me earlier. If I really had a way to help you, I wouldn't stand by idly." When Feng Tian Wu heard Duan Lingtian, her beautiful face was unknowingly tainted with a wisp of crimson red. "Kid, what you mean is that you're willing to take Tian Wu as your wife." Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that burned like torches. "City Governor, I feel that what you're thinking in your heart isn't to marry Tian Wu off, but to help her get rid of the calamity of the fire spirit body, right?" Duan Lingtian didn't answer Feng Wu Dao and replied with a question instead. "Exactly." Feng Wu Dao nodded, then said, "But according to the divination of my grandmother, the one and only priest in the Dark Han dynasty that was capable of seeing through the secrets of the heavens, only the union of Tian Wu and the man in her destiny would be able to get rid of the calamity she'll face at the age of 30. City Governor, I know this, Tian Wu told me before, but according to my understanding of innate spirit bodies, the fire spirit body possesses the fire spirit body. Tian Wu possesses the fire spirit body, and there are only 2 ways to avoid the calamity at the age of 30. Duan Lingtian said slowly, "The first is to find the possessor of the water spirit body or ice spirit body and unite with Tian Wu. The second is to allow Tian Wu to step into the void transformation stage before the age of 30 and use the strength of a void transformation stage expert to suppress the fire spirit energy that erupts at the age of 30. Duan Lingtian spoke in a methodical manner, and it caused Feng Wu Dao to be unable to refrain from frowning. After a short while, Feng Wu Dao's brows eased up. "What you said makes sense, but innate spirit bodies are extremely rare existences. In the history of the Dark Han dynasty, the appearance of the last possessor of an innate spirit body can be traced back to 1,000 years ago. How could it be easy to find the possessor of the water spirit body or ice spirit body? Moreover, how do you know you don't possess the water spirit body or ice spirit body? According to my knowledge, many possessors of innate spirit bodies only awakened when they were close to the age of 30. As Feng Wu Dao spoke up to hear, he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Perhaps you're one of these concealed innate spirit bodies." Duan Lingtian froze, then laughed bitterly. "Possessors of innate spirit bodies are extremely rare. How could there be such a coincidence?" "Coincidence?" Feng Wu Dao said indifferently. "Then I want to ask you, For the sake of Wu Er's destiny, I came to Phoenix Nest City in advance and prepared for a few years. Why did you just happen to appear at this moment? Moreover, since you're from the south, you've also come for the sake of the soul transformation fruit my grandmother left behind as Wu Er's dowry. Don't you think all of this is too coincidental? Feng Wu Dao replied with a question. Duan Lingtian was speechless. This was indeed a coincidence that was bizarre. Duan Lingtian sighed. All right, I'll take it that I'm the possessor of the water spirit body or ice spirit body that hasn't awakened. But, city governor, don't you think it's too rash to make me marry Tianwu so abruptly? You don't know anything about my character, background, or family background. Aren't you afraid that Tianwu will suffer if she follows me? You dare! Feng Wu Dao abruptly shouted out explosively, and a shapeless wave of air swept out in all directions, causing the tables and chairs in the hall to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. Duan Lingtian secretly broke out in cold sweat. Being strong meant being awesome. Just a casual shout was enough to shake the earth and shake the mountains. Father, don't scare elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows knit together as she spoke with a slightly unhappy tone. Feng Wu Dao restrained the aura on his body and sighed. They all say that girls side with their husbands, and it's really like this. You haven't even married him, yet you're already protecting him. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed red as if blood would drip out from it. At the same time, she snuck a glance at Duan Lingtian, and when she noticed that Duan Lingtian was looking at her as well, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Duan Lingtian was astounded. It could be said that he and Feng Tianwu had gotten to know each other through a fight, but now he was able to discern that Feng Tianwu seemed to have feelings for him. What's going on? He was unable to wrap his head around it. Could it be that my charm is really so great? Chapter 431. It could be imagined. If Feng Wu Dao knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking now, he would surely directly swing a slap over and send Duan Lingtian flying. However, Feng Tianwu's first awakening of love towards Duan Lingtian was true. Feng Tianwu, a proud daughter of the heavens. As the possessor of the fire spirit body, her natural talent was resolute since she was young, and no one in the same generation was able to surpass her. This also fostered the arrogance in her heart. However, along with the appearance of Duan Lingtian and defeating her, all of this arrogance completely collapsed. Coupled with her having firmly believed that Duan Lingtian was the man in her destiny, so Duan Lingtian's status in her eyes was especially different. This was also the reason why Duan Lingtian felt that Feng Tianwu was like a completely different person. Feng Tianwu's heart was already on him now. If she wasn't gentle to him, then who would she be gentle to? The matters of the heart had always been extremely miraculous, and it was difficult to explain clearly. City governor. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wu Dao and said, "There's one more thing that I feel there's a need to tell you, and Tian Wu. I already have 2 fiancés. What?" Feng Wu Dao's face went grim as he said angrily, "Kid, not only do you have 2 fiancés, you have 2? Tell me where they are, and I'll deal with them right away. How can the daughter of Feng Wu Dao, share a husband with another woman?" Feng Wu Dao's words caused Duan Lingtian's face to sink. "City Governor Feng, there are some things that can't be spoken carelessly." Humph. Feng Wu Dao grunted angrily and wanted to continue speaking, yet he was interrupted by Feng Tianwu. "Father, if you continue like this, then I'll ignore you in the future." Feng Tianwu panted with rage, and her breath was like orchids, causing the veil on her face to flutter along with it. Feng Wu Dao was like a frosted eggplant when he heard Feng Tianwu. All right, father won't speak of it. He was not afraid of anything, but he was most afraid of this precious daughter of his. "Brat, Since my daughter is going to marry you, she has to be your wife. As for the two women beside you, I'll take a step back and let them be your concubines." Feng Wu Dao's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian knitted his brows and replied via voice transmission, "City Lord Feng, I'm sorry. My woman doesn't have the distinction of wife and concubine. Moreover, I've never promised to marry Tianwu." "Brat, what's wrong with my daughter?" Feng Wu Dao's voice transmission contained slight rage mixed within, yet he didn't dare flare up directly. After all, Feng Tianwu was right beside him. "Tianwu is very good. It's just that I don't have that kind of feeling for her right now. Besides that, I'll do my best to help her. If I'm really a possessor of the water spirit body or ice spirit body, I can marry Tianwu and unite with her. Moreover, I can slowly develop feelings for her." Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. Feng Tianwu was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding women he'd seen in this lifetime. In terms of appearance, she wasn't inferior to Kerr and Li Fei. In terms of bearing, perhaps it was because of her extraordinary birth, she even surpassed Kerr and Li Fei slightly. "Ha!" Duan Lingtian's voice transmission had only just entered Feng Wu Dao's ears when Feng Wu Dao started roaring with laughter. This caused Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu to be dumbstruck. After a long time, Feng Wu Dao's laughter stopped, and he looked at Feng Tianwu. "Wu, father will listen to you and won't force him any longer. Children and grandchildren have their own fortune, and father won't ask about how far you'll go with him in the future. But father still has to remind you that sometimes happiness is something you have to rely on yourself to pursue. Once you miss it, you might regret it for your entire lifetime." "I know, father." Feng Tianwu's beautiful face turned even redder from Feng Wu Dao's words. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. "Looks like my words have moved Feng Wu Dao and caused Feng Wu Dao to dispel the thought of forcing a marriage." Duan Lingtian. Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, "Since you're not considered to be Wu's fiancé now, then her dowry, the soul transformation fruit, naturally can't be given to you. When you really become my son-in-law, I'll give the soul transformation fruit to you as Wu's dowry." Duan Lingtian nodded. Even though the soul transformation fruit was precious, it was extremely helpful to him. But he wouldn't pretend to agree to the marriage agreement between him and Feng Tianwu for the sake of the soul transformation fruit. In this way, it would be too unfair to Feng Tianwu. "Looks like I've really changed quite a bit. I wonder if this is good or bad." Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. If it was the him from his previous life, he would absolutely not have the slightest resistance towards a beauty like Feng Tianwu. Whereas in this lifetime, he had an additional responsibility. As far as he was concerned, if he were to blindly make a marriage agreement with Feng Tianwu before he had feelings for Feng Tianwu, then not only would it be unfair to Feng Tianwu, it would also be unfair to Kerr and Li Fei. "Even though I can't give you the soul transformation fruit, but I know of a place that ought to be able to help you break through the shackles of your spiritual force and allow your spiritual force to step into the void-prying stage." Feng Wu Dao continued. Duan Lingtian's face went grim. "City governor, that formidable spiritual force that day was yours?" Duan Lingtian recalled that when he wanted to use his spiritual force to detect Feng Tianwu's cultivation outside the combat ring that day, there was once a formidable spiritual force that suppressed his spiritual force back. Fortunately, that formidable spiritual force didn't have any ill intent and held back, otherwise his soul would surely be injured. After all, spiritual force came from the soul. Moreover, an injury to the soul and an injury to the body were two completely different concepts. The latter could be healed with ordinary healing medicinal pills. However, the former required a special healing pill of the 3rd grade or above to help him heal completely. Now, when he heard Feng Wu Dao speak of the depth of his spiritual force, the first thing he thought of was that the owner of that formidable spiritual force was Feng Wu Dao. It wasn't mine. Feng Wu Dao shook his head and smiled lightly. It was Elder Kong's. As for the level of your spiritual force, it was Elder Kong who told me. Elder Kong? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Elder brother Duan is the Grandpa Kong I told you about. Grandpa Kong is extremely formidable. Feng Tianwu lightly smiled as she spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't doubt Feng Tianwu's words. That day, that formidable spiritual force suppressed his spiritual force to the point it didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Duan Lingtian made a preliminary estimation. The owner of that spiritual force, that Elder Kong, was at least in existence at the void initiation stage, or even stronger. City Governor, you said earlier that there's a place that's able to assist my spiritual force in breaking through the final shackles of my soul and breaking through to the void prying stage. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and his face burned when he recalled what Feng Wu Dao had said earlier. He wanted to obtain the soul transformation fruit, and it was undoubtedly for the sake of allowing his spiritual force to break through. Now that he was unable to obtain the soul transformation fruit, he naturally wouldn't miss the chance when he heard there was another way to allow his spiritual force to break through. Father, you're talking about the soul cleanse pool. Feng Wu Dao hadn't spoken when Feng Tianwu had already asked. Exactly, it's precisely the soul cleanse pool. The soul cleanse pool will open in another 3 months. Feng Wu Dao nodded. Soul cleanse pool. Duan Lingtian was stunned. I'll let Wu tell you the specifics later. According to Elder Kong, you're an inscription master just like him. During the 3 months before the soul cleanse pool opens, go over to Elder Kong if you have the time, and allow Elder Kong, this inscription master, to guide you in the art of inscription, and it's sufficient to allow you to enjoy boundless benefits. Feng Wu Dao finished speaking in a single breath, then waved his hand. Both of you can leave. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu left the city governor's estate side by side. On the way, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, Tianwu, what's with the soul cleanse pool? The soul cleanse pool is a miraculous pool in the southern area of the Darkstone Empire. That place is enveloped by an inscription formation formed from the combination of some inscriptions, and it opens once every 3 years. Every time it opens, the soul cleanse pool will accumulate a certain amount of spirit energy. Feng Tianwu slowly introduced. The spirit energy within the soul cleanse pool is able to improve a martial artist's comprehension ability to a certain extent. According to Grandpa Kong, it's none other than tempering the soul. Tempering the soul? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he revealed a shocked expression. Yes, tempering the soul. Feng Tianwu nodded and said, but the improvement of the soul cleanse pool towards the soul is extremely limited. It's even to the extent that if a person that has entered it once before enters it again, the effect will decrease progressively, and it's practically no effect. This is similar to consuming spirit fruits. Consuming the same type of spirit fruit would cause the medicinal strength to decrease greatly. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and at the same time he asked, Tianwu, once the so-called spirit energy within the soul cleanse pool is absorbed by someone, it requires a certain amount of time to accumulate and recover? Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded. Then have you been there before? Duan Lingtian asked. I've entered the soul cleanse pool once 3 years ago, and Grandpa Kong said my soul had strengthened slightly. Grandpa Kong said that the soul cleanse pool only improves the souls of martial artists below the void prying stage, and martial artists at the void prying stage and above would only be wasting their efforts. Feng Tianwu continued. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he had a certain level of understanding towards the soul cleanse pool. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he'd once encountered a similar place during his second lifetime. But that place wasn't enveloped by a man-made inscription formation, and it was formed naturally. Later on, he dug all the way down in the depths of the pool, and he actually found a spirit fruit that was capable of strengthening the soul. Whereas the spirit energy contained within the pool water is actually the energy emitted by that spirit fruit. It's similar to the fragrance of the Monkey King wine. Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Looks like there might be some secrets within the soul cleanse pool. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Perhaps a spirit fruit that's capable of strengthening the soul is concealed within the depths of the soul cleanse pool. Merely the spirit energy emitted from it is sufficient to assist one in improving the soul, and once consumed, the medicinal effect would surely be even more shocking. Duan Lingtian's mood surged. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the spirit fruit obtained by Samsara Emperor Wu during his second lifetime was far more precious than the soul transformation fruit. If a spirit fruit like that is really concealed within the pool, then I've struck it rich. Chapter 432. After Feng, Tianwu finished introducing the soul cleanse pool. Her gaze imperceptibly descended onto Duan Lingtian's hand, and her eyes flickered with an unfathomable sheen. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would be unable to notice this little action of hers. However, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was extremely formidable, and he noticed it at the first possible moment. What, you like it? Duan Lingtian picked up the luminous pearl and rainbow-colored gem necklace in his hand and passed it over to Feng Tianwu. For you. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face first flushed red. Then she seemed to have thought of something and sighed faintly. Elder brother Duan, you should keep it and give it to sisters-in-law. Duan Lingtian was able to sense the sense of loss in Feng Tianwu's tone, and he shook his head with a smile before forcefully pushing the rainbow-colored gem necklace in his hand into Feng Tianwu's hand. The latter trembled as if she'd been electrocuted when she was touched by him. This necklace is for you. I'll keep the luminous pearl for myself. You're not allowed to refuse. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his tone was filled with an overbearing tone. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart, no matter if it was the luminous pearl or the rainbow-colored gem necklace, they were both given to him by the patriarchs of the Chang clan and Chen clan because they were afraid of infuriating Feng Wu Dao. After all, in their eyes, he was already Feng Wu Dao's prospective son-in-law. It could be said that he'd obtained these two things by basking in Feng Wu Dao's light. Now, giving them to Feng Tianwu was a matter of course. Thank you, elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu lowered her head and was slightly embarrassed. The rainbow-colored gem necklace was held tightly by her, as if she was deeply afraid of losing it. In next to no time, Feng Tianwu brought Duan Lingtian to an independent courtyard. Grandpa Kong. Under the lead of Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian went to see an old man. The old man was dressed in gray. He stood there, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Duan Lingtian understood that this old man ought to be the inscription master that Feng Wu Dao spoke of, and he was also the owner of the formidable spiritual force from a few days ago. Elder Kong. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly at the old man. The old man also nodded at Duan Lingtian, then looked at Feng Tianwu. His turbid eyes revealed a doting expression. Little miss, why are you here? Grandpa Kong. Father asked you to properly guide elder brother Duan in the art of inscription. I won't disturb you any more. Feng Tianwu smiled at the old man. After greeting Duan Lingtian, she turned around and left. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian and the old man were left. Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a trace of gratitude. He could discern that Feng Tianwu had the intention to help him. But unfortunately, he utterly didn't need anyone to guide him in the art of inscription, after all. At the same time that he'd fused with a lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he'd also grasped Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime worth of experiences in the art of inscription. as far as he was concerned. In Cloud Continent, there wasn't an inscription master that had the qualifications to guide him in the art of inscription. Little fellow, the little miss is very good to you. You can't let her down. Otherwise, this old man will absolutely not forgive you. The gray, clothed old man's gaze was like torches, and his tone had no lack of warning. Duan Lingtian only smiled lightly towards this. Since the eldest young master and little miss have spoken, then this old man will guide you in the art of inscription. How much you're able to learn will depend on your own ability. Let me ask you, how much do you know about the art of inscription? The gray, clothed old man spoke with the bearing of an expert. How much do I know about the art of inscription? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then slowly spoke of some of the superficial understandings of the art of inscription in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Half an hour later, the old man's expression changed from the initial astonishment to disbelief, then to astonishment. You. In the end, the old man completely lost his composure, and he was even slightly inarticulate. The old man's gaze when he looked at Duan Lingtian was completely different as well. It didn't have the underestimation from before, and there was only reverence, because many of the insights that Duan Lingtian spoke of caused him to be suddenly enlightened, and many things that were tangled up and puzzled in the past were easily resolved. Then, how do the materials for the various levels of wind concept of the wind blade inscription need to be matched? Then, how does the Aurora inscription accomplish completely obstructing the opponent's line of sight? How does it succeed in inscribing it? Then, gradually, the old man that was supposed to guide Duan Lingtian had become Duan Lingtian guiding the old man. The old man tirelessly asked questions. All right, Elder Kong, let's talk again when we're free. Duan Lingtian answered a pile of questions for the old man, and he was speechless. The old man's strength and spiritual force were strong. This was something he admitted. But the old man's level of inscription was actually called an inscription grandmaster by Feng Wudao. He was truly slightly unable to accept this. If this could be called an inscription grandmaster, then what was he? An inscription ancestor? When Duan Lingtian left, the old man still hadn't recovered from his shock and was still muttering to himself, occasionally frowning and occasionally relaxing. He seemed as if he'd suddenly become enlightened about something. Oh, big brother Lingtian, has that old man finished asking? On the way back, the little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Early on, when the old man asked that pile of questions, the little gold mouse had already fallen asleep on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Who cares if he's finished asking or not? I didn't come here to be his teacher. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes and had an indifferent expression. That city Governor Feng even said to ask the old man to guide Big Brother Lingtian. But in the end, the old man's ability is inferior to Big Brother Lingtian. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with complacency. It was as if the person that guided the old man in the art of inscriptions wasn't Duan Lingtian, but it was her. Not long after Duan Lingtian returned, Feng Tianwu brought along servants to carry hot food into his room. Tianwu, let's eat together. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian invited Feng Tianwu to stay and eat with him. The two of them ate as they chatted. Elder brother Duan, did you gain much from Grandpa Kong today? Grandpa Kong is an extremely formidable inscription grandmaster, and many people want to get his guidance, yet don't have the chance. Feng Tianwu spoke slowly. Gain? Feng Tianwu's words caused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to twitch. What gain could he have? Tianwu, you should ask Elder Kong about this yourself. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then he continued eating and didn't say anything further. Feng Tianwu had a bewildered expression when she heard Duan Lingtian, as she didn't know what Duan Lingtian meant. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse cried out lightly when she heard the content of the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and her jade green eyes were suffused with a human-like smile, right when Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were eating. Feng Wu Dao arrived outside a spacious courtyard. "Elder Kong, eldest young master, please come in." Along with an aged voice sounding out from within the courtyard, Feng Wu Dao walked in. In next to no time, Feng Wu Dao noticed the old man standing there with a dumbstruck expression as he muttered, seeming to be recalling something. "Elder Kong, I came this time because I want to ask you for a favor. During this period of time, if that Duan Lingtian that defeated Wu on the spouse search competition comes to seek guidance from you in the art of inscriptions, then please don't be stingy with your guidance." Feng Wu Dao spoke to the old man, and his tone contained slight respect mixed within. The old man had already followed by his side since he was young, and the relationship between them was no different than an ordinary father and son. "Eldest young master, don't make fun of this old fellow." The old man returned to his senses, and his aged face was covered in a bitter smile. Feng Wu Dao was stunned, as it was the first time he'd seen the old man reveal such an expression. "Elder Kong, why do you say this?" The old man sighed deeply. As the saying goes, a new generation replaces the old. Today, this old man can be considered to have completely understood the meaning of these words. Feng Wu Dao had a bewildered expression, as he didn't know what the old man was talking about. "That little fellow, the young miss brought him over not long ago, and asked me to guide him in the art of inscriptions. At that time, I asked him to explain his own understanding of the art of inscriptions." When the old man spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment, and his eyes revealed slight astonishment. "But who knew that later on it became him guiding me? I noticed that his understanding of the art of inscriptions has practically attained the acme of perfection." As the old man finished speaking, his voice slightly trembled. "Acme of perfection?" Feng Wu Dao was stunned. "Elder Kong, you aren't joking, right? Could it be that he's speaking nonsense?" "Impossible." The old man shook his head with a serious expression. "Eldest young master, I don't dare say that my research in the art of inscriptions is in the foreign lands. However, throughout the Dark Han dynasty, and even the other great dynasties, there are really not many people that are able to compare with me in the art of inscriptions." Not only did that little fellow speak of an understanding that shocked me, he even answered many of my questions in the art of inscriptions. He didn't even need to think before answering many of the questions that perplexed me for many years. Moreover, his answers were just right, perfect to the extreme. As he spoke up to hear, the old man's origin energy fused into the spatial ring in his hand. Instantly, a brilliant light shone out. The dazzling white light practically covered the entire heavens and the earth. Even Feng Wu Dao couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he spoke in astonishment. What a formidable Aurora inscription! Even a 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist would surely be affected if caught off guard. "Elder Kong, you've succeeded?" The old man had researched the Aurora inscription for many years, and this was something that Feng Wu Dao knew. "Yes, I've succeeded." The old man nodded, then laughed bitterly. "Even I didn't expect that the Aurora inscription that had perplexed me for so many years would be easily inscribed under the guidance of that little fellow. Moreover, the effect exceeded my expectations." Feng Wu Dao was stunned, completely stunned. It was Duan Lingtian who guided the old man and allowed the old man to successfully inscribe the Aurora inscription? He didn't dare believe that all this was true. Elder Kong, he's at most around the age of 22. How could this be possible? Feng Wu Dao still didn't dare believe it. If I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes, hear it with my own 2 ears, and test it with my own 2 eyes, I wouldn't be willing to believe that all this is true as well. As the saying goes, the one who achieves it first. I wholeheartedly admire that little fellow in the Tao of inscriptions. The old man sighed, disregarding everything else. Just the art of inscriptions. He's sufficient to be my teacher. Feng Wu Dao was moved once more. Chapter 433. No one was clearer than him about Elder Kong's ability. Perhaps Elder Kong's strength couldn't be considered to be second to none in the Dark Han dynasty. But in terms of the art of inscriptions, if Elder Kong claimed to be second in the Dark Han dynasty, no one would dare claim to be first. Even if it was in the few great dynasties around the Dark Han dynasty, the number of inscription masters that could compare with Elder Kong could be counted with one's fingers. Practically no inscription master was able to surpass Elder Kong in the Tao of inscriptions. But now, Elder Kong actually said that a young man around the age of 22 was sufficient to be his teacher? Instantly, Feng Wudao's chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Early on that day during the spouse search competition, Elder Kong had said that Duan Lingtian's spiritual force had already arrived at the critical point between the nascent soul stage and the void prying stage, and he was already rather shocked. Now, when he found out about Duan Lingtian's attainments in the art of inscriptions, he was completely shocked to the point of being slightly muddled. That Duan Lingtian, as expected of the man in the destiny that grandmother divined for the son-in-law of I Feng Wu Dao, is extraordinary as expected. Ha! After his shock, Feng Wu Dao was overjoyed in his heart, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian hadn't agreed to be his son-in-law. It was deep into the night, and it was impossible to see one's own fingers. Duan Lingtian lay on the soft bed and thought about what had happened since he arrived at Phoenix Nest City. Feng Tianwu's words about destiny caused a strange feeling to arise in his heart. Just like after he arrived at Phoenix Nest City, ascending the arena for the sake of the soul transformation fruit, and even defeating Feng Tianwu. All of this seemed to be pushed by a shapeless hand, and it pushed him step by step into the vortex of destiny. This feeling caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Destiny? What bullshit destiny? I, Duan Lingtian, just don't believe in the supernatural. I, Duan Lingtian, control my own fate. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian discarded this absurd thought, and a strand of cold light flashed within his eyes in the darkness. Unconsciously, he'd thought of Feng Tianwu, the kind-hearted woman that was warm like fire. Fire's spirit body. I hope I can really help her. Otherwise, it would be a pity for such an outstanding woman to die halfway. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Gradually, Duan Lingtian fell asleep. He had not fully recovered from his injuries, so he slept all the way until noon the next day before waking up. When he woke up, he only felt refreshed. Not long after, just as Duan Lingtian finished putting on his clothes, Feng Tianwu entered the room with a servant. Elder brother Duan, you're awake. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and sat at the table preparing to eat. Creak, creak. The little gold mouse's speed was the fastest. It pulled out 2 pieces of meat and started to chew on them with large bites, and it ate them with relish. Elder brother Duan, I didn't expect your attainments in the field of inscription patterns to be so profound. Even Grandpa Kong is ashamed of his inferiority. To think that my father and I said yesterday that we wanted Grandpa Kong to guide you, but in the end it became you guiding Grandpa Kong instead. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if she wanted to know exactly how many secrets Duan Lingtian had. Now, she was finally able to understand the meaning of what Duan Lingtian said yesterday. For a time, she was filled with adoration towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly and didn't say anything further, and he minded his own business as he ate. Elder brother Duan, why do you have such a profound understanding of the art of inscription? Feng Tianwu blinked her beautiful eyes that were like autumn water, and her gentle voice was filled with curiosity. Tianwu, it was your father and Elder Kong that asked you to ask me, right? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Feng Tianwu, and the latter was unable to withstand it and nodded with slight embarrassment. Actually, I'm slightly curious myself as well. If it's inconvenient for elder brother Duan to say, then just take it, as I didn't ask. There's nothing inconvenient to say. Duan Lingtian shook his head. My art of inscription was taught to me by my teacher. Elder brother Duan is your teacher? Feng Tianwu exclaimed in a low voice. I never imagined that such a formidable inscription master was actually concealed within the territory ruled by the Dark Han dynasty. In the past, I thought that the Dark Han dynasty and the various empires and imperial kingdoms ruled by the Dark Han dynasty wouldn't have an inscription master that's stronger than Grandpa Kong. Looks like I was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. No, Duan Lingtian shook his head once more. You're right. If it's only in the surroundings of the Dark Han dynasty, then Elder Kong's attainments in the Tao of inscription can indeed be considered to be at the top. Feng Tianwu was slightly puzzled. My teacher isn't a member of the Dark Han dynasty. I heard him say that he seems to be from the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. The foreign lands. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was covered in disbelief. Elder brother Duan, your teacher is actually an inscription master from the foreign lands? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Yes. No wonder elder brother Duan's attainments in the Tao of inscription are so profound. So it turns out that your teacher is from the mysterious foreign lands. Feng Tianwu sighed. Merely the words foreign lands were sufficient to cause one to be shocked and gasp in admiration. Experts were as numerous as the clouds in the foreign lands, and there were countless experts. Amongst them included numerous inscription masters, high-grade alchemists, high-grade weapons craftsmen. Elder brother Duan, I'll be leaving first. Recuperate well. Feng Tianwu bid her farewells to Duan Lingtian before hastily leaving. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew clearly in his heart that this little girl was surely anxious to return and tell Feng Wudao and Elder Kong about his teacher. City governor's estate within the independent courtyard where the city governor lived. What? The red-clothed middle-aged man and gray-clothed old man instantly left their seats and stared blankly at the young woman that wore fiery red clothes before them. Wu, is what you said true? The red-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the city governor of Phoenix Nest City, Feng Wudao, and he revealed a shocked expression as if the young woman had said something extraordinary earlier. Young miss, did he really say that his teacher is from the foreign lands? The gray-clothed old man asked with a moved expression. Father! Grandpa Kong. All of this was personally told to me by elder brother Duan. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourselves. The red-clothed young woman, in other words, Feng Tianwu, spoke with a slight helplessness. No wonder. No wonder a young man that's a little over 20 is able to possess such profound attainments in the Tao of inscriptions. So it turns out that he has a great teacher behind him. The old man came to a sudden understanding, and the puzzlement in his heart was completely resolved. Now, I'm even more convinced that he's the man in Wu-er's destiny. I, Feng Wudao, am taking this son-in-law for sure. Feng Wudao's gaze squinted, then he started laughing. This caused Feng Tianwu's face to flush red. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? What? Wu, could it be that you don't like him? I heard that you've personally instructed the kitchen to make delicious food and send it to him these past 2 days. Feng Wudao looked at Feng Tianwu, and his eyes had an extra dubious expression. Father, Feng Tianwu's graceful feet lightly stopped, and she was angered to the point she turned around and left without even looking back. For a time, Feng Tianwu and the old man by her side couldn't refrain from laughing. Sulklen's pool, 3 months from now. In the spacious room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed, and after consuming a nascent nurturing pill, he closed his eyes and started cultivating. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique. Wind WYRM form. Presently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had already stepped into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, and what he wanted to do now was to charge towards a higher level and possess an even stronger strength in another 9 months. It would be the 2-year agreement between him and Zither Young Master. At that time, he would rush back to the 7-star sword sect and battle Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master, Zishang, was already a 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist over a year ago. As one of the 5 most outstanding young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his cultivation might have already stepped into the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Once the 2-year agreement arrived, Zither Young Master might already be a 9th level nascent soul stage martial artist. 9th level nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian felt quite a bit of pressure, madly cultivating. During this almost 3 months of time, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian would occasionally bring along the little gold mouse and Feng Tianwu to leave the city governor's estate and stroll around the entire Phoenix Nest City to relieve boredom. Besides that, during this period of time, he was frequently disturbed by Elder Kong, and every time Elder Kong came to look for him, it was for the sake of asking questions about inscriptions. Whereas Duan Lingtian would answer Elder Kong's questions one by one. Elder Kong's questions were only the most basic questions to him who'd fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. Elder Kong's admiration towards Duan Lingtian had practically reached the limit. "I'm still lacking quite a bit," early in the morning. Duan Lingtian awoke from his cultivation, and he shook his head and sighed. Although his cultivation was close to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, if he wanted to break through, it would at least require 1 or 2 months of time. Too slow. Duan Lingtian's brows frowned, and his expression was gloomy. "The 2-year agreement between me and Zither Young Master is in another half a year. At that time, with Zither Young Master's natural talent, his cultivation would at least be at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage." At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly anxious in his heart. After all, the battle between him and Zither Young Master half a year from now was related to a man's dignity, so he had to be careful and cautious. "Unless I'm able to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage in half a year, otherwise it's difficult for me to win." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and was filled with yearning towards the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Once he broke through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, not only would his strength increase greatly, he would also be able to smoothly condense a grade 5 weapon flame and become a grade 5 weapons craftsman. At that time, he would be able to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon. Even though Zither Young Master possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon as well, but in terms of quality, it was far inferior to a grade 5 spirit weapon that he refined himself, in addition to his elementary wind force and quake force. So long as Zither Young Master hasn't comprehended a 4 seed, or the 4 seed he comprehended doesn't surpass Saber Young Master. So long as I break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, defeating him is nothing to me. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted bright lights. But Duan Lingtian knew clearly that even if he was able to break through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage within 2 months, it was very unlikely for him to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage before the 2-year agreement arrived. Chapter 434. That soul cleanse pool seems to have been left behind by a formidable inscription master. That inscription master set up a complicated inscription formation there, and it opens once every 3 years. Only on that day can one enter and leave it. So once you enter it, you'll at most stay for a day before coming out. Otherwise, you might not be able to come out again. On the back of an enormous flying beast that was flying forward swiftly, Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke with a serious expression. Duan Lingtian nodded. Inscription formation. This was something he'd heard Feng Tianwu mention in the past. Inscription formations weren't unfamiliar to him. After all, He was an existence that had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, and he'd inherited the attainments of the Samsara Emperor Wu in the Tao of inscriptions. An inscription formation was a formation that was formed from the combination of various inscriptions, and only when one's spiritual force had attained the void interpretation stage or above would one be able to successfully set it up. Because only a formidable spiritual force was able to control various inscriptions and combine them together to form a boundlessly profound formation. The Tao of inscriptions is boundlessly profound, especially inscription formations. They're even unfathomable. This was something Duan Lingtian knew deeply. Elder Brother Duan, if you enter the soul cleanse pool, you must try your best to absorb the spirit energy within it and temper your soul. Only in this way would you be able to temper your soul to the greatest extent within a day, and then come out before the inscription formation closes. Feng Tianwu stood at the side and reminded Duan Lingtian. With Brother Duan's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions, perhaps he'll be able to break open the inscription formation on the soul cleanse pool. The gray, clothed old man looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with admiration. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions caused him, who was called an inscription master in the Dark Han dynasty, to be wholeheartedly convinced. If I'm really able to break open that inscription formation, then it means that I'm able to absorb even more spirit energy from the soul cleanse pool and temper my soul a step further. This is a good thing. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian with some anticipation. Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He never expected that Feng Wudao and Elder Kong would think so highly of him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's group was heading towards the soul cleanse pool. The soul cleanse pool opened once every 3 years, and every time it opened, many people would enter it. Because the spirit energy contained within the soul cleanse pool was limited, the number of people that entered the soul cleanse pool had always been fixed at 30 people. In other words, there were only 30 spots to enter the soul cleansing pool. Moreover, these 30 spots were all in the hands of the 30 cities around the soul cleanse pool. Fengqi City had a quota. 3 years ago, the Phoenix Nest City's quota belonged to Feng Tianwu. This time, it belonged to Duan Lingtian. 2 days later, the flying beast beneath Duan Lingtian's group slowed down. This flying beast was a void-prying stage demon beast, and it pierced through the clouds and mist as it swooped down. Duan Lingtian's gaze never left the front from the beginning until the end. Along with the flying beast descending, a vast gorge appeared before his eyes. Within the gorge, a ball of thick and heavy clouds and mist condensed together, revealing various mysteries that caused one to be unable to see through to the bottom. When the flying beast descended at the side of the white mist within the gorge, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were already many people standing outside the white mist. Amongst these people, there were young men, middle-aged men, and old men. City Governor Feng, long time no see. Duan Lingtian's group had only just descended from the back of the flying beast when an azure-clothed middle-aged man came over to greet them, and he looked at Feng Wudao as he greeted enthusiastically. Feng Wudao only smiled lightly. Duan Lingtian originally thought that Feng Wudao ought to be enraged because of this, yet unexpectedly, Feng Wudao seemed to not mind in the slightest, and he only nodded before bringing along the young man by his side to stand at the side. The young man's gaze never left Feng Tianwu, who wore a veil from the beginning. Even though Feng Tianwu wore a veil, her extraordinary bearing was difficult to conceal, and no matter where she went, she was the absolute center of attention. City Governor Feng. In next to no time, many more people had arrived, and the people in the lead amongst these people all greeted Feng Wudao enthusiastically, whereas Feng Wudao couldn't even be bothered to look straight at these people. Even then, not a single one of these people dared become enraged from embarrassment. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from feeling surprised. Tianwu, these people are the city governors of the other 29 cities. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Feng Tianwu. Yes. Feng Tianwu replied via voice transmission. Elder brother Duan, are you surprised by their attitude when facing my father? When she saw Duan Lingtian nod, Feng Tianwu continued via voice transmission. 3 years ago, when my father brought me here, they only found out that the city governor of Phoenix, Nest City, had changed. After that, they more or less looked down on my father and even wanted to seize the position of city governor of our Phoenix, Nest City. When she spoke up to hear, Feng Tianwu paused for a moment, and then she continued. Later on, my father only slightly revealed his imposing aura, and it caused those city governors to be completely convinced, and they didn't dare look down on my father any longer. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that when Feng Tianwu mentioned this matter, her beautiful face went slightly red, and she was obviously slightly excited. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. After all, with his current spiritual force, he was more or less able to sense the aura of a void initiation stage martial artist. Just those people that took the initiative to greet Feng Wu Dao earlier were practically all existences at the void initiation stage or above. Amongst them, there were even a few with extraordinary strengths. But even if Feng Wu Dao couldn't even be bothered to look them in the eye, they were still courteous before Feng Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. This was reverence towards the strong. I wonder when I'll be able to possess a strength like City Governor Feng's and possess a deterrent force like City Governor Feng's. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. City Governor Feng, we haven't met for 3 years. Yet your elegant bearing is still the same. Suddenly, a sonorous voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, he saw a blue-clothed middle-aged man descend from the back of an enormous flying beast, and behind the middle-aged man was a young man around the age of 26 or 27. The young man had a cold expression, but when his gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, it revealed traces of burning heat. Looks like even if Tianwu wears a veil, she's still extremely popular. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, just think about it, even though Feng Tianwu wore a veil outside, her natural bearing was sufficient to attract many wild bees and butterflies. Coupled with the existence of an expert like Feng Wu Dao behind Feng Tianwu. In this way, the number of people that wanted to prostrate themselves before Feng Tianwu would surely not be few. City Governor Feng, I heard you obtained a son-in-law 3 months ago. Could it be that it's this one? When he saw Feng Wu Dao only glancing indifferently at him, the blue-clothed middle-aged man didn't mind, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he asked, What, does City Governor Zhong have something to teach me? Feng Wu Dao asked indifferently, I don't dare. I'm only surprised by the age of the son-in-law. It's truly difficult to imagine that there's such a young genius that's capable of defeating your daughter, young Miss Tianwu. As the blue-clothed middle-aged man finished speaking, his gaze moved from Duan Lingtian to descend onto Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, when I found out that City Governor Feng held a spouse search competition for you, I really wished for nothing more than to grow a pair of wings and fly to Phoenix, Nest City. But unfortunately it was still too late. But I never imagined that there would actually be someone that defeated you and beat you to it. The young man behind the blue-clothed middle-aged man moved his gaze from Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian, and it wasn't without provocation. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression and remained unmoved. But Duan Lingtian didn't feel the young man's current actions were anything. But it didn't mean that Feng Tianwu didn't feel anything. Before outsiders, Feng Tianwu wasn't as gentle as she usually was before Duan Lingtian. Feng Tianwu looked at the young man and said coldly, You can call me by my full name, Feng Tianwu. Tianwu isn't something you can call me by. Besides that, not to mention, you didn't satisfy the requirements of the spouse search competition that day. Even if you satisfied it, do you think you can defeat me? Feng Tianwu suddenly flipping out caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. The scene before him was extremely similar to when he met Feng Tianwu for the first time. At that time, Feng Tianwu's tone was similarly filled with the smell of gunpowder, and she'd even directly attacked him later on, after he defeated Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu's attitude towards him changed, especially after Feng Tianwu firmly believed that he was the man in her destiny. She was even gentle like water to him, and she was simply like a completely different person compared to the current her. The young man was angered by what Feng Tianwu said to the point his face flushed red. But because he was afraid of Feng Wudao, he didn't dare say anything. This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from laughing. But when his laughter entered into the eyes of the young man, it seemed to have become the venting point for the young man's rage. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" The young man looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke with a low voice. "What does what I'm laughing at have to do with you?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the young man. The young man was agitated by what Feng Tianwu said earlier to the point he couldn't speak a single word for a long time, yet now the young man was flaunting his prowess towards him. Could it be that the young man really thought he was a soft persimmon? "Kid, since you've defeated the daughter of City Governor Feng, I presume your strength is extremely strong. Then I'll invite you to a battle. Do you dare?" The young man roared as the origin energy on his body raged and roiled. In the sky above him, 800 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Duan Lingtian frowned, and his face sank slightly. "This person still wants to fight me? Humph. If you want to fight elder brother Duan, then you'll have to pass through me first." In the next moment, Duan Lingtian heard a delicate shout, followed by a wave of fragrant wind that assaulted his nostrils. A figure that was like flames descended before him and protected him behind her. It was precisely Feng Tianwu. Squeak, squeak! Meanwhile, the little gold mouse that was lying on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and sleeping was awoken by the noise. She rubbed her eyes like a human, and when she saw the scene before her, her jade green eyes flashed with a strand of cold light. "Big brother Lingtian, do you want to kill him?" The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with ruthlessness. Duan Lingtian was astounded. This little fellow is already so ruthless after just waking up? No need, I can deal with it. Chapter 435. Bye, don't be presumptuous. The blue-clothed middle-aged man that stood by the young man's side, the person Feng Wudao called City Governor Zhong, frowned as he shouted out in a low voice. But the young man paid no attention to him and instead looked at Duan Lingtian as he laughed with ridicule. "Kid, don't hide behind a woman if you have the balls. In my opinion, you've surely used despicable and shameless methods to defeat Tianwu. City Governor Feng, I'm sorry. My son, City Governor Zhong, looked at Feng Wudao with an apologetic expression. It's fine. Feng Wudao waved his hand and said indifferently, "Let the juniors deal with their own matters. If one wants to become a person above others, then one has to experience some tempering on the path of growth." City Governor Zhong was stunned as a bad premonition arose within his heart, and he looked at his son with the intention of stopping him. But unfortunately, he was still too late. The conflict had already arisen, and what was done couldn't be undone. Tianwu, Duan Lingtian stopped Feng Tianwu, who wanted to stand out for him, and he lightly smiled. "Let me deal with these small matters myself. He's only a clown. There's no need to get angry for him." Feng Tianwu lightly nodded, then turned around to look at Duan Lingtian with a smile that was like a flower. "Elder brother Duan, then I'll watch you properly teach some clown a lesson." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. As for the young man, the son of City Governor Zhong Bai, his expression had gone grim since long ago. "Clown? This little kid that's a little over 20 called me a clown?" By City Governor Zhong's voice had just sounded out when it stopped abruptly. He was able to discern that his son was really angry, and with his understanding of his son, once he decided on something, then even 10 horses wouldn't be able to pull him back, although he was able to use his formidable martial strength to stop the following scene from occurring. But when he recalled what Feng Wudao said earlier, he dispelled the thought of making a move. Meanwhile, everyone in the gorge had surrounded over. It's City Governor Zhong's son, Zhong Bai. Supposedly, Zhong Bai's cultivation has already broken through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. That young man came with City Master Feng. I don't think I've seen him before. You don't know this, right? This young man defeated young Miss Tianwu in the martial competition held by City Governor Feng for young Miss Tianwu 3 months ago, and he became City Governor Feng's son-in-law. I heard that City Governor Feng's son-in-law is only a 5th level nascent soul stage martial artist. No way. According to my knowledge, Miss Tianwu seems to be a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist. Moreover, she has comprehended a Fire Force seed and even possesses a grade 5 spirit weapon to rely on. How could she possibly lose at the hands of a 5th level nascent soul stage martial artist? It's said that this young man defeated Miss Tianwu with his wind force elementary comprehension. Elementary wind force? What a joke! That's true force, and only martial artists at the void prying stage or above are able to comprehend it. How could a 5th level nascent soul stage martial artist like him possibly comprehend it? The crowd of onlookers soon became lively. Rumors about Duan Lingtian also spread. But there weren't many people that believed the rumor that Duan Lingtian had comprehended elementary wind force. After all, only martial artists at the void prying stage or above were able to comprehend true force, and this was the iron law of Cloud Continent. They'd never heard of someone being able to break this iron law. Those who had similar thoughts naturally included Zhong Bai as well. Brat, let me properly witness your elementary wind force. Zhong Bai laughed in ridicule, and with a raise of his hand, a spirit sword appeared in his hand, and origin energy coiled around it as it raged and suffused the air. Whoosh! Instantly, another 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Zhong. But looking at the strength of this amplification, the spirit sword in Zhong Bai's hand was obviously a grade 6 spirit sword. The Darkstone Empire is worthy of being an existence that stands above the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The son of a mere remote city governor is able to casually take out a grade 6 spirit sword. It's truly shocking. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. After all, even if it was in a sect like the 7-star sword sect, a grade 6 spirit sword was only grasped in the hands of the higher-ups. Besides him, practically no one in the younger generation of the 7-star sword sect possessed a grade 6 spirit sword. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. Just this wasn't enough to say that the 7-star sword sect was inferior to a mere city governor's estate in a remote city of the Darkstone Empire. But it was because the level of weapons refinement in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was inferior to the Darkstone Empire. The level of weapons refinement was determined by the amount of high-grade weapons craftsmen. The amount of high-grade weapons craftsmen in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was surely inferior to the Darkstone Empire. The word empire had already surpassed the word Imperial Kingdom. The strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths. A wisp of indifference and disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, as Zhong Bai wasn't a threat to him in the slightest. Humph. Perhaps it was because he noticed the disdain on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. But Zhong Bai's face sank as he snorted coldly, and his figure flashed out. Whoosh! Zhong Bai's attack seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind, and everywhere he passed, dust and dirt flew into the air as it swept towards Duan Lingtian. Kid, let me experience the true wind force you've comprehended. At the same time, a voice that was filled with ridicule sounded out. As you wish. Duan Lingtian replied with waning interest, and origin energy raged beneath his feet as wind force appeared. Instantly, 900 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian, whereas Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind, and before Zhongbai approached him, he moved aside first to avoid the grade 6 spirit sword that was powered by the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. The speed of Zhongbai's grade 6 spirit sword was swift because of the amplification of the grade 6 spirit sword, and it didn't mean that his own speed was swift. His own speed was only powered by the strength of 800 ancient mammoths. He couldn't catch up to Duan Lingtian no matter what. So long as Duan Lingtian didn't give him the chance to approach, it would be extremely difficult for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Wind force. It's really elementary wind force. There was no lack of people with discerning gazes in the surrounding crowd, and they saw through the aura of wind that suffused the origin energy between Duan Lingtian's legs with a single glance. That was true force, wind force, elementary wind force. It was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. The expressions of most people went grim. This son-in-law of city Governor Feng has actually broken the ancient iron law of Cloud Continent. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Lingtian was like a ghost as he ceaselessly flashed around Zhongbai, and he always pulled open a distance from Zhongbai, causing the grade 6 spirit sword in Zhongbai's hand to be unable to touch him. At this moment, Zhongbai was extremely aggrieved. The strength of the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand was strong and swift, yet the speed of his feet just happened to be far inferior to Duan Lingtian. Presently, he seemed as if he was being played with by Duan Lingtian. "Let me see how you dodge." Suddenly, Zhongbai, who was enraged from embarrassment, shouted out explosively. Then he locked onto the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's figure flashing out, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand shook before leaving his hand and flashing straight towards Duan Lingtian. Swish! The grade 6 spirit sword seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow that tightly locked onto Duan Lingtian, and it gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls that pierced the eardrums. This sword strike was powered by the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths, and its speed was swift to the point it far surpassed the speed of Duan Lingtian's feet. "You're slightly clever." When faced with this sword strike, Duan Lingtian's figure stopped moving, as he knew that continuing to dodge at this moment was completely meaningless. With his current speed, even if he utilized the quake energy to the limit, it would still be inferior to the speed of Zhongbai's sword strike. After Duan Lingtian stopped, a dark, violet, flexible sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian attacked. Sword drawing arts. His sword struck out like a bolt of lightning, especially when besides raging origin energy, it also contained the fierce elementary wind force. Whoosh! In the sky, 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Swish! The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand followed like a shadow, and it was like a gangrene attached to the bone as it easily blocked Zhongbai's sword strike. Clang! Only a single sword strike had blasted Zhongbai's grade 6 spirit, sword flying out in a clean and efficient manner. Whirlwind! Duan Lingtian seized the opportunity to pursue and attack, and he once again transformed into a gale that charged towards Zhongbai, whose expression went grim. Show mercy! The expression of Zhongbai's father, City Governor Zhong, went grim, yet he didn't dare lend a hand. Only because he noticed that Feng Wudao's aura had already locked onto him, causing him to not dare make a rash move. Oem! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed out, and when it arrived before Zhongbai, he abruptly spun and slapped out with the body of the sword. Slap! The body of the sword blasted onto Zhongbai's body, slapping Zhong by flying to fiercely collide with the mountain wall at the side of the gorge. For a time, shattered rocks shot out and dust suffused the air. On the other hand, Zhongbai rubbed against the mountain wall before fiercely falling to the ground, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and his countenance was ghastly pale to the extreme. The gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian with was filled with terror. Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword and stood there, then glanced indifferently at Zhong Bai before returning to Feng Tianwu's side. No one noticed that at this moment, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face beneath her veil was completely rosy, and she seemed to be even happier than when she taught Zhong Bai a lesson herself. Congratulations, City Governor Feng, for obtaining a fine son-in-law. Congratulations, City Governor Feng. City Governor Feng is so fortunate to actually obtain such a fine son-in-law. Presently, the people of the other 28 cities were practically gathered together, and the city governors of the 28 cities congratulated Feng Wu Dao one after another. On the other hand, Feng Wu Dao's face revealed a rare smile. Thank you for showing mercy, little brother. After City Governor Zhong gave Zhong Bai the medicinal pill, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of gratitude. He knew clearly in his heart. Earlier, even if Duan Lingtian had really killed his son, he wouldn't dare take revenge, and could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. Feng Wu Dao was too formidable. Even if he joined forces with the other 28 city governors, they might not be a match for Feng Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. There's still half an hour before the soul cleanse pool opens. It was unknown who said this. The gazes of most people within the gorge descended onto the ball of clouds and mist within the gorge. The clouds and mist converged together and revealed a mysterious and unfathomable aura. The soul cleanse pool is within. Chapter 436. 9 Inscriptions. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Relying on his acute spiritual force, he was able to notice that the cloud and mist before him was actually an inscription formation, and it had a total of 9 inscriptions that complemented each other, causing it to be extremely profound. The defensive strength of this inscription formation is sufficient to withstand the attacks of martial artists below the void transformation stage. 9 inscriptions combine together to form a cycle that is capable of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. So long as it isn't destroyed by an expert at the void transformation stage in one go, then no matter how great the damage is, it would be able to automatically recover in a short period of time. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to realize that the inscription master that left behind this inscription formation was extremely extraordinary, combining 9 types of inscriptions to form this formidable inscription formation. The spiritual force of this inscription master is at least at the void transformation stage or above. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, Elder brother Duan, have you noticed something? Feng Tianwu, who'd always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian, noticed the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression, and she asked via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded and spoke of his discovery. An inscription master whose spiritual force has attained the void transformation stage? Then wouldn't the person that left behind this inscription formation possibly be an expert at the void transformation stage or above? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face beneath the veil went slightly pale, more than 90%. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. After all, not everyone was like him, whose spiritual force was able to surpass their cultivation by a great deal. The reason his spiritual force was strong was because his soul came from the earth of his previous life, and later on it collided with the formidable soul of Samsara Emperor Wu, causing an unusual change to occur. An ordinary inscription master's spiritual force was practically equal to their cultivation. Of course, there were also some outstanding inscription masters whose spiritual energy level was 1 or 2 levels higher than their own cultivation level. However, it was not as exaggerated as Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu stood together and looked at each other as they communicated with each other. This scene appeared to be calm, but in the eyes of those who were paying attention, it had a completely different meaning. Miss Tianwu and this little brother are really a match made in heaven. A city lord could not help but sigh. Duan Lingtian was stunned. As for Feng Tianwu, her beautiful face under the veil was completely red. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel numerous gazes of envy and jealousy flashing over from the surroundings and descending onto him. He didn't care about this and didn't want to explain anything. Even though there was nothing between him and Feng Tianwu, if he were to explain at this moment, then even if the others believed him, it would be unavoidable for Feng Wudao and his daughter to lose face. To him, Feng Tianwu was his friend, and Feng Wudao was Feng Tianwu's father, so he was his elder. He naturally would make things difficult for Feng Tianwu and Feng Wudao. If Wu is really able to walk together with him, it would be Wu Er's fortune as well. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated gaze. Now, the more he understood Duan Lingtian, the more he wanted Duan Lingtian to become his son-in-law. Half an hour of time passed by quickly. The Soul Cleanse pool is about to open. It was unknown who called out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was able to see the ball of cloud and mist in the gorge split open from the middle, as if it was split open by an enormous axe. The cloud and mist split apart, and what entered his eyes was an expanse of gray, causing him to be unable to see the scene within clearly. But Duan Lingtian's spiritual force had instead easily entered into it and touched the Soul Cleanse pool. As he felt the so-called spirit energy that suffused the Soul Cleanse pool, his spiritual force felt a wave of comfort. Even though the inscription formation that enveloped the Soul Cleanse pool had been opened, yet not a single person entered it. The gazes of the 29 city lords all descended onto Feng Wudao. Go on in. Only when Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian did Duan Lingtian come to his senses. So it turned out that the various city lords were waiting for him to enter. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart that he was able to enjoy such treatment because of Feng Wudao. Otherwise, the various city lords wouldn't look him in the eye at all. Duan Lingtian nodded, then looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder. Little Gold, go over to Tianwu first. I'll be out very soon. Squeak, squeak! Even though the little gold mouse was slightly unwilling, she still obediently jumped onto Tianwu's hand. Elder brother Duan, don't worry, I'll take good care of little Gold. Tianwu guaranteed to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. Then his figure flashed out as if he'd transformed into the wind, and he was the first to pass through the split-open inscription formation and enter within it. After passing through the gray and misty mist, Duan Lingtian felt the scene before his eyes suddenly become clear. What entered his eyes was a spacious lake, and strands of green light seemed to jump about on the surface of the lake. Soul Cleanse pool, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. When he noticed the waves of movement that came from behind him and knew that the other 29 young geniuses from the various cities were about to enter, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate to fly out and jump into the Soul Cleanse pool with a thump. Then he snuck into it. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to notice that his spiritual force that hadn't moved for a long time had suddenly become slightly restless. Looks like the spirit energy within this Soul Cleanse pool is indeed capable of assisting my spiritual force to break through. Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. Once his spiritual force broke through, the range of inscriptions he could inscribe would increase. Some high-grade inscriptions that he couldn't inscribe in the past would be able to be inscribed easily. When he thought of the scene of him utilizing inscriptions and causing a void, prying stage martial artist to be annihilated, Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. The spirit energy of the Soul Cleanse pool actually doesn't need me to intentionally absorb it, and it completely fuses into my soul by itself to strengthen my spiritual force. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed this. This caused him to be indescribably, pleasantly surprised. Since it's like this, then I'll properly investigate exactly what this Soul Cleanse pool is. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up, and he continued diving towards the Soul Cleanse pool. He didn't forget his original intention all along. According to the past experiences of Samsara Emperor Wu, there was surely a profundity within the soul cleanse pool that was able to produce spirit energy. Now, Duan Lingtian precisely intended to search for the profundity within it. After all, Samsara Emperor Wu had once encountered an existence similar to the soul cleanse pool, and in the end, he'd found a spirit fruit that had effects that far surpassed the soul transformation fruit in the depths of the pool. That spirit fruit had also caused the level of Samsara Emperor Wu's soul to surpass his cultivation by an entire 3 levels in one go. Although it wasn't as abnormal as the current Duan Lingtian, it could still be considered to be shocking. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, holding his breath and diving wasn't difficult in the slightest. After a short moment, he'd smoothly dived into the depths of the soul cleanse pool. And at this moment, the sound of water falling into the soul cleanse pool arose. It was the young geniuses of the other 29 cities that had dived into the soul cleanse pool. Most of these young geniuses stayed on the spot and enjoyed the tempering and baptism of their souls. There was also a small portion that curiously dived in and sized up the surroundings, but what entered their eyes was a boundless expanse, causing them to not dive down for long before returning. The unknown was the most terrifying. They weren't sure what was in the depths of the soul cleanse pool, so they didn't dare take the risk. After all, they were different from Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, I can utilize my spiritual force. Otherwise, I'd be utterly unable to find my way in this soul cleanse pool. Duan Lingtian, who'd always been diving down, couldn't help but think in his heart. His spiritual force had always maintained its detection of the scene ahead. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that he'd arrived at the bottom of the soul cleanse pool. There's actually nothing here. At the bottom of the soul cleanse pool, an expanse of emptiness entered his eyes, and only some dense aquatic plants were concealed everywhere. But the density of the spirit energy here seems to be higher than outside. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his spiritual force stretched out once more. Normally speaking, if the spirit energy in this soul cleanse pool really comes from a certain spirit fruit, then the spirit energy at the location of the spirit fruit ought to be denser than here. Presently, Duan Lingtian was precisely investigating the depths of the soul cleanse pool, where the origin energy was denser. 15 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Duan Lingtian was extremely patient as he slowly walked at the bottom of the soul cleanse pool, and as he walked, he investigated the density of the spirit energy in the surroundings. Needless to say, the soul cleanse pool was truly extremely large. Duan Lingtian walked as he investigated, and he spent 2 hours before walking half of the soul cleanse pool. The density of the spirit energy seems to be weaker than it was at the beginning. Duan Lingtian was first shocked, and then he came to an understanding. Right, besides me, there are still 29 people absorbing the spirit energy in the soul cleanse pool to temper their souls. So it's normal for the consumption of spirit energy to be fast. But where exactly is the source of the spirit energy in the soul cleanse pool? Duan Lingtian continued to walk towards the other side of the soul cleanse pool, and his spiritual force stretched out as he carefully investigated, not missing any clues. Time silently passed by. Another half an hour passed. Found it. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's body slightly trembled, and an excited expression appeared on his face. The spiritual force he stretched out had finally discovered the source of the spirit energy in the soul cleanse pool. At the side of the soul cleanse pool, behind a large expanse of dense aquatic plants. Luckily, Duan Lingtian was slightly glad. After all, he'd searched all the way here, and no matter if it was his body or spiritual force, he was more or less exhausted. When he saw this expanse of aquatic plants earlier, he instinctively wanted to make his spiritual force skip over it. In the end, he finally patiently extended his spiritual force over and carefully investigated. There's actually an underwater passageway under this aquatic plant. Duan Lingtian lifted a patch of aquatic plants and discovered that there was actually a passageway that could allow one person to pass through. And standing here, Duan Lingtian could feel that the tempering speed of his spiritual force seemed to have increased by quite a bit. The source of the spirit energy in the soul cleanse pool is inside. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian entered the passageway and dived down. At the beginning, the passageway was downwards. After a period of time, it became upwards. Duan Lingtian continued to swim upstream. Finally, Duan Lingtian swam out of the passageway. I finally reached the end. This. Chapter 437. This was a completely sealed-off abode, and only the underwater passageway led to this place. The furnishings within the abode were very simple, and there was only a stone table, a stone stool, and a stone bed. Whew! Duan Lingtian arrived before the stone table and blew on it, causing dust to pervade the air. Looks like no one has been here for a long time. Recalling the reason he came here, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out. In the end, he sensed a dense spirit energy behind the stone bed. What exactly is it? Under the urging of his curiosity, Duan Lingtian went forward to take a look. After passing through the stone bed, Duan Lingtian saw a gap in the ground, and within the gap, a dark green plant tenaciously grew there. On the plant hung a sparkling and translucent spirit fruit that was dark green in color. This is Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. His conjecture was indeed correct. The spirit energy of the soul cleanse pool was indeed the same as what Reincarnation Emperor Wu had encountered all those years ago, and was emitted by a spirit fruit and fused into the water. Now, when approaching the spirit fruit, Duan Lingtian felt his soul tremble. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt his mind go blank, and right at this instant, it seemed as if something in his soul had split open. My spiritual force has changed. And right at this moment, Duan Lingtian joyfully noticed that his spiritual force that was stuck in a bottleneck had actually broken through the shackles in one go, and smoothly broke through to the void prying stage. He'd finally broken through. It's all thanks to this. Duan Lingtian's burning gaze concentrated on the spirit fruit, and at the same time he started to search the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. He didn't recognize what spirit fruit this was. Finally, Duan Lingtian obtained an answer from the lifetime of memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Nether Soul Fruit. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat suddenly sped up. The Nether Soul Fruit was the same as the Soul Transformation Fruit, a spirit fruit that could improve the soul and raise the level of spiritual force. In terms of medicinal strength, it was far superior to the Soul Transformation Fruit. I really didn't expect my luck to be so good. Although I didn't obtain the Soul Transformation Fruit, I obtained an even better Nether Soul Fruit. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian began to seriously size up the Nether Soul Fruit. Soon he discovered a problem. This Nether Soul Fruit doesn't seem to be ripe yet. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Looking at the green color on the surface of the spectral soul fruit, a bitter smile unknowingly appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, it shouldn't be too long before the netherworld fruit ripens. It'll only take 3 days at most for it to ripen. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he became a little excited. 3 days. I won't go out for now. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In his opinion, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 and the little gold mouse knew of his strength, and they knew that he would surely not encounter any danger after entering the soul cleanse pool. As for the inscription formation, he could use his spiritual force to open it. Duan Lingtian raised his hand to sweep away the dust on the stone bed, and then he sat cross-legged on it before starting to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique. Wind WYRM transformation. Duan Lingtian immersed his entire body and mind into cultivation, and he quickly entered into a state of cultivation. Duan Lingtian noticed that after his soul transformed, his cultivation speed seemed to have increased slightly when compared to before. Looks like even if it's natural talent at the limit, it still needs to rely on a strong soul to unearth it to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down and continued cultivating. A day's time passed very quickly. Within the vast gorge, numerous figures flashed out from behind the ball of cloud and mist that split open, and they were the young geniuses of the various cities that had entered the Soul Cleanse pool. In next to no time, 29 people came out successively. Where's elder brother Duan? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face beneath the veil went slightly pale, and her beautiful eyes that were like autumn water contained slight worry mixed within. Young miss, don't worry. With brother Duan's ability, he'll absolutely be fine. The nearby gray, clothed old man shook his head and smiled, and his words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. City Governor Feng, then we'll be taking our leave first. The 29 city governors led the young geniuses by their sides to bid farewell to Feng Wu Dao one after another. Feng Wu Dao nodded lightly, and his gaze never left the ball of cloud and mist that split open. The entrance to the Soul Cleanse pool seemed to be waiting for something, and he utterly didn't look the 29 city governors in the eye. The 29 city governors didn't dare be dissatisfied, and they each called over a flying demon beast before flying away. For a time, only Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 and the little gold mouse remained within the vast gorge. Why hasn't brother Duan come out yet? The Soul Cleanse pool's inscription formation is about to close. The old man looked at the cloud and mist that started to converge before him, and he frowned. Squeak, squeak! Right at this moment, the little gold mouse that had always been on Feng Tianwu's hand cried out before transforming into a golden light that shot into the cloud and mist that hadn't completely converged, and it entered the Soul Cleanse pool. Little gold! Feng Tianwu's face went grim, and before Feng Wu Dao and the old man could react, her figure flashed out as if transforming into a ball of flames that fused into the cloud and mist. Wu, young miss. Feng Wu Dao and the old man's faces went grim, and they didn't dare hesitate as both of them flashed out to follow her in. Meanwhile, the cloud and mist had converged together, and the entrance to the Soul Cleanse pool had completely closed, and it would only open again 3 years later. Where's little gold? Little gold, little gold. Feng Tianwu wasn't unfamiliar with the Soul Cleanse pool, as she'd come here 3 years ago. But now that she'd entered the lakeside outside the Soul Cleanse pool, her beautiful face that was covered by the veil had an expression of worry. Little gold, little gold. Feng Tianwu noticed that after the little gold mouse entered, she'd actually vanished without a trace. Her gaze descended onto the Soul Cleanse pool. Could it be that little gold has entered the Soul Cleanse pool? I promised elder brother Duan that I would take good care of little gold. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted as she turned over and entered the Soul Cleanse pool. Meanwhile, Feng Wu Dao and the old man entered as well, and they just happened to see this scene, causing them to look at each other and laugh bitterly. But they weren't worried, as the Soul Cleanse pool was only so big, and there wouldn't be any danger, especially when the old man's formidable spiritual force stretched out, and he was easily able to sense Feng Tianwu's location and confirm Feng Tianwu's safety. Elder Kong, do you have a way to get out? Feng Wu Dao sized up the gray and hazy clouds and mist around the Soul Cleanse pool, and he frowned slightly as he asked, No, I'm unable to break open this inscription formation. Elder Kong had a serious expression, as an inscription formation was in existence he hadn't come into contact with. This inscription formation can be said to be difficult, yet it can be said to be easy. But it's the ability of a void transformation stage expert, after all, and it's far from something I can see through. Perhaps brother Duan has a way. Is your spiritual force able to detect the location of Duan Lingtian? Feng Wu Dao asked. No, My spiritual force is only able to touch the upper half of the soul cleanse pool. There's no trace of Brother Duan and that little gold mouse. Instead, the young miss is about to leave the range of my spiritual force, so I'll go down and take a look. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he flew out and fused into the soul cleanse pool. Within the abode, Duan Lingtian cultivated in meditation, and when he felt it was about time, he opened his eyes. His face revealed a delighted expression, and he raised his hand with the intention of taking the nether soul fruit. However, this glance caused Duan Lingtian's face to go pale. He saw that the plant was still there, yet the nether soul fruit on it had vanished without a trace. Where's the nether soul fruit? Who took the nether soul fruit? Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly, and his fierce gaze swept past as he started searching within the abode. He could be sure that someone had surely seized the nether soul fruit before him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had noticed the culprit. On the other side of the stone bed, a furry little gold mouse lay there, and it had fallen into a deep sleep. A wisp of dark green liquid could be seen at the corner of its mouth. The dark green liquid was suffused with strands of deep spirit energy. Little Gold, you actually stole and ate my nether soul fruit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's feelings were complicated, and it was difficult to express with words. Once he consumed the nether soul fruit, it was able to allow his soul to advance by a few levels, and it was even to the extent of directly pursuing the soul of an ordinary void initiation stage martial artist. But now, all of this had transformed into the moon in the mirror, flowers in the water, whereas the culprit was precisely this infant, jade-eyed heavenly mouse. This little fellow wouldn't be pretending to be asleep, right? Didn't I ask you to stay properly by Tianwu's side? What did you come in for? Duan Lingtian grabbed the little gold mouse with slight helplessness, yet he noticed that the little gold mouse had indeed fallen into a deep sleep, and it was a deep sleep state. Looks like it's digesting the nether soul fruit. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. If it was another demon beast that stole and ate the nether soul fruit, Duan Lingtian would kill it without the slightest hesitation. But now, the one that stole and ate the nether soul fruit was Little Gold, and Duan Lingtian could only grit his teeth and swallow this pain. Never mind, I'll take it as helping you, little fellow. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding and didn't think any further. Presumably, Little Gold would be able to obtain great benefits after consuming the nether soul fruit. Little Gold was strong, and it was of great help to him. The cycle of kindness. It's been 3 days, it's time to go out. Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along and dived into the underwater passageway before leaving the abode. This little gold was actually able to find this underwater passageway. It's really something, as expected of the descendant of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. As he moved about in the underwater passageway, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, besides possessing brute strength, the jade-eyed heavenly mouse is also adept in soul attacks and knows some unfathomable soul skills. Only after attaining the level of Emperor Wu would a human martial artist be able to come into contact with the true essence of the soul and come into contact with the unfathomable soul attacks. Soul attacks are commonly called as spiritual force attacks in Cloud Continent. There are many demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent that are able to execute spiritual force attacks before they become demon emperors. Amongst them is the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could deeply feel how terrifying spiritual force attacks were. A single thought was sufficient to injure and shatter another soul. Chapter 438. I wonder if Little Gold will be able to awaken the inheritance related to that unfathomable soul skill after her soul strengthens after consuming the nether soul fruit. Duan Lingtian found out about the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Once the descendants of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse grew to a certain extent, they would receive the corresponding inheritance of the jade-eyed Heavenly Mouse clan. Amongst them included that unfathomable soul skill. Soul skills are a type of attack that uses spiritual force to attack, and it's impossible to guard against. The soul skills of demon beasts are usually executed through the soul brand of their innate inheritance. Even if a human martial artist knows the method to utilize the inherited soul skills of demon beasts, he would still be unable to execute it. After Duan Lingtian found out about all this from Samsara Emperor Wu's memories, he couldn't help but sigh. After all, he'd thought earlier that once the little gold mouse awakened the memories related to inherited soul skills, he'd ask the little gold mouse to pass it down to him. In that way, he'd be able to rely on his spiritual force to execute soul skills. But unfortunately, his imagination was beautiful, yet reality was cruel. As his thoughts spun, Duan Lingtian left the underwater passageway and returned to the Soul Cleanse pool. Right when he swam up and arrived at the upper half of the Soul Cleanse pool, he sensed an exceedingly strong spiritual force sweeping over Elder Kong. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian guessed who the owner of this strong spiritual force was. When Duan Lingtian leaped out of the Soul Cleanse pool, Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong were already waiting there. Elder Brother Duan. At this moment, Feng Tianwu had already removed the veil on her face and revealed her peerless appearance, but she was slightly disappointed at this moment. I'm sorry, I didn't look after Little Gold. I don't know where Little Gold went. Duan Lingtian was curious earlier why Feng Tianwu would reveal such an expression, but now when he heard Feng Tianwu, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. The little fellow is here. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and grabbed the little gold mouse. Earlier, he swam all the way up and tied the little gold mouse that had fallen into a deep slumber to his belt. Little Gold. When Feng Tianwu saw the little gold mouse, her peerlessly beautiful face recovered its vigor, and when she saw that the little gold mouse didn't have any movements, she had a worried expression. Elder Brother Duan, what's wrong with Little Gold? It's fine. It's just asleep. When he thought of the reason why the little gold mouse had fallen asleep, Duan Lingtian gnashed his teeth in hatred. City Lord Elder Kong, why are you here as well? The closing of the Soul Cleanse pool's inscription formation was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. The appearance of the little gold mouse had already exceeded his expectations. Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 being within the Soul Cleanse pool had exceeded his expectations even more. After Wu saw this little gold mouse run in, she followed it in. Elder Kong and I were worried about her, so we followed her in. Don't you know how anxious this little girl was when she noticed that the little gold mouse was nowhere to be seen? As Feng Wu Dao spoke, he took a deep look at Duan Lingtian. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu as his heart trembled slightly, and he revealed a light smile. I'm sorry I made you worry. Elder Brother Duan, it's fine as long as you and Little Gold are fine. Feng Tianwu shook her head, and she revealed a smile that could turn the world upside down. Right, Elder Brother Duan. Where did you and Little Gold go? My father, Grandpa Kong, and I searched the entire Soul Cleanse pool, yet we didn't notice a trace of the 2 of you. Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong looked at Duan Lingtian with tacit understanding as well. Duan Lingtian said slowly, there's a concealed underwater passageway beneath the Soul Cleanse pool, and it leads to a completely sealed-off abode. I spent these 2 days within that abode. That abode seems to have been inhabited by someone, and it's covered in dust. According to my estimations, the owner of that abode is very likely the inscription master that set up the inscription formation on the Soul Cleanse pool. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong were moved. Brother Duan, you said there's an underwater passageway beneath the Soul Cleanse pool that leads to the abode of the inscription master that left behind this inscription formation? Elder Kong looked at Duan Lingtian with an excited expression. As an inscription master, He was naturally able to discern the profundity of the inscription formation that enveloped the soul cleanse pool. The 9 inscriptions complemented each other, and only an inscription master whose soul had attained the void transformation stage was capable of setting it up. Yet now, the abode of that inscription master was right before their eyes. It's only my guess, it might not be him. Duan Lingtian naturally guessed the reason for Elder Kong's excitement. You've spent these past 2 days inside. You ought to have noticed something, right? Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Sort of. Duan Lingtian's bitter smile drew the attention of Feng Tianwu and Elder Kong. When faced with the gazes of the 3 people, Duan Lingtian glanced helplessly at the little gold mouse in his hand and said slowly, 3 days ago, after I entered the soul cleanse pool, I went to search for the source of the spirit energy within the soul cleanse pool. In the end, I discovered that underwater passageway. Later on, I entered that abode and found another soul fruit within the abode. Another soul fruit? Feng Tianwu didn't have any reaction when Duan Lingtian finished speaking, whereas the expressions of Feng Wudao and Elder Kong instantly went grim. Especially Elder Kong. An inscription master at his level had a formidable soul, and even a soul transformation fruit was extremely limited in its assistance to him. However, the nether soul fruit was a precious spirit fruit that surpassed the soul transformation fruit. Even if he consumed it, it would at least allow his soul to advance by 2 or 3 levels. You consumed the nether soul fruit? Elder Kong stared blankly at Duan Lingtian as a bright light flashed within his muddy eyes, and they were filled with envy. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu found out about the preciousness of the nether soul fruit from Duan Lingtian as well. She looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. Congratulations, elder brother Duan. I didn't consume the nether soul fruit. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and at the same time he couldn't help but glare at the little gold mouse that had fallen asleep in his hand. Feng Wudao and the others looked at Duan Lingtian with puzzled expressions. 3 days ago, I noticed the nether soul fruit, Duan Lingtian sighed as he recounted the sequence of events that had occurred. All of this wasn't a secret. After they finished listening to Duan Lingtian, the gazes of Feng Wudao and the others simultaneously descended onto the little gold mouse in Duan Lingtian's hand, and they were filled with astonishment. A reckless waste of gods giving gifts. A reckless waste of gods giving gifts. Feng Wudao couldn't help but shake his head and sigh with emotion. If I knew earlier that this little fellow would seize your fortuitous encounters, I ought to have watched it since the beginning and not allowed it to charge in. Elder brother Duan, I'm sorry. I didn't watch Little Gold properly and allowed it to secretly eat the spirit fruit you intended to consume. Feng Tianwu had an apologetic expression, and she was delicate and pitiful as her eyes were filled with tears. It's fine. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently as he rubbed the little gold mouse in his hand. Little Gold, consuming the nether soul fruit, can be considered to be its fortune. Brother Duan is truly open-minded. It's admirable. Elder Kong couldn't help but glance at Duan Lingtian, and then his gaze lit up. Brother Ling, Elder Kong, if you're interested in that abode that's suspected to be left behind by an inscription master, then I'll bring you over to have a look. Before Elder Kong could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian spoke out to interrupt him, and after he placed the little gold mouse at the side, his figure flashed out to once again enter the soul cleanse pool. This time, it wasn't only Elder Kong. Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu had followed him as well. This underwater passageway is actually concealed beneath the aquatic plants. No wonder I didn't notice anything. When I used my spiritual force to investigate earlier, I intentionally avoided these aquatic plants. Yet I never imagined that the thing I didn't pay attention to the most actually concealed a secret. When he saw Duan Lingtian push aside the aquatic plants and enter the passageway beneath the tree, Elder Kong communicated with Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. It was because he was attentive that day, otherwise he would have missed this underwater passageway just like Elder Kong. Finally, Under Duan Lingtian's lead, Elder Kong and Feng Wu Dao arrived at the abode together. After Elder Kong arrived at the abode, he started searching all around. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian felt that Elder Kong was doing something useless. But unexpectedly, "Brother Duan, quickly come over and look." Elder Kong's exclamation of surprise entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and at the same time, it alarmed Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu. The three of them walked over. They saw that along with Elder Kong raising his hand to slap the wall at the side of the abode, along with the dust on the wall falling down, dense words appeared before the eyes of the three of them. "This is Insights in the Art of Inscriptions." Duan Lingtian roughly glanced at it and discerned what was recorded on the words inscribed on the wall, and it was the lifetime worth of insights left behind by an inscription master. Looks like this abode is really as Brother Duan guessed. It was left behind by the inscription master that set up the inscription formation on the Soul Cleanse pool. This inscription master was a void interpretation stage expert. Elder Kong muttered to himself as if he'd lost his soul as he looked at the words on the wall. The words on the wall were the lifetime worth of insights left behind by the inscription master that had stepped into the void interpretation stage, and it was a supreme treasure to an inscription master. But to Duan Lingtian it wasn't worth mentioning. The insights in the Tao of inscriptions left behind by that inscription master is utterly unable to compare to the insights in the Tao of inscriptions in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Perhaps these insights in the Tao of inscriptions are useful to Elder Kong, but it's useless to me. Duan Lingtian only swept a few glances at the insights in the Tao of inscriptions on the wall before turning around with disinterest to observe the surroundings. Earlier, he really didn't notice the words on the wall. "There's some here as well." Feng Tianwu's voice sounded out, and only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the other side of the cave wall was similarly inscribed with dense words. What's this?" Originally, Duan Lingtian similarly wasn't interested in the words on the other side of the cave wall, but Feng Tianwu's low exclamation still drew his attention. Duan Lingtian walked over. "Elder brother Duan, look here. Is this an inscription?" Feng Tianwu pointed at a place on the wall as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced over. On the wall, besides the dense section of insights related to the Tao of inscriptions, there was a strange mark behind a wisp of light dust. This mark didn't seem to have been carved on. A wisp of gold seemed to be concealed behind the dust. It's slightly like an inscription, yet doesn't seem to be. Chapter 439. Just as Duan Lingtian extended his hand to wipe off the dust on the strange mark, and his palm came into contact with the strange mark, whoosh! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. The completely revealed strange mark suddenly emitted a burst of golden light. It was as though it had transformed into a dazzling sun in an instant. Then this small, blazing sun gradually faded away. At that moment, Duan Lingtian only felt an extremely strange energy sweeping out from the wall and into his palm. It was so fast that it made Duan Lingtian's hair stand on end. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. That extremely strange energy swept directly toward his soul. Oh no! Duan Lingtian's heart was in a state of panic. The soul was the foundation of a person. If his soul was destroyed, it would mean that his life would wither away. All that would be left was a lifeless body. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy swept out from his soul in an attempt to stop this extremely strange energy. However, this energy completely ignored Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy and swept all the way toward Duan Lingtian's soul. It was as though it would not stop until it destroyed Duan Lingtian's soul. Boom! The instant this extremely strange energy collided with his soul, Duan Lingtian felt despair. Am I going to die? In the next moment, his soul shook, causing Duan Lingtian to feel dizzy. I'm not dead. Duan Lingtian snapped back to reality. Only then did he realize that his consciousness was still there. His soul had not been destroyed. Elder brother Duan, what happened just now? Why is the inscription gone? A pleasant and light voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears and pulled Duan Lingtian back from his excited thoughts. Duan Lingtian looked at the cavern wall before him once more, and he noticed that the gold-colored strange mark had vanished as if it had never appeared. When he recalled what happened earlier, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, "Tianwu, you didn't see anything earlier?" "No." Feng Tianwu shook her head. "I only saw elder brother Duan wipe off the dust on the gold-colored inscription, and then the inscription vanished. Could it be that the inscription was drawn on the cavern wall? Was it wiped off along with the dust by elder brother Duan earlier? Perhaps." At the same time that Duan Lingtian nodded, his mood surged. He didn't know exactly what that gold-colored strange mark was. It was precisely because of this that allowed him to realize that mark wasn't simple. Tian Wu said she didn't see anything. In other words, I was the only one who saw the scene of the strange mark emitting a scorching sun-like light just now. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he looked at Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong, who stood at the side. Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong were obviously not alarmed. What exactly is that mark? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his spiritual force fused into his soul as he started searching. In the end, he noticed that there seemed to be something extra within his soul, although the strength of his current spiritual force was insufficient to replace his eyes and was unable to see what was extra within his soul. But his spiritual force still told him that his soul had become different from before. This feeling, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and used his spiritual force to sense the difference in his soul to the best of his ability. In the end, he obtained an answer. According to the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, something similar would only appear in the souls of those demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent. This thing seems to be slightly similar to the soul brand of those demon beasts. Soul brand. Some demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent were able to awaken their soul brand and awaken the inherited memories related to soul skills before they became demon emperors. These demon beasts relied on the soul brand to execute soul attacks in advance, which was also known as spiritual force attacks, whereas Little Gold, as a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, was one of these demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent. But according to the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, it's impossible for a soul brand to appear within a human. Only after a human martial artist's cultivation breaks through to the Emperor Wu realm would they be able to grasp the basics of the soul and control spiritual force against their enemies. Moreover, not every human martial artist is able to easily control their spiritual force against their enemies. Over 80% of human martial artists that are able to easily control their spiritual force against their enemies are inscription masters. There's also another portion that are existences that are innately stronger than ordinary human martial artists. An ordinary human emperor would have to put in much more effort to control their spiritual force against their enemies than the former. After all, their starting point is far inferior to the former. Moreover, this type of human Emperor Wu, even if they concentrated on researching spiritual force attacks, it would be very difficult for them to have great accomplishments. Within Duan Lingtian's mind, the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara flashed past one by one. But why would something similar to a soul brand appear within my soul now? Duan Lingtian was puzzled after pondering for a long time. Could it be related to the strange brand that appeared on the cavern wall earlier? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think. At the same time, for the sake of investigating, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force coiled around the existence that seemed to be a soul brand on his soul. Wham! His spiritual force swept out and pierced into it. In practically an instant, Duan Lingtian felt his soul tremble, and an extremely hollow voice sounded out within his mind out of thin air. Lucky successor! When you hear this message of mine, you should have already obtained the soul brand I left behind This unfamiliar voice caused Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was struck by lightning. At this moment, Duan Lingtian faintly guessed who the owner of the voice was. I'm an inscription master from the foreign lands, and my pursuit is different from ordinary inscription masters. I've contributed all my energy to the research of soul brands. Those demon beasts don't need to break through to the demon emperor realm to be able to utilize their soul brands to execute spiritual force against their enemies, and it usually causes us human martial artists to be unable to guard against it. My research is to allow human martial artists to possess their own soul brand. But unfortunately, the facts prove that I'm still too naive. I've walked through more than half of Cloud Continent in my lifetime, and when I arrived here, I was already in my twilight years. So what if I'm at the void interpretation stage? After 100 years, I'll still transform into a pile of dirt and return to the heavens and the earth. When I'm old, I'm always more long-winded. I hope you don't mind. Although I haven't researched a soul brand that allows human martial artists to execute spiritual force attacks before breaking through to the Emperor Wu realm in my lifetime, I can't be considered to have gained nothing. I used the seed of the Nether Soul fruit as a guide and relied on my lifetime's attainments and inscriptions to finally leave behind a special soul brand. It's also the soul brand you've obtained now. These words of mine are precisely what I left behind in the soul brand using the voice transmission inscription. When I left behind this soul brand, my lifespan was about to end, and I decided to leave to find a peaceful place to spend the rest of my life. Although this soul brand is unable to allow you to execute a spiritual force attack that can destroy the soul of another, but according to my estimations, it ought to be able to assist you in executing some special spiritual force techniques. As for exactly how it is, you'll have to rely on yourself to figure it out. Besides that, since you're able to fuse with the soul brand I left behind, I presume your spiritual force is unique, and you're most likely an inscription master. I've left behind my lifetime's experience in inscriptions on the wall of this abode, and I hope it'll be able to help you. When the voice reached here, it was completely annihilated without a sound. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses, and his pupils constricted as shock arose in his heart. This inscription master is really amazing. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. After fusing with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew very well what this inscription master's actions meant. Even if it was the reincarnation Emperor Wu, although he was very interested in the soul brand of those demon beasts with extraordinary talent, he completely gave up after researching for a few years, because the reincarnation Emperor Wu felt that continuing to research would only be useless. Moreover, at that time, the reincarnation Emperor Wu didn't need a soul brand at all, so he didn't pay much attention to it. As a powerhouse at the Emperor Wu stage and a formidable inscription master, so long as he condensed his spiritual force and swept it out, there wasn't a single Emperor Wu in Cloud Continent that could block his spiritual force attack and not be injured. Compared to the reincarnation Emperor Wu, this inscription master was much more persistent. He spent his entire life and finally researched a soul brand in the end. The shock in Duan Lingtian's heart gradually calmed down. After calming down, Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. I almost forgot something. According to the inscription master's words, he himself seems to not know what use the soul brand that fused with my soul has now. Then, wouldn't I become his lab rat? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian realized that unknowingly he seemed to have become that inscription master's test subject. I hope the soul brand left behind by that inscription master is fine. Otherwise, I'll really be finished by him. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. According to what that inscription master said, the soul brand in my soul can't directly execute a spiritual force attack against an enemy. Looks like I have to study it for a while before I know exactly what use this soul brand has. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At the same time, he recalled the matter that the inscription master had mentioned earlier. According to what that inscription master said, the soul brand that fused into my soul seemed to be constructed with the seed of the nether soul fruit as a guide and combined with the inscription patterns. The seed of the nether soul fruit. He really wasted God's given gifts. Looks like it's very likely that the nether soul fruit that grew in this abode was grown from the seed he left behind that day. Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened and completely understood many things now. Unfortunately, a plant grown from a seed of the nether soul fruit can only produce a single nether soul fruit in its lifetime. Otherwise, I could consider moving the nether soul fruit plant elsewhere. Chapter 440. The changes in Duan Lingtian's expression were all noticed by Feng Tianwu, but she utterly didn't know exactly what had happened, and she could only silently stand there. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had completely recovered from his shock. Only now did he notice that Elder Kong was still seriously looking through the lifetime worth of inscription experiences left behind by the inscription master. These inscription experiences are completely useless to me, but it can be considered to have helped Elder Kong accomplish his goal. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. When he realized that Elder Kong still needed some time to finish looking through the inscription experiences on the walls of the cavern, Duan Lingtian simply sat cross-legged on the stone bed and greeted Feng Tianwu before completely immersing himself in his cultivation. 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, wind WYRM form. The 2-year agreement with Zither Young Master was imminent, and Duan Lingtian didn't dare be negligent in the slightest. Duan Lingtian's actions were noticed by Feng Wu Dao, and he couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Geniuses didn't completely rely on natural talent and fortuitous encounters, but relied even more on one's own hard work. Just like a peerless genius, if he didn't have the mood to cultivate and only cared about eating, drinking, and having fun, then he was bound to be unable to accomplish anything great, and it was useless no matter how great his natural talent was. In next to no time, Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu sat on the stone bed and closed their eyes to cultivate. The stone bed was extremely large, and when the 3 of them sat cross-legged, it didn't seem to be crowded in the slightest. Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten the time when his entire body and mind were immersed in his cultivation. He only knew to ceaselessly increase the origin energy in his body and ceaselessly increase his cultivation. Only when his cultivation arrived at the final critical point between the 5th level of the nascent soul stage and the 6th level of the nascent soul stage did he heave a sigh of relief and open his eyes. City Governor, Elder Kong, Tianwu. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the 3 of them were currently sitting before the stone table in the abode, and they were chatting lightly. When the 3 of them noticed that Duan Lingtian had awoken, their faces revealed smiles. In particular, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes, which were like limpid autumn waters, revealed a trace of imperceptible excitement. Elder brother Duan, you're awake. Feng Tianwu stood up and smiled at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. After feeling a burst of hunger in his stomach, he couldn't help but ask, "How long did I cultivate this time?" 1.5 months. Feng Tianwu said. 1.5 months. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. In other words, there were still 4.5 months of time remaining before the 2-year agreement between him and Zither Young Master. Elder Kong, have you finished reading? Duan Lingtian glanced at the walls of the cave and then looked at the gray-robed old man. Yes. The old man nodded with a smile. His face was glowing. It was obvious that he had gained a lot. Brother Duan, aren't you going to take a look? These inscription patterns are of no help to me. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The old man came to a sudden understanding. If he hadn't seen Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Tao of Inscriptions, perhaps he would feel that these words of Duan Lingtian's were too arrogant. Looks like the attainments of Brother Duan's teacher that came from the foreign lands in the Tao of Inscriptions even surpassed the owner of this cave, the inscription grandmaster that broke through to the void interpretation stage. Now, only shock remained in his heart. Since it's like this, let's leave. Feng Wu Dao spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 didn't have any objections. In next to no time, the group of 4 left the soul cleanse pool. Little gold hasn't woken up. Feng Tianwu picked up the little gold mouse and was slightly surprised when she noticed it was still sleeping soundly. After all, 1.5 months had passed. She probably still needs to sleep for a period of time. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He who originally wanted to break open the inscription formation noticed that Elder Kong seemed to have the intention to make a move. So he withdrew the spiritual force he stretched out and allowed Elder Kong to make a move. But after a long time, Elder Kong's sweat poured down like rain. Yet he was still unable to break open the inscription formation. Elder Kong, it still doesn't work. Feng Wu Dao was slightly astounded. Didn't Elder Kong possess the lifetime worth of knowledge in inscriptions left behind by that inscription master? Why is he unable to break open that person's inscription formation? Elder Kong was slightly embarrassed when he heard this. I might have to familiarize myself with it first. I'll do it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then his spiritual force swept out and relied on the lifetime worth of memories of the Emperor of Wu to easily see through the core of the inscription formation. Even though Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was far inferior to Elder Kong, he'd found the core of the inscription formation and easily broke open the inscription formation. Whoosh! The gray and hazy clouds and mist before their eyes roiled as the inscription formation was activated once more. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 flashed out, along with Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretching out once more. The inscription formation was closed once more. It wasn't just that, he'd even changed the setting of the inscription formation that it would only be activated once every 3 years. In the future, this soul cleanse pool won't be open to the outside world. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Wu Dao's group of 3. The 3 of them nodded and didn't feel that Duan Lingtian's actions had gone too far. After all, the nether soul fruit had been eaten by the little gold mouse, and the soul cleanse pool wouldn't produce any spirit energy in the future. Even if the setting of the inscription formation wasn't changed by Duan Lingtian, it would be impossible for anyone to obtain any benefits from the soul cleanse pool in the future. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 ascended the flying demon beast once more and returned to Phoenix Nest City. Phoenix Nest City was peaceful, and it wasn't much different from when they left that day. This time, they'd returned to the city governor's estate and stayed for 3 days before Duan Lingtian intended to bid his farewells and leave. Elder brother Duan, you're leaving so soon? Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face was filled with reluctance. All good things must come to an end. Moreover, I have some things to do. I'll surely come see you in the future. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Feng Tianwu lightly nodded, as she was able to discern that Duan Lingtian had already decided to leave. Lingtian kid, remember what you said. Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke via voice transmission. City governor, you can be at ease. I, Duan Lingtian, always keep my word, and I'll absolutely not go back on my word. So long as I really awaken the water spirit body, or ice soul body one day, I'll take Tianwu as my wife and save her life. Duan Lingtian nodded to Feng Wu Dao, then replied via voice transmission. At that time, I'll come to Phoenix Nest City again. There's no need. Feng Wu Dao's voice transmission sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. There's no need? City governor, what I mean is you don't have to come to Phoenix Nest City again in the future. After a period of time, we'll return to where we came from. If you want to look for us in the future, then go to the capital of the Dark Han dynasty. When you arrive at the capital, you only have to inquire about the Feng clan. Feng Wu Dao's voice transmission sounded out once more, and it caused Duan Lingtian to come to a sudden understanding. Feng clan. It had always been the clan that Feng Wu Dao and the others were from. He remembered it. Elder brother Duan, you haven't told us where you're from. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, What? Are you afraid I've gone missing? Duan Lingtian joked, and it caused the heavy atmosphere at the scene to ease up slightly. I'm from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that's south of the Darkstone Empire. Presently, I'm a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect that's the head of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If nothing unexpected happens, I ought to be in the 7-Star Sword Sect for the next few years. 7-Star Sword Sect. Feng Tianwu lightly nodded and silently remembered it. All right, I ought to be leaving as well. Elder Kong, farewell. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Elder Kong before leaving the city governor's estate. After Duan Lingtian left. All right, he's already left. Feng Wu Dao glanced at his daughter that was still raising her head in anticipation, and he shook his head. He knew clearly in his heart. The heart of this daughter of his had already left with that kid, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. This daughter of mine has peerless natural talent since she was young, and her eyes are extremely high. Yet you've actually captured her heart so quickly. Although Feng Wu Dao was displeased about this, he had no choice but to be convinced. Yes, Feng Tianwu withdrew her gaze, and her beautiful face was filled with a sense of loss. The atmosphere became oppressive once more. Outside Phoenix, Nest City. Go! A tall and large horse that seemed to be dyed in blood flashed out, and a violet-clothed young man sat on the horse. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who just left Phoenix, Nest City. I forgot that little gold is still in deep slumber. I can only use this Fergana horse to travel for now. Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face. He only thought of this after he left the city governor's estate. Although if he returned to the city governor's estate, he could ask for a flying beast from Feng Wu Dao, but he dispelled this thought in the end. At any rate, he wasn't in a hurry now, so he wouldn't trouble someone. He didn't want to owe Feng Wu Dao a favor. Duan Lingtian spurred the horse to gallop all the way north. He traveled day and night, eating the wind and drinking the dew. It was as if he didn't have a destination at all. 4.5 months. I'll casually walk around during this period of time and gain experience and tempering myself. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. 7-Star Sword Sect, Main Peak, W Peak. A spacious palace stood on the mountainside of W Peak, and it was like a strange beast that lay dormant there. Brother Lei, Brother Lei. A hurried voice sounded out within the palace. A youth around the age of 17 or 18 that wore green clothes pushed open the door and barged into a room. Pooh! The blue-clothed young man that sat on the bed cultivating was alarmed, and his vital energy and blood attacked his heart, causing him to forcefully spit out a mouthful of blood. The blue-clothed young man opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed imperceptibly within his eyes, but it was quickly restrained, and he squeezed out a trace of a smile as he looked at the green-clothed youth that barged in. Brother Ko, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? He knew clearly in his heart that although the green-clothed youth before him could be considered to be his cousin brother, the green-clothed youth's status was far from something he could compare to. It was even to the extent that he was able to cultivate here because of this cousin brother of his. After all, the palace he was currently in was the cultivation place of one of the 2 great guardian elders of the 7-Star Sword Sect, Elder Ming. Elder Ming was the great-grandfather of his cousin's bloodline. Brother Lei, look at this! The green-clothed youth looked at the blue-clothed young man, then casually withdrew a small booklet and flipped to the middle before passing it over to the blue-clothed young man. These 24 words, the blue-clothed young man looked over. On the page in the middle of the small booklet, there were 24 conspicuous large words. If you want to continue cultivating, you must first castrate yourself. If you don't castrate yourself, it's difficult to succeed. Chapter 441. Castrate. The blue-clothed young man's pupils constricted and his face went pale. Subsequently, he snatched the small booklet from the green-clothed young man's hand. Castrate. I actually have to castrate myself. The second half of this muscle meridian rebirth scroll can only be cultivated after I castrate myself? This blue-clothed young man was none other than Zhao Lei. The Zhao Lei that left the ancient city of Everlast and rushed back to the Seven-Star Sword Sect after obtaining the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll that day. It was precisely because Zhao Lei brought back the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll that he had the opportunity to cultivate in this palace, which was also one of the 9 great spirit points of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. 3 months ago, he'd already dispersed his cultivation to cultivate the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. His cousin brother, Zhao Ku, had also dispersed his cultivation like him. Zhao Ku was precisely the only son of the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Brother Lei, could it be that we really have to castrate ourselves? Zhao Ku asked slightly hesitantly. Obviously, although Zhao Ku wasn't old, he knew what castrating himself meant. Castrate, castrate. Why do I have to castrate myself? Zhao Lei's expression was savage, and cold lights shot out from his eyes. No wonder. I was wondering why I didn't have the effect of rebirth that Uncle spoke of when I cultivated the first half. So it turns out that it's because I didn't castrate myself. In this way, the reason that Duan Lingtian was able to complete rebirth was because he'd already castrated himself? Castrating himself in exchange for rebirth, in exchange for a peerlessly monstrous natural talent. At the same time, it also means ending one's bloodline. Zhao Lei closed his eyes, and his body lightly trembled. Presently, the path of the strong was right before his eyes. It all depended on how he chose. The difference of a single thought was like the difference between heaven and earth. Suddenly, Zhao Lei opened his eyes, and his gaze shot out with an incomparably firm gaze. Brother Ko, I've decided. I want to castrate myself. Only after I castrate myself would I be able to possess a natural talent and strength that can compare to that Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lei looked at Zhao Ku and spoke resolutely. Brother Lei, you really want to castrate yourself? Zhao Ku's legs started to tremble, and he had a terrified expression. Should we discuss this matter with my father? No. Zhao Lei said resolutely, we can't let your father and my father know about this. Otherwise, they won't let us do this. After all, once we castrate ourselves, it means that the Zhao family will have no more descendants. Zhao Ku was silent. That seemed to be the case. Brother Lei, I'm scared. Zhao Ku's face was deathly pale, his voice trembling slightly. What are you afraid of? Don't you want to have Duan Lingtian's talent? Don't you want to stand out and win glory for your father? Zhao Lei looked at Zhao Ku and asked. When Zhao Ku heard this, his body trembled, and his eyes shot out a sharp light. I want to kill all those people who go against my father. For example, that Mizar Peak's peak master, Zheng Fan. If it wasn't for him obstructing my father that day, my father would have long since killed Duan Lingtian and seized the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. I know, father hates him very much. Therefore, I must become stronger and kill that Zheng Fan to vent my anger for my father. As Zhao Ku finished speaking, his face flushed red, and his eyes flickered with bloodthirsty, killing intent. Exactly, we want to kill all those who go against us and our father. But if we want to become strong, then the fastest way now is to cultivate the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. So long as we castrate ourselves, we'll be reborn and possess monstrous natural talent that's comparable to Duan Lingtian. Bright lights shot out from Zhao Lei's eyes. At that time, the entire Seven-Star Sword Sect will be the world of us brothers. You'll be the sect leader, and I'll be the guardian elder. All right. Zhao Ku nodded fiercely. Brother Lei, for the sake of being able to be reborn, will castrate ourselves. Just like this, the only sons of the seven-star sword sect's outer court elder, Zhao Lin, and external affairs elder, Zhao Yu, discussed the grand plan of castrating themselves, all for the sake of being able to be reborn, as stated in the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. Presently, Duan Lingtian was wandering in the southern area of the Darkstone Empire, a lone ranger, a single man with a single sword wandering the world with a heroic spirit that shot into the clouds. Whereas the 2-year agreement with Zither, young master, grew closer and closer. For months later, in the quiet forest, Duan Lingtian leaned on a large tree. On his shoulder was the cute little gold mouse that was completely furry, standing there and looking left and right. Big brother Lingtian, are you sure they'll come? The little gold mouse looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her eyes as she asked via voice transmission. Don't worry, little gold, they'll come. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he spoke. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, in the distance, a wave of rapid sounds of horse hooves approached in a vast and mighty array. Over 10 ferocious bandits seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that swept towards the location of Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse. Nay, nay. After a short moment, the over 10 bandits immediately stood still and looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. Thoid brother, you wouldn't be talking about this kid, right? 5th brother was killed by him? One of the 4 bandits in the lead looked at the person that stared at Duan Lingtian with a livid expression and asked with slight disbelief. Exactly, it's him. The latter nodded fiercely, and his voice contained grief and indignation mixed within. A little kid at the age of 22 or 23 can kill 5th brother. Another bandit frowned and slightly didn't dare believe it. 4th brother, don't look down on him. This kid is a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. The bandit that spoke with grief and indignation earlier spoke out once more. 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Instantly, the expressions of the other 3 bandits in the lead went grim. A cultivation at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage at such a young age, the monstrous natural talent of this young man could be imagined. 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Amongst the 4 bandits in the lead, the middle-aged man that hadn't spoken until now shot his slightly cold gaze at Duan Lingtian. Your natural talent isn't bad, but unfortunately, you're going to die here today. Want to kill me? That will depend on if all of you have the ability. Duan Lingtian's body that leaned on the tree slightly stood up, and he shrugged as he said indifferently, You ought to be their grand leader, right? 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Your strength isn't bad. You can go up yourself. His words seemed as if he didn't take the middle-aged man, the grand leader of the bandits, seriously. Kid, if you want to battle my big brother, defeat me first. Instantly, origin energy raged between the legs of the 2nd leader of the bandits that spoke earlier, and he flashed out from his horse as if transforming into a cannonball that fiercely shot towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky above the 2nd leader of the bandits, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. After a short moment, the 2nd leader arrived nearby Duan Lingtian. Die! The 2nd leader shouted out explosively, and the saber in his hand transformed into a flowing light that carried a shocking, imposing manner as it flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian, seeming as if he wanted to split Duan Lingtian into 2. Instantly, another 280 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. This saber was obviously a grade 7 spirit saber. It was capable of amplifying strength by 28%. Origin energy skyrocketed on the saber in the hands of the 2nd leader of the bandits, and it tore through the sky while carrying the force to split mountains. This saber strike contained the strength of 1,280 and 80 ancient mammoths. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Lingtian's gaze was cold and indifferent, and at the same time that he indifferently spat out these words, his hand shook, and the violet myrtle flexible sword appeared out of thin air. Sword drawing arts. Swish! The sword struck out like a bolt of lightning, like a swimming dragon, and it swept towards the saber strike of the second leader of the bandits. Instantly, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed in the sky above Duan Lingtian. Clang! Swish! The ear-piercing sound of iron weapons colliding and the clear sound of a sharp sword tearing through a throat sounded out at almost the exact same time. In the next moment, bang! The body of the second leader of the bandits that approached menacingly trembled, and he didn't even have the time to emit a shrill cry before he and his saber fell down at almost the exact same time, and he completely lost all signs of life. Dead. Second brother. The face of the first leader of the bandits went grim, and his eyes almost split apart from rage. Second brother. The expressions of the third leader and fourth leader of the bandits went ghastly pale, and their eyes stared wide open, not daring to believe that all this was real. Since you've become bandits, then you ought to have expected that such a day would come. Duan Lingtian coldly swept the 3 leaders of the bandits and the 10+ bandits behind them that were trembling with fear as he spoke indifferently. My 5th brother and I didn't offend you. Why did you meddle in our business and kill my 5th brother? The 3rd leader of the bandits spoke with grief and indignation. Meddle in our business? It would have been fine if the 3rd leader didn't mention it, but once he did, killing intent that shot into the sky instantly arose on Duan Lingtian's body, and his tone was cold and indifferent like ice. It's fine that all of you plundered the village, as it was none other than for the sake of seeking wealth. But what did all of you do? Burning, killing, plundering, and not even letting off the old, young, women, and children. All of you don't deserve to die. 3rd brother, why waste your breath on him? Everyone attack and kill him. The first leader of the bandits shouted out explosively as he spurred his horse out to charge towards Duan Lingtian. Bring it on. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up, and he sent a voice transmission to the little gold mouse on his shoulder. Little gold, leave him to me. You deal with the others as you please. Squeak, squeak. When the little gold mouse heard Duan Lingtian, it seemed as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and it transformed into a golden light that flashed out into the sky. Meanwhile, the first leader of the bandits had arrived nearby Duan Lingtian as well. Wham! The saber tore through the sky and carried along a shocking might as it enveloped down towards Duan Lingtian from above, and origin energy coiled around it as if it had transformed into a snow-white moon. 1,408 ancient mammoth silhouettes swept out along with this saber strike. 8th level of the nascent soul stage, grade 7 spirit saber. Duan Lingtian didn't have the intention of dodging, and with a raise of his hand, the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out once more. Sword drawing arts. Whoosh! An exceedingly swift violet sword light flashed past and moved forward to intercept the saber strike, and it carried along the intensely trembling origin energy. Quick energy at the limit. Within the origin energy, the strange aura of wind was pulsating. Wind force. Duan Lingtian utilized his entire strength, wind force, and quake energy for this sword strike. Although the strength that Duan Lingtian exerted by relying on the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, the violet myrtle flexible sword, and wind force was still inferior to the first leader's saber strike that contained the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Chapter 442. Clang! A sword flew over and blasted away the saber in the hand of the bandit leader before easily piercing into the chest of the bandit leader. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's terrifying extreme, quake energy swept out. Ah! The bandit leader, let out a shrill cry that tore through the sky before stopping abruptly, and his entire body crashed onto the ground as if he had no bones, and he didn't make another sound. Dead. Big Brother. The third and fourth bandit leaders that were dealing with the little gold mouse inadvertently looked over, and their eyes almost split apart from rage as they roared sorrowfully in unison. Brothers, kill this damnable mouse and take revenge for the Grand Leader. The remaining two bandit leaders shouted out explosively, and their eyes went completely red. Kill! Kill! The remaining 10+ bandits all had red eyes. Little Gold, stop playing. We ought to return to the 7-star sword sect after dealing with them. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's calm voice contained traces of origin energy, and it suppressed the voices of all the bandits. Stop playing? The hearts of all the bandits jerked when they heard Duan Lingtian. Play. This little gold mouse is playing with us? In the next moment, they knew the answer. The little gold mouse that was fleeing left and right under their siege had suddenly transformed into an exceedingly swift golden light, and the front of the golden light carried along a fine milky white sword light. In the sky, 2,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Second level of the void prying stage. The third bandit leader's face went grim as he shouted out in shock. And this shout of shock was bound to be the last time he spoke in his entire life, because the exceedingly swift golden light had already carried along a milky, white, sword light that penetrated his chest. Whoosh! Everywhere the golden light and milky white sword light passed, all the bandits died without exception. In the blink of an eye, waves of despairing, sorrowful cries stopped abruptly. This area had completely recovered its calm as well. Big Brother Lingtian, I've done it. The little gold mouse held the pocket spirit sword as she flashed out to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and within her voice transmission, there was no lack of intention of seeking credit. Too slow. I thought you would be faster than me. Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse. Humph. I was just teasing them. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with unwillingness. I didn't ask you to play with them. Duan Lingtian angrily rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse and said, Quickly become big, we're returning to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Although the little gold mouse was extremely unwilling, it still obediently transformed into the size of a small mountain, and it carried Duan Lingtian up into the sky before heading towards the south. Little Gold, during this period of time, I will use all my time to cultivate. Can you find your own way back? Duan Lingtian had a doubtful expression as he looked at the little gold mouse that had grown up. Yes, the little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with confidence. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded as he sat cross-legged on the back of the little gold mouse, and his mind was completely immersed in his cultivation. 9 dragons, war sovereign technique. Wind WYRM form. Presently, there was only half a month of time remaining before the 2-year agreement with Zither Young Master. It was extremely urgent. Duan Lingtian hoped that he would be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the Nascent Soul stage within this half a month. But the 6th level of the Nascent Soul stage and the 7th level of the Nascent Soul stage was a watershed. He who had just broken through to the 6th level of the Nascent Soul stage for over 3 months would probably find it difficult to break through to the 7th level of the Nascent Soul stage within half a month. Although Duan Lingtian knew this as well, he still wanted to fight. No matter what the outcome was, he had to work hard and fight. Like this, he had no regrets. Duan Lingtian cultivated for 7 or 8 days before waking up, and he said with bewilderment, Little Gold, where are you now? Big Brother Lingtian, you've finally woken up. I seem to have gotten lost. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was slightly embarrassed. You, Duan Lingtian was completely speechless. Didn't you say you could find your way back? He was completely helpless towards this little gold mouse that had no sense of direction. Find a city now, we'll go ask for directions. Duan Lingtian said to the little gold mouse. Finally, after half a day, the man and mouse appeared in the sky above a city. After failing, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse that had shrunk down to enter the city, and after asking around, he finally found out their current location. It was at the northeast area of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian didn't dare cultivate again. If the little gold mouse were to get lost again, then he would really be unable to rush back in time. There's still 7 days of the 2-year agreement. Duan Lingtian sat on the little gold mouse's back and guided the little gold mouse, and his eyes looked ahead that flickered with bright lights. What a pity! It's probably impossible for my cultivation to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's guidance, the little gold mouse traveled at full speed and finally returned to the 7-star sword sect 6 days later. 7-star sword sect, I've returned. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a wisp of a light smile as he looked at the 7 sword peaks before him. Little Gold, go to Alcade Hall. After leaving the 7-star sword sect for over a year, Duan Lingtian was anxious to return, and the people he thought about the most in his heart were the 2 little girls, Kerr and Li Fei. His 2 fiancées had long since become a part of his life, and it was difficult to part with them. But when Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse descended outside Alcade Hall, they instead noticed that Alcade Hall was empty. It was even to the extent that the pavilion in Alcade Hall was covered in a layer of dust. Could it be that Kerr and Peak Master Qin Xiang went on a long journey again? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. After bringing along the little gold mouse, Duan Lingtian left Alcade Hall, and he intended to head to Alcade Peak to look for Li Fei. When he left Alcade Hall and passed by the vicinity of Mizar Hall, junior brother Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and when Duan Lingtian turned around to look, it was a familiar figure. Senior brother Zhang Song. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the young man before him. This young man was none other than the son of the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Song. Zhang Song was one of the few friends he had in the 7-star sword sect that he had a comparatively good relationship with. Senior brother Zhang Song, congratulations! Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out, and he noticed that Zhang Song had already broken through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. No wonder, junior brother Mo, you said that your discerning eyes are like torches. Now it would seem that it's really so. You noticed with a single glance that I'd broken through as soon as you returned. However, it's all thanks to the profound, nascent pill you gave me that day that I was able to break through this time. If it wasn't for that profound, nascent pill, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to break through for now. As Zhang Song finished speaking, he had an expression of gratitude. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, thank you. The profound, nascent pill was precisely the additional reward Duan Lingtian obtained that day when he participated in the martial competition of the 5 great sects and seized first place. It was useless to him, Kerr, and Li Fei, so he went with the flow and gave it to Zhang Song. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then asked, Right, senior brother Zhang Song, I went to Alcade Hall earlier and noticed that Peak Master Qin Xiang seemed to have gone on a long journey? Zhang Song frowned. I'm not too sure about this as well. I only heard that someone seemed to have come to look for Peak Master Qin Xiang. Then Peak Master Qin Xiang brought along her personal disciple and Elder Bai's personal disciple and left. My father knows more clearly about this matter. You can ask him yourself. Elder Bai's personal disciple? Could it be little Fei? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he thought in his heart. Under Zhang Song's lead, Duan Lingtian saw Zhang Fan in the pavilion of Mizar Hall. Peak Master Zhang Fan, Duan Lingtian, you finally made an appearance. Zhang Fan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian. Peak Master Zhang Fan, this is? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Duan Lingtian, there's something you don't know. 9 months ago, my father received the orders of the sect leader to head to the ancient city of Everlast to protect your safety. But when he arrived at the ancient city of Everlast, he found out about the news of you leaving from the 2 external affairs elders of our 7-star sword sect's ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast. Zhang Song, who stood at the side, said, Duan Lingtian was surprised, and warmth arose in his heart after his surprise. Thank you for your concern, Peak Master Zhang Fan. It's good that you've returned safely. Zhang Fan made tea as he nodded. Peak Master Zhang Fan. Peak Master Qin Xiang has left? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Exactly. Peak Master Qin Xiang and her personal disciple, Ke and Elder Bai's personal disciple, Li Fei, left 9 months ago. According to the sect leader, they went to celebrate the birthday of one of Peak Master Qin Xiang's older sisters. Zhang Fan nodded as he spoke slowly. 9 months ago. They haven't returned yet? Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never expected that Ke and little Fei would leave so early. According to the sect leader, the place they're going to is extremely far away. A round trip would probably require over a year of time. Zhang Fan continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. With Qin Xiang by Ke and Li Fei's side, he was extremely at ease. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Fan chatted as they drank tea. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, where have you been training these past few days? Zhang Song asked curiously. The Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. You actually went to the Darkstone Empire. Zhang Fan was surprised. What stage has your cultivation broken through to now? 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and spoke of his true cultivation. 6th level of the nascent soul stage? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhang Fan and Zhang Song's expressions of anticipation instantly collapsed. Duan Lingtianu, your cultivation ought to be inferior to Zither Young Master. Zishang, right? The 2-year agreement between you and Zither Young Master, Zishang, is the day after tomorrow. With his temper, he'll surely come. Zhang Fan frowned. Why don't you not fight the day after tomorrow? Exactly, even if you don't fight, no one will say anything about you. After all, Zither Young Master, Zishang is much older than you. Endure patiently for another year or 2, and with your natural talent, you'll be able to easily crush him at that time. Zhang Song agreed. Peak Master Zhang Fan, Senior Brother Zhang Song, I know of your good intentions, but I've already decided on this matter. Duan Lingtian smiled gratefully, and his gaze gradually became firm. On that day, both of you were present when Zither Young Master and I set the 2-year agreement, and I personally agreed. Since I've agreed, I won't go back on my word. Chapter 443. Zhang Fan and Song Song were both able to feel the resolution within Duan Lingtian's tone, and they didn't continue persuading him. Everyone has their own aspirations. Since you've decided, I won't say anything further, but that Zither Young Master was a 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist 2 years ago. Now that 2 years have passed with his natural talent, even if he's unable to break through to the half-step void stage, I presume he's already broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Fan looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. So, you must not enter into a life and death battle with him. It's fine if you lose now. You just have to win it back in the future. Otherwise, once you're killed, you'll have nothing left. Exactly. Zhang Song looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, if that Zither Young Master wants to enter into a life and death battle with you the day after tomorrow, you must not agree. The concern of Zhang Fan and Song Song caused warmth to arise within Duan Lingtian's heart. Don't worry, I know what to do. Although he said this, a strand of cold light still flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. If that zither young master insisted on entering into a life-and-death battle with him, he wouldn't mind. In terms of strength and speed, he might be inferior to zither young master. But in other aspects, zither young master could dream of gaining any advantage over him. Duan Lingtian chatted with Zheng Fan and Song Song for a while before bidding his farewells and leaving. Big brother Lingtian, they've really underestimated you. Duan Lingtian's sleeve lightly moved. It was the little gold mouse that was causing trouble. At the same time, the slightly immature voice of a young girl entered into his ears via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then paid no attention to the little gold mouse as he headed towards Migra's peak. I wonder if that Zhao Lin has cultivated the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. If he has cultivated it and castrated himself, I wonder what expression he would have when he sees that I'm still alive. Stepping onto the chain bridge that led to Migra's peak, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Zhao Lin. When he'd just arrived at the 7-star sword sect that day, Zhao Lin had tried every possible means to make things difficult for him. He had casually fabricated the non-existent muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing manual, and Zhao Lin had racked his brains to snatch it from him. For this reason, for a period of time, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, when Zhao Lin wanted to kill him for the non-existent muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll, he was thoroughly enraged. Especially on this chain bridge that day, Zhao Lin actually directly tried to kill him, and if it wasn't for the Migra's Peak's elder Lucio making a move, he would have already been killed. Duan Lingtian didn't have a good impression of Zhao Lin. Before long, Duan Lingtian passed through the chain bridge and stepped onto Migra's Peak. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, all the Migra's Peak disciples bowed respectfully. They didn't know that Duan Lingtian had left the 7-star sword sect, and they only thought that Duan Lingtian had been in closed-door cultivation recently. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a shocked shout that was filled with disbelief abruptly sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian glanced over. In the distance, a middle-aged man slowly walked over, and when he looked at Duan Lingtian, it was as if he'd seen a ghost. Elder Zhao Lin. The middle-aged man was an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian, and when he saw an old acquaintance, Duan Lingtian naturally lightly smiled as he greeted. At the same time that he greeted, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out. This Zhao Lin actually didn't disperse his cultivation? Duan Lingtian's brows slightly frowned. Could it be that he noticed that the muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll is fake? Or perhaps that muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll was taken by Zhao Yu and his son? Zhao Yu was precisely the external affairs elder of the 7-star sword sect's ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast. The muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll that Duan Lingtian casually fabricated that day was precisely in Zhao Yu's hands. Duan Lingtian, you actually didn't die? Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled as a cold voice transmission sounded out. Elder Zhao Lin, what do you mean by this? Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lin looked at each other from afar, and he replied via voice transmission, pretending to be surprised. Duan Lingtian, now that we're using voice transmission, others are unable to hear us. Stop pretending in front of me. Could it be that the muscle, tendon-changing, and marrow-cleansing scroll the cousin brother of mine obtained that day was fake? At the same time that Zhao Lin sent a voice transmission, his face became slightly savage and warped. So what if it's fake? You haven't cultivated it yet, right? Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. You caused my son to disperse his cultivation. Zhao Lin's expression was terrifying, and traces of coldness and fierceness were mixed within his voice transmission. It could be imagined, if it wasn't for the surrounding crowd of Migra's Peak disciples watching, he might have already directly struck a killing blow towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was able to sense boundless rage from Zhao Lin's voice transmission. He paid no attention to this. Zhao Lin, get your facts straight. It wasn't I who harmed your son. It was you who harmed him. If it wasn't for you coveting the non-existent muscle, tendon-changing, and marrow-cleansing scroll in my possession, do you think all this would have happened? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Lin, and cold laughter was mixed within his voice transmission. Non-existent. Zhao Lin's pupils constricted, and his voice transmission was slightly hurried. What do you mean by this? What do I mean? Duan Lingtian grunted, then said via voice transmission, there's utterly no muscle, tendon-changing, and marrow-cleansing scroll in this world. That's only a cultivation technique that I casually fabricated for the sake of diverting your attention that day. No, impossible. Back then, your body clearly underwent a complete rebirth. Could it be that all of that was fake? It was you who schemed against me. Zhao Lin was on the verge of going berserk. Schemed against you? Duan Lingtian sneered. Zhao Lin, you think too highly of yourself. I didn't know you at that time, so how could I have schemed against you? As for that complete transformation, I have to say that you're extremely intelligent and guessed correctly from the beginning. I precisely consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk to be able to undergo complete transformation. 10,000-year stalactite milk. Zhao Lin's body trembled as if he was struck by lightning, and his eyes were suffused with scarlet red as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you actually dared deceive me. Deceive? Perhaps. Duan Lingtian shrugged, then glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin. That day, I casually fabricated the muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll only to dispel your greed. But who knew that for the sake of the muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll, you actually went so mad? First, you made 2 outer court disciples make things difficult for me. Then you even single-handedly controlled the outer court martial competition to become a life and death battle, and even wanted sure how to kill me. But unfortunately, all your schemes didn't succeed, as they were all crushed by me. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Zhao Lin's ears. Zhao Lin's face was livid when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his body trembled even more uncontrollably. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin took a deep breath, and his voice transmission eased up slightly. So long as you hand over the 10,000-year stalactite milk, the enmity between us can be written off. Zhao Lin's words caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. This Zhao Lin is still thinking about the 10,000-year stalactite milk, even at a time like this? Elder Zhao Lin, I think you're probably going to be disappointed. The 10,000-year stalactite milk was used up by me that day. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin, then slowly spoke via voice transmission. Do you think I'd believe you? Zhao Lin's voice transmission was filled with ruthlessness. Duan Lingtian, I'll give you another chance. So long as you give me the 10,000-year stalactite milk, the enmity between us can be written off. Otherwise, even if your natural talent is extraordinary, you won't have good days in the 7-star sword sect in the future. It's not difficult for me to make you die. As he finished speaking, Zhao Lin's tone was filled with a threatening intent. Then I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Zhao Lin, then indifferently walked away with large strides. You! Zhao Lin's expression became savage once more, and his eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Duan Lingtian's figure that disappeared into the distance. Zhao Lin took a deep breath, then looked at the numerous gazes that swept over from the surroundings and instantly berated. What are you looking at? Instantly, the crowd of Migre's peak disciples were frightened to the point they dispersed. Shit, that muscle meridian rebirth scroll is fake. I can't allow Kaer to continue cultivating it. Zhao Lin's face went grim, and he hurriedly stepped onto the chain bridge that connected Dubhe Peak and headed towards Dubhe Peak. In next to no time, Zhao Lin arrived at a palace that was near the peak of Dubhe Peak. Kaer. In next to no time, Zhao Lin saw his son, Zhao Ku, in a spacious room. Presently, Zhao Ku and Zhao Lei were gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. Their brows were knit together as they looked at the small book between them, and their brows knit together tightly. Father, uncle. Zhao Ku and Zhao Lei hurriedly greeted Zhao Lin when they saw him. Whoosh! Zhao Lin raised his hand and picked up the small book on the table. Then the origin energy in his hand bloomed out and directly crushed the small book. Father, what's wrong? Zhao Ku was completely dumbstruck when he saw this scene that was the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. Uncle, what's wrong? Zhao Lei was stunned as well, and his face went pale. Without the muscle meridian rebirth scroll, it also meant that his future would be completely dark and there would be no light to speak of. After all, he'd already dispersed his cultivation and cut off all means of retreat. Although he'd started cultivating once more, he'd only cultivated to the 9th level of the core formation stage. It's fake. This muscle meridian rebirth scroll is fake. Zhao Lin's face was livid, and his rage rose. That Duan Lingtian isn't dead. He isn't dead at all. This muscle meridian rebirth scroll was fabricated by him, and there's utterly no such cultivation method in the world. The reason he's able to have such strong natural talent is because he consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk. What? Zhao Ku and Zhao Lei's faces went grim when they heard Zhao Lin. It's fake? Their bodies trembled. Then they glanced at each other and saw despair in each other's eyes. No. Zhao Ku's body started trembling, and his expression was savage. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. Kaer, it's fine. You're still young, and you'll quickly recover your cultivation. Zhao Lin consoled. No, father, it's not because of this. Chapter 444. It's not because of this? Then what's the reason? Zhao Lin was startled, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Uncle, you have to avenge me and Brother Ke. That Duan Lingtian is so ruthless, so ruthless. At this moment, Zhao Lei also reacted. His face was deathly pale, and even his voice was clearly trembling. What exactly happened? Zhao Ku and Zhao Lei's behavior caused the ominous premonition in Zhao Lin's heart to increase. Uncle! Zhao Lei stretched out his hand to grab Zhao Lin's hand, and brought Zhao Lin's hand to his crotch. Zhao Lin only felt that his hand was empty. The most important part of a man on his nephew's body was completely gone. Instantly his expression changed. Where did that thing of yours go? Uncle! Zhao Lei cried out in grief, and then said resentfully, There's a page in the middle of the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll, and it's marked with 24 conspicuous words. It clearly states that only after castration can one truly be reborn. My cousin and I. What? Before Zhao Lei could finish speaking, Zhao Lin's expression changed, and he stretched out his hand to his son's crotch. But when he discovered that his son's situation was the same as Zhao Lei's, his eyes were incomparably scarlet red, and almost directly glared out. Pooh! In the next moment, Zhao Lin's body trembled, and he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Duan Lingtian, I, Zhao Lin, am absolutely irreconcilable with you. Zhao Lin's voice was filled with bloodthirsty coldness and hatred. No, this isn't real. Zhao Ke shook his head unceasingly as if he'd gone mad. No, this isn't real. This isn't real. When Zhao Lin heard his son's voice, he returned to his senses, looked at Zhao Lei, and said in a low voice, "Why didn't you tell me when you saw those words in the muscle, tendon-changing, and marrow-cleansing scroll?" Zhao Lei's body trembled, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Brother Ku and I were afraid that you wouldn't let us continue cultivating the muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll if we told you, Uncle. But who knew that the muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll was actually fake? It was actually made up by that Duan Lingtian." As he finished speaking, Zhao Lei's eyes revealed dense hatred and killing intent. Duan Lingtian. It was Duan Lingtian who destroyed them. You all are so muddle-headed." Zhao Lin's face was deathly pale. He glanced at the dazed Zhao Ku and felt a burst of heartache. "Father." Finally, Zhao Ku came to his senses and looked at Zhao Lin. "Father, I want that Duan Lingtian dead. I want him dead." Zhao Ku's voice was extremely cold. He wished he could grind Duan Lingtian's bones to dust. "Ku, don't worry. Father won't let that Duan Lingtian off easy. So long as I find an opportunity, Father will surely grind his bones to dust to vent the hatred in your heart." Zhao Lin gnashed his teeth, and he hated Duan Lingtian to the limit. Duan Lingtian made his son die without descendants. This enmity was even deeper than the ocean of blood from killing one's parents. Find an opportunity? Zhao Ke shook his head ceaselessly. "No. Father, I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait. We'll tell Grandfather. We'll tell Grandfather. Grandfather is a guardian elder of our 7-star sword sect. Killing an inner court disciple is as easy as flipping his hand." At this moment, Zhao Ku had practically lost all reason. "No." Zhao Lin shook his head and stopped Zhao Ku. "Why?" Zhao Ku had an unwilling expression. "Father, could it be that you don't want to take revenge for me? Ku, sober up." Zhao Lin said in a low voice. "It was our side that was in the wrong in this matter. We'll tell your grandfather, and for the sake of standing up for you, your grandfather will surely make a move to kill that Duan Lingtian. But in this way, your grandfather will become the target of everyone as well. Although your grandfather is a guardian elder of the 7-star sword sect, he's only one of them. The other Elder Xian's strength is above your grandfather, and he's even more selfless. If your grandfather kills Duan Lingtian because we were in the wrong, Elder Xian will surely not stand by idly. There's also the sect leader. The sect leader's strength isn't inferior to your grandfather. At that time, even if your grandfather is a guardian elder of the 7-star sword sect, it would be difficult for him to escape punishment. Your grandfather is the hope of our Zhao clan, and once the matter of him using his position to avenge a private grudge is made known to everyone, there would be no place for him in the 7-star sword sect. At that time, our Zhao clan would be finished. Do you understand?" As Zhao Lin finished speaking, his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. "But don't worry about this matter. We'll have the chance to take revenge on Duan Lingtian sooner or later. Once that Duan Lingtian dares to leave the 7-star sword sect, I'll tell this matter to your grandfather and ask him to make a move to kill that Duan Lingtian. So long as it's done covertly and not allowed anyone to find out, then that Duan Lingtian's death would be in vain. Now, don't let your grandfather know of this matter for now. Otherwise, with his temper, he'll surely directly kill that Duan Lingtian." Zhao Lin's words were filled with worry. Zhao Ku's expression eased up and he took a deep breath. "Father, I'm sorry I was too impulsive, but when I think of how I'm unable to, I hate it. Why did I believe that castration in the muscle meridian rebirth scroll would allow one to be reborn? Why did I believe it?" As he finished speaking, Zhao Ku became agitated once more. Zhao Lei stood at the side, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth clenched tightly, and his eyes emitted bloodthirsty hatred. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, no matter if it was Zhao Lei, Zhao Lin, or the father and son pair, they seemed to have completely forgotten. All of this was something they brought upon themselves. If it wasn't for them wanting to seize the non-existent muscle meridian rebirth scroll in Duan Lingtian's possession, if it wasn't for them arousing killing intent towards Duan Lingtian, would Duan Lingtian do this? Duan Lingtian's character had always been that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If someone offended him, then he would surely return the favor 10 times, 100 times, even 1,000 times, 10,000 times. At the side of the peak of Migra's peak within the stalactite cave, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the stone platform with his eyes closed as he cultivated, and his mind was completely immersed in his cultivation. Now that he knew that Kerr and Li Fei weren't in the 7-star sword sect, he completely withdrawn his thoughts and completely concentrated on his cultivation. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, wind WIRM form. When Duan Lingtian cultivated, strands of miraculous aura pulsated on the surface of his body, and if one listened carefully, one could even hear waves of light howling of the wind. If a void-prying stage martial artist was here, the martial artist would surely be able to discern with a glance that this was the aura of elementary wind force. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse hung upside down on the 10,000-year stalactite and gnawed on the 10,000-year stalactite in boredom. After a short moment, she was bored and scuttled about within the stalactite cave. Drip! A clear sound sounded out, and a drop of milk fell onto the 10,000-year stalactite. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse's eyes shone as she looked at the drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk that fell into the pool, and she vigilantly looked at the surroundings. More precisely speaking, she glanced vigilantly at Duan Lingtian. After she noticed that Duan Lingtian didn't show any signs of waking up, the little gold mouse transformed into a golden light that flashed out, and she instantly swallowed the drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk. After she swallowed it, she lay on the ground in satisfaction and dozed off. For an entire 2 days and 2 nights, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and he seemed to have tossed everything in the outside world to the back of his mind. Within his body, the origin energy ceaselessly flowed according to the mental cultivation method of the 4th form of the 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, the wind WIRM form, and it seemed as if it would never know exhaustion. The origin energy flashed past and fiercely charged towards the final bottleneck. Bang! But unfortunately, the bottleneck was only shaken to the point of trembling, and it didn't show any signs of loosening. Looks like wanting to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage before the 2-year agreement with Zither Young Master is indeed slightly unrealistic. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Big brother Lingtian, you've finally awoken. Duan Lingtian had only just awoken when the little gold mouse's voice sounded out by his ears. Subsequently, his shoulder sunk, and it was the little gold mouse that had leaped onto his shoulder. What time is it now? Duan Lingtian asked the little gold mouse. Today is the 3rd day since you've returned. The little gold mouse blinked her pair of jade green eyes as she slowly spoke via voice transmission. The 3rd day? Then isn't today the day of the 2-year agreement between me and Zither Young Master? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Then he raised his hand to grab the little gold mouse and stuff her into his sleeve. In the next moment, whirlwind, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a gale, and he left the peak of Migra's peak in a short moment before heading down the mountain. It's almost noon. Duan Lingtian frowned as he glanced at the position of the scorching sun in the horizon. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived nearby the Migra's Peak's trade hall. There wasn't a single person in the surroundings of the trade hall. They ought to have gone to the peak of Dubhe Peak. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that today was the day of the 2-year agreement between him and Zither Young Master, Zishang, and the outer court disciples on Migra's peak had surely gone to watch the show. After stepping onto the chain bridge, his figure flashed out for a short moment, and Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted. In the distance, there was a familiar figure dashing over. "MOU." Duan Lingtian stopped moving, then looked at the person and was slightly surprised. "Why are you here?" "Senior brother Duan Lingtian." MOU stopped moving and bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian, then said, "It was Master that asked me to come look for you. That zither young master, Zishang, has already been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go." Duan Lingtian nodded, then called out to MOU to leave the chain bridge and head towards the peak of Dubhe Peak. Peak of Dubhe Peak. The platform outside the Dubhe Peak's trade hall was incomparably vast, but the dense crowd that surged about today instead caused the entire spacious platform to seem especially narrow. Presently, no matter if it was outer court disciples or inner court disciples, a group of 7-star sword sect disciples were all gathered around the life and death arena. Tens of figures floated in the air around the life and death arena. All of them were the 7-star sword sect higher-ups, with the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, in the lead. Besides the peak master of Alcade Peak, practically all the peak masters of the other 6 peaks were present. For example, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Fan, and the peak master of Fekta Peak, Kuzhan, were shockingly present. Besides the peak masters of the 6 peaks, there were also the outer court elders of the 7 great outer court sword peaks, and some Dubhe Peak inner court elders. Chapter 445. On the life and death arena, a proud and aloof figure stood there as if he'd transformed into a statue. Time silently flowed by. Gradually, some of the 7-star sword sect disciples in the surroundings of the life and death arena were slightly impatient. Where's Duan Lingtian? Why hasn't he come yet? Supposedly, he himself agreed to the 2-year agreement 2 years ago. He wouldn't be cowardly to the point he doesn't dare come, right? It's possible. Zither Young Master was a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist 2 years ago. With Zither Young Master's natural talent, I wouldn't be surprised even if he broke through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage now. 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian, who was only at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage 1 year ago, is probably unable to compare to Zither Young Master in only 1 year. Yeah, perhaps he'll be able to surpass Zither Young Master in another few years, but it's indeed uncertain now. These 7-star sword sect disciples didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Of course, there were also many 7-star sword sect disciples that had blind confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Humph. Senior brother Duan Lingtian will surely come. Exactly. Not only will senior brother Duan Lingtian come, he'll even create another miracle and defeat Zither Young Master, and become renowned in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Zither Young Master will surely become senior brother Duan Lingtian's stepping stone. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is a creator of miracles. I believe in him. These 7-star sword sect disciples were mostly Migra's Peak's outer court disciples. They'd witnessed the rise of Duan Lingtian with their own 2 eyes. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was the legend of Migra's Peak, the legend of the 7-star sword sect, a legend that they respected in their hearts. Humph! Suddenly, the proud and aloof young man that stood on the life and death arena grunted coldly. Duan Lingtian, the 7-star sword sect's number 1 genius, doesn't dare come? Sect leader Linghu, looks like that genius disciple of your 7-star sword sect only has an undeserved reputation. As he finished speaking, the proud and aloof young man's gaze swept out to descend onto the person in the lead of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups that floated in the air. Linghu Jinhong, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Zither Young Master, please calm down. Linghu Jinhong faintly smiled, and his face was calm. I still understand Duan Lingtian's character. Since he agreed to the 2-year pact you set, he naturally won't go back on his word. I hope so. The arrogant young man, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zishang, spoke indifferently. A moment later, "It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is here." It's really Senior Duan Lingtian. Like I said, how could Senior Apprentice Brother Duan Lingtian be afraid of this zither young master? The peak of Dubhy Peak was in an uproar. The surging crowd quickly opened up a path leading to the life and death arena. At the end of the road, 2 young men walked side by side. They were Duan Lingtian and MOU. How lively! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he saw practically all the 7-star sword sect disciples gathered together. These 7-star sword sect disciples had undoubtedly gathered here because they wanted to witness who was stronger in the 2-year pact between him and Zither Young Master. Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, all the 7-star sword sect disciples revealed reverent expressions. I haven't seen Senior Apprentice Brother Duan Lingtian for an entire year. His bearing seems to have changed. Yeah, Senior Apprentice Brother Duan Lingtian has become more mature. His strength has surely become stronger as well. Many 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. This person by Senior Apprentice Brother Duan Lingtian's side seems to be the new personal disciple the sect leader took a year ago. Exactly, he's the new personal disciple the sect leader took after the sect leader's previous personal disciple, Huang Ji, betrayed him. That Huang Ji is really an ingrate. The sect leader spent a large amount of the 7-star sword sect's cultivation resources to foster him, but in the end he betrayed him. The gazes of many 7-star sword sect disciples descended onto MOU, and as they discussed, many people were filled with righteous indignation. They hated Huang Ji, who betrayed the 7-star sword sect to the extreme. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and MOU arrived nearby the life and death arena. In the surroundings of the life and death arena, Duan Lingtian saw many familiar figures. Hidong Zhuiqing, the son of the Mizar Peak's peak master, Zheng Song, and Huchuan, whom he met at Migra's peak, had become inner court disciples with him in the past. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded to people he was familiar with. After they lightly smiled in reply, Duan Lingtian exerted strength with his legs and easily leaped onto the life and death arena. For a time, the gazes of everyone converged onto the 2 people on the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian, the peerless genius of their 7-star sword sect, had defeated one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master, at a young age and seized the glory of first place in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect. Zither Young Master, the genius martial artist of the younger generation that was ranked 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and was already at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage 2 years ago. The battle between the 2 of them was undoubtedly a grand event that was hard to come by. They looked forward to it extremely. Duan Lingtian, you finally come. I thought you didn't dare come. Zither Young Master, Zishang, spoke with a cold voice as his eyes went cold when he saw Duan Lingtian ascending the life and death arena. But Duan Lingtian seemed as if he utterly didn't hear him and completely disregarded him. Sect leader, peak masters, elders. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jinhong and the others that stood in the sky and lightly smiled as he greeted them. Besides Zhao Lin, Linghu Jinhong, and the other 7-star sword sect higher-ups all lightly smiled as they nodded to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted frightening killing intent that was about to swallow Duan Lingtian up. Although Zhao Lin's killing intent was concealed extremely well, to the extent that even Linghu Jinhong and the other 7-star sword sect higher-ups didn't notice it, Duan Lingtian instead clearly felt it. This Zhao Lin's killing intent towards me seems to have increased. He said his son dispersed his cultivation for the sake of cultivating the muscle meridian rebirth scroll that I fabricated. Could it be that his son saw the 24 words I casually added and castrated himself? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhao Lin, and his gaze became slightly strange. Duan Lingtian. Zither young master's rage shot to the sky when he was disregarded by Duan Lingtian, and with a raise of his hand, a zither appeared out of thin air. It was precisely the spirit zither that he carried with him. The spirit zither in Zither, young master's hand, was a grade 5 spirit weapon, grade 5 spirit zither. Zither young master, don't panic. Right when Zither young master's fingers bloomed with origin energy and was about to stroke the zither to attack, Linghu Jinhong spoke out. Today, I hope you can stop when going overboard in the battle between you and Duan Lingtian, and be sure not to harm each other. What does Zither young master think? Humph. Zither young master looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly cold gaze. Sect leader Linghu's words are wrong. If I stop when going overboard and can't go all out in battle, then what's the point of the 2-year agreement between me and this Duan Lingtian? Or perhaps this Duan Lingtian is afraid of death and wants sect leader Linghu to interfere in the 2-year agreement between me and him? Zither young master's words caused Duan Lingtian to be labeled as someone who's afraid of death. Linghu Jinhong frowned. Most of the remaining 7-star sword sect higher-ups couldn't help but frown. Duan Lingtian had extraordinary natural talent and was the future hope of the 7-star sword sect. If it was possible, they wouldn't allow Duan Lingtian to take a risk. Right when Linghu Jinhong intended to speak out once more. Zither young master, since you want to go all out in battle, then we'll go all out in battle. Why would I, Duan Lingtian, be afraid? Duan Lingtian spoke out in a clear voice, and he stood there with an awe-inspiring, imposing manner, as if he'd transformed into a fearless god of war. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, besides Zhao Lin, who had an expression of taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune, the expressions of the remaining people went grim. Duan Lingtian, don't be rash. You're only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and it's absolutely impossible for you to be a match for Zither young master now. Where there's life, there's hope. Duan Lingtian, a loss today is a loss, and in a few years you'll sooner or later be able to wash away the humiliation today. Numerous urgent voice transmissions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Some of these voice transmissions came from some of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups, and some came from some of the 7-star sword sect disciples. It caused Duan Lingtian to feel warmth in his heart. Sect. So this was his sect, his Duan Lingtian sect. For the first time, Duan Lingtian felt an extremely strong sense of belonging to the 7-star sword sect. Haha, good. Zither young master, Zishang, laughed loudly when he saw Duan Lingtian actually agreed. Duan Lingtian, I heard you defeated the demonic Lotus Blade sect saber young master, Long Yin, 1 year ago. Truthfully speaking, I was extremely surprised when I heard this news. Truly extremely surprised. A year has passed since the first time we met, and you've actually broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. I have to admit, your natural talent is extremely strong. But unfortunately, a year has passed now, and your cultivation has probably not even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, right? As he finished speaking, Zither young master's eyes revealed slight complacency. Am I right? So what if I haven't? Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to show weakness, and he spoke indifferently. He hasn't stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Many 7-star sword sect higher-ups and disciples broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Many people even prayed that Zither young master was still a 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist, like he was 2 years ago. But was this possible? You're extremely arrogant, truly extremely arrogant. Zither young master flicked his sleeve and laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with unbridled arrogance. But unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant before me. Today, I'll let you experience my improvement in these past 2 years. I believe that it will be a pleasant surprise to you. Along with Zither young master's unbridled words being spread out, the gazes of everyone descended onto him. Whoosh! The origin energy on Zither young master's body roared as the energy of heaven and earth fluctuated in the sky above him, and in the end it gradually condensed into numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes. 1, 0, 0, 0, 1,100, 1,200 heads, still increasing, 1,300, 1,500. Zither young master didn't utilize the amplification ability of the grade 5 spirit Zither in his hand, and only relied on his purest strength to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Half-step void stage. My God! After 2 years, this Zither young master has actually broken through to the half-step void stage. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were all dumbstruck. Chapter 446. Half-step void stage. Only a step away from the void prying stage. This Zither young master is worthy of being the figure ranked 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters. His natural talent is actually so terrifying. Senior brother Duan Lingtian hasn't even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. This Zither young master has instead already broken through to the half-step void stage and has half a foot into the void prying stage. The two of them are utterly not on the same level. I'm afraid senior brother Duan Lingtian is in danger. At this moment, some of the 7-star sword sect disciples that were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian earlier had their confidence shattered into pieces. Would a martial artist that hadn't even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage be able to defeat a half-step void stage expert? They didn't dare believe it. This was something that was practically impossible to happen. A half-step void stage expert was too strong. Even if Duan Lingtian was a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist, without using a spirit weapon, his strength was only comparable to the strength of 800 ancient mammoths, whereas now, as a half-step void stage expert, even without using a spirit weapon, Zither young master possessed the strength of 1,500 ancient mammoths. The two of them were utterly not on the same level. Most importantly, the spirit Zither in Zither young master's hand was even a grade 5 spirit weapon. At this moment, it wasn't only the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples that had such a thought. Even the 7-star sword sect higher-ups had similar thoughts. Half-step void stage. This Zither young master has actually broken through to the half-step void stage. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, revealed an expression of fear. Most of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups, including the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, had slightly unsightly expressions, even though Duan Lingtian had created miracles time and time again. But when Duan Lingtian created miracles that day, the opponents he defeated and even killed weren't much weaker than him. Yet, at this moment, Zither young master's strength was almost double that of Duan Lingtian. There was no comparison between the two. It was almost impossible for miracles to appear. Sect leader, Elder Bai looked at Linghu Jinhong with a worried expression. Duan Lingtian was the man of her most beloved disciple. She had the responsibility to protect Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jinhong nodded. He took a step forward and stood high up in the air. Overlooking the two people on the life and death arena, he spoke with a sonorous voice. Zither young master, in your battle with Duan Lingtian today, I will represent Duan Lingtian in admitting defeat to you. When Linghu Jinhong said this, the group of people who were worried about Duan Lingtian such as Zhang Song, Mou, Zhuqing Hidong, and the others, breathed a sigh of relief. There were also some whose expressions changed, becoming extremely unsightly. Damn it! Zhao Lin's face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Duan Lingtian, at the side of the life and death arena, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's peak master, Hu Shuefeng, had a gloomy expression. In order to protect Duan Lingtian, the sect leader actually took the initiative to represent Duan Lingtian in admitting defeat. Ever since he incurred enmity with Duan Lingtian during the outer court martial competition, Hu Shuefeng hated Duan Lingtian to the extreme, even though his master told him to bury the hatchet with Duan Lingtian. However, he only agreed verbally. In his heart, the hatred he had for Duan Lingtian didn't decrease but instead increased. Today, when he saw that Duan Lingtian was about to die at the hands of Zither Young Master, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. Now, when he saw the sect leader Linghu Jinhong standing up for Duan Lingtian, his chest was filled with the flames of jealousy and hatred, as if it could explode at any moment. Admit defeat? When Linghu Jinhong said these words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He never thought that the sect leader would suddenly make such a decision. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. Right, with Zither Young Master's current cultivation at the half-step void stage, no one would look favorably upon him. Even if it was him half a year ago, if he knew that Zither Young Master's cultivation had actually broken through to the half-step void stage before the arrival of the 2-year agreement, he would probably feel despair as well, not to mention that he hadn't broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage yet. Even if he broke through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, in terms of strength and speed, he was far from being a match for Zither Young Master, who'd broken through to the half-step void stage. Ha 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 ha! Zither Young Master started laughing loudly when he heard Linghu Jinhong. Sect leader Linghu, making Duan Lingtian admit defeat is only a small matter to me. But you must promise me one thing. What is it? Linghu Jinhong's slanted brows raised as he asked with a low voice. I want to marry the personal disciple of Peak Master Qinxiang, Ke, as my wife. If you're willing to be the witness of the marriage between me and Ke, then I can accept Duan Lingtian's admission of defeat today and not make things difficult for him any longer. Zither Young Master stared fixedly at Linghu Jinhong as he spoke word by word. Linghu Jinhong's face went grim. This won't do. Change your request. Linghu Jinhong was extremely clear about the relationship between the disciple of Peak Master Qinxiang and Duan Lingtian. I only have this request. If sect leader Linghu isn't willing, then I can only carry out a life and death battle with Duan Lingtian. Sect leader Linghu, although I'm in the 7-star sword sect today, I believe that for the sake of the 7-star sword sect, you ought to not act rashly. Zither Young Master spoke indifferently, and as he finished speaking, it wasn't without a threatening tone. My master has heard of the matter of me coming to the 7-star sword sect to carry out the 2-year agreement. If someone in the 7-star sword sect dares obstruct the 2-year agreement between me and Duan Lingtian, I presume he would be unhappy. Linghu Jinhong's face went grim when he heard Zither Young Master. Amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zither Young Master's background was the most terrifying. Although the clan behind Zither Young Master could be considered to be a large clan in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was still a distance away when compared to the 7-star sword sect. The 7-star sword sect wasn't afraid of the clan behind Zither Young Master. However, the 7-star sword sect had no choice but to fear the mysterious master behind Zither Young Master. Supposedly, Zither Young Master's master was a reclusive expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and his strength wasn't inferior to the top experts of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to rumor, Even the expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, that was called the #1 expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, was reverent and respectful when facing Zither Young Master's master. Zither Young Master, is there really no room for discussion? Ling Hu Jin Hong took a deep breath and asked once more. Zither Young Master simply didn't pay any further attention to Ling Hu Jin Hong, and his ridiculing gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you and I aren't people of the same level. Only I, Zither Young Master, Zishang, am worthy of Kur. You're bound to become a soul that perishes beneath my zither. Zither Young Master looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if he was looking at a dead person. The sect leader seems to be extremely afraid of the master behind Zither Young Master. 2 years ago, when Zither Young Master descended here, he'd once said to Peak Master Qinxiang that he was willing to ask his master to bestow a grade 5 spirit sword as the betrothal gift. Presumably, if his master isn't a grade 5 weapons craftsman, then it's an expert that has an extremely good relationship with a grade 5 weapons craftsman. No matter if it's a grade 5 weapons craftsman or an expert that has an extremely good relationship with a grade 5 weapons craftsman, I'm afraid they aren't people that our 7-star sword sect can easily offend. There are a few grade 5 alchemists in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but there aren't any grade 5 weapons craftsmen. The surrounding crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples spoke with extreme fear towards Zither Young Master's background. Zither Young Master's master is sufficient to deter all the higher-ups of our 7-star sword sect and cause them to not dare interfere in this battle. Duan Lingtian is probably going to suffer misfortune this time. Unfortunately, a peerless genius in the martial Dao, like senior brother Duan Lingtian, has finally appeared in our 7-star sword sect. Yet I'm afraid he's going to lose his life here today. Many 7-star sword sect disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with expressions of regret. Most of the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect had unsightly expressions. Only the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a slight smile. Duan Lingtian, looks like you're bound to die here today. You've saved me some effort. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Zhang Song's Wuqing MOU and the others that were familiar with Duan Lingtian were burning with anxiety, yet were powerless to help. Not to mention the mysterious master behind Zither Young Master. Even Zither Young Master wasn't someone they could go against. Everyone knew that the battle between Duan Lingtian and Zither Young Master couldn't be avoided. Duan Lingtian, Ling Hu Jin Hong, looked at Duan Lingtian, and with a raise of his hand, a sheathed sword appeared in his hand. This sword is the sect guarding spirit sword of my 7-star sword sect. It's a grade 5 spirit sword. You, Ling Hu Jin Hong hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Thank you for your good intentions, sect leader, but I'm unable to use this grade 5 spirit sword. I'm unable to use it. Duan Lingtian used a short sentence to refuse Ling Hu Jin Hong's action of borrowing the sword. Such actions caused another mighty uproar. That's a grade 5 spirit sword. Senior brother Duan Lingtian refused just like that? Perhaps as far as senior brother Duan Lingtian is concerned, even if he has a grade 5 spirit sword, he doesn't have the slightest chance of winning. If it was me, then if I'm able to use a grade 5 spirit sword before I die, then I can be considered to have lived my life in vain. Many 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. At this moment, no one felt that Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning. After all, the gap between Duan Lingtian and Zither Young Master was too great. Ling Hu Jin Hong sighed and put away the spirit sword in his hand, and his gaze flickered with traces of unwillingness. He didn't dare gamble with the entire 7-star sword sect. If he really offended the mysterious master behind Zither Young Master, then it would very likely be a calamity to the 7-star sword sect. the strongest in the 7-star sword sect, with a 3 great 6th-level void initiation stage martial artists, including him and Elder Peng. So long as the concept comprehended by a martial artist at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above wasn't weak, it was sufficient to sweep through the entire 7-star sword sect. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there was only one existence at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. That was the person in the Imperial family that was called the #1 expert in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Whereas Zither Young Master's master was able to make that person treat him respectfully, so his strength would surely not be inferior to that person. As the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, sometimes, even if he was unwilling, he still had to know how to make a choice. He wasn't alone. He represented the entire 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian, it's my 7-star sword sect that has let you down. Linghu Jin Hong's voice transmission sounded out in Duan Lingtian's ears at just the right time. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then he glanced at Linghu Jin Hong and smiled, yet didn't say anything further. He vaguely guessed the thoughts in Linghu Jin Hong's heart. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.